Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th edition of the Dilli series CPA webinar. Over the next 2 days, the Indian Naval Academy will play host to some of the finest maritime experts in the country as they share with you a virtual treasure trove of knowledge on the maritime history of the Indian Ocean region. Ordinarily, this event would have been a conventional seminar restricted to the audience of this venerable hall. Instead, due to COVID, we are going out live on social media platforms across the globe. It needs no emphasis that a budding naval officer must be exposed to all aspects of maritime legacy. By the way of wider outreach we have been able to achieve through the social media platforms, we also intend to extend this legacy to the masses and posterity. May I now request Vice Admiral M.A. Humpy Holy, the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, to deliver the opening address.
Admiral Arun Prakash, flag officers, commanding officers, flag officers, commanding officers, officers, to welcome you all to the eighth edition of the Indian Naval Admiral Arun Prakash, flag officers, commanding officers, officers. Which proud privilege to welcome you all to the eighth edition of the Dilli series CPAR webinar. Admiral Arun Prakash, it is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the eighth Academy has come a long way since its inception, and has while shaping the future naval leaders here at the Indian Naval Academy.
We seem to be experiencing a technical glitch at the moment. Now that the Commandant has set the ball rolling for the webinar, it is time to acquaint the audience to the chief guest of the event, Admiral Arun Prakash. Few soldiers get to test their mettle in battle, and fewer still prove it. At the zenith of his distinguished naval career, Admiral Arun Prakash served as India's 18th Chief of Naval Staff and as the chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee. A naval aviator by specialization, he commanded a carrier-borne fighter squadron. We seem to be experiencing a technical glitch. It is time now to acquaint the audience to the chief guest of the event, Admiral Arun Prakash. Few soldiers get to test their mettle in battle, and fewer still prove it. At the zenith of his distinguished naval career, Admiral Arun Prakash served as India's 18th CNS and as the chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee. A naval aviator by specialization, he commanded a carrier-borne fighter squadron, a naval air station, and 4 warships, including the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He has logged over 2,500 hours on fighters, patrol aircrafts, and helicopters. On elevation to flag rank, he commanded the Eastern Fleet, the National Defense Academy, the Western Naval Command, and in 2001, he was designated the first Commander-in-Chief of the Andaman and Nicobar Joint Command in Port Blair. In staff appointments, he headed the Navy's aviation and personnel branches and served as Vice Chief of Naval Staff. His notable contributions as the Chief of Naval Staff include the formulation of doctrines and strategies, the development of foreign maritime cooperation, and promotion of indigenization. He's a graduate of the IAF Test Pilot School, the Defense Services Staff College, and the US Naval War College. During the 1971 war, while flying with an Indian Air Force fighter bomber squadron, he was awarded the Veer Chakra for gallantry. Post-retirement, he served 2 terms as member of the National Security Advisory Board and was the chairman of the National Maritime Foundation. Currently, he occupies a distinguished chair in the Naval War College, Goa. He writes and speaks on strategic and defense-related topics and has published a compendium of speeches titled From the Crow's Nest. Without further ado, may I now request Admiral Arun Prakash to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, Can I have an indication of control whether I'm audible and visible?
Sir, you are audible.
Thank you. Commandant, INA, flag officers, members of the staff, men and cadets. It's a privilege for me to have the opportunity of addressing this audience whose ranks are studied with tomorrow's naval leadership. In the years ahead, we are destined to hold key appointments in one of the world's most capable navies. The rich and exciting career that lies ahead will make many demands on your abilities. You will be called upon to command ships, establishments and organizations, to manage material and technology, and often to act as diplomats. But your most crucial role will remain the leadership of men. To understand the men and women you command, you must acquire a good insight into human nature. And nothing will enable you to do this better than the study of humanities. They may be external to your professional training, but humanities, introducing you to literature, to social sciences, philosophy, and above all to history, provide the key to critical thinking, diversity of thought, and to problem solving. All these are vital leadership traits. John Adams, the second president of the USA, more philosopher than politician, was highlighting the role of humanities when he said in 1799, he said, "I must study politics and war so that our sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. Our sons ought to study mathematics and philosophy in order to give their children the right to study art, painting, poetry, music, and so on." As Indians, we also need philosopher George Santayana's advice that those who do not read history are doomed to repeat it. Because we've been remiss in not devoting enough attention to the writing as well as reading of history. But there is also Mark Twain's more pragmatic aphorism, which says history may not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Whether history repeats itself or merely rhymes, we must study it and learn the right lessons. As you embark on the 8th edition of the Dilli seminar, the Academy deserves to be warmly complimented. This lecture series, which provides a window to history and geopolitics, will hopefully evoke amongst you a sense of historical curiosity and acquaint you with your rich maritime legacy. So, while the theme for this year's Dilli seminar, Maritime History of the Indian Ocean region, is most relevant and appropriate, let me add a word of caution to you. Given the increasing frequency with which one hears the phrase Indo-Pacific mentioned in maritime discourse, it is easy for you to get confused about priorities. I would advise you to remember that the Indo-Pacific concept was created in the context of larger geopolitical considerations. It was accepted by New Delhi with some reluctance, and that only because given the rise of China and India on the opposite sides of the Malacca Strait, it creates an arc of continuity between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. For us, the Indian Ocean must remain a primary area of focus because, as historian Sardar K.M. Panikkar declared in 1945, he said, "The interests of India and the Indian Ocean are different from those of other countries whose shores are washed by its waters. The peninsular nature of the country, with its extensive coastline and a rich and fertile littoral, makes India entirely dependent on the Indian Ocean." These words are still as true as they were in 1945. With the Indian Navy having assumed the mantle of preferred security partner, the Indian Ocean region is going to be your area of responsibility in peace and your hunting ground in war. Whether you are engaged in benign, constabulary, diplomatic, or military roles, as future naval leaders, you must acquire as much knowledge of this region as you possibly can. Not only its hydrology, meteorology, bathymetry, but also its culture and history of the littoral countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to steal the thunder of the learned speakers who follow me and are going to speak in depth and detail about the history of the Indian Ocean. So I will confine myself to providing a few vignettes of our maritime past as seen by my layman's eye. But before I delve into the past, I would like to draw attention to an anomaly which has persisted till quite recently. The Indian Ocean was not recognized as a historical or geopolitical entity, and its status as a reason was often questioned. It was seen merely as a thoroughfare for shipping traffic because the core interests of the colonial powers lay in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. It is interesting to note some other factors which contributed to such a perception. Firstly, because we failed to keep a record of our own maritime past, we have had to depend largely on the work of Western historians. Almost all their accounts talk with the seafaring tradition of the Mediterranean basin around 2500 to 2000 BCE. And they dwell on the sea power of Phoenicia, of Greece, Carthage, and Rome. Rarely do Western historical accounts refer to the seafaring skills of the Arabs, the Chinese, or to the people of the Indian subcontinent. It was again K.M. Panikkar who used archaeological and numismatic evidence to prove that because of the strong and steady monsoon winds, and also because of the earlier growth of civilizations on its shores, it was the Indian Ocean and not the Mediterranean which saw the world's first oceanic sailing activity. A second factor that tended to isolate the IOR was India's strenuous efforts post-independence to keep it free of superpower rivalry, which resulted in the UN declaring it in 1971 as a zone of peace. Now, this label was ignored by the superpowers, but some of our own regional neighbors saw it as big brotherly behavior on India's part. And that is why many regional endeavors by India like SAARC, IORA, and even BIMSTEC have had limited success so far. Lastly, in the colonial scheme of things, the IOR did not find the same prominence as geopolitical entities like the Middle East, the Asia Pacific, Southeast Asia, or even Northeast Asia. This trend has continued. As I mentioned earlier, the Indo-Pacific concept came into being in the last decade because it suited the geopolitical and economic interests of USA, China, and other nations, which are concentrated in the Pacific. Often, this is what tends to dilute our focus and attention from the IOR, against which I have already warned you. So the point that I seek to make here is this, that contrary to Western perceptions, the Indian Ocean has actually been one of the strongest unifying factors in our region's history. For centuries, its waters have carried religions, languages, traditions, and people across thousands of nautical miles and bound them together in a cultural brotherhood. This osmotic process was disrupted because the mercantilist interests of the colonials focused on their own prosperity and required the suppression of native industry as well as regional trade. To illustrate what I've said, let me relate a personal anecdote. In 1995, while visiting the Indonesian port city of Surabaya, I was shown their submarine museum, which was housed in a Russian whiskey class boat. Having seen the boat, I asked my escort officer the name of the boat, and he said, I assumed it was an Indonesian word. He said that the name was Pasopati. I assumed that it was an Indonesian word, and I asked him what it meant. He explained with an amused look. He said, it's another name for the Hindu god Shiva. More surprises were to come later when I found that the motto of the Indonesian Navy was Jala Seva Jaya Mahe, which is Sanskrit for on the sea we are victorious. And the crest of the Indonesian Eastern Fleet was depicted the Brahmastra. My later travels in Southeast Asia revealed many other cultural clues. In monuments and paintings all over Indonesia, Thailand, and Cambodia, one came across a recurrent theme from Hindu tradition like the Samudra Manthan and scenes from Mahabharata. The state emblems of both Indonesia and Thailand incorporate the Garud, a humanoid bird from Hindu mythology which everyone knows about. While the tourist guides knew the Hindu and Buddhist roots of these cultural motifs, but none of them could explain how they had traveled so far from their origin and who had reproduced them so authentically in a foreign land so far away. We all know that the Bay of Bengal, which separates India from Southeast Asia, is prone to frequent cyclones and turbulent seas, making it hazardous to navigate. And yet, there were audacious Indian sailors and expert navigators who, for centuries, undertook such perilous sea voyages. They conveyed traders, religious teachers, and artisans to Southeast Asia, helping establish an Indian cultural presence which has endured to this day. The west coast of India too saw intense coastal as well as oceanic seafaring activity, going as far back as the third millennium BC. This is confirmed by archaeological finds in the ancient Indus Valley metropolis of Mohenjo-daro, which shows that many of the artifacts came from the Red Sea and Mediterranean coasts, as well as from the extreme south of India. The continuum in India's maritime tradition is evident in the 4th century BC treatise, the Arth Shastra, written by Emperor Chandragupta Maurya's minister and strategist, known variously as Kautilya or Chanakya. This work contains mention of functionaries such as controller of shipping, controller of ports, and details their charter of duties relating to navigation, safety, and punishment for breach of nautical rules. Our very own UNCLOS way back in the 4th century BC. A fascinating picture of this era emerges as one reads the elaborate system for control of maritime activities instituted by the Mauryan Empire, whose subcontinental expanse made it then the largest in the world. Thriving Hindu kingdoms existed right across Siam, Kampuchea, Java, Sumatra, and Bali, collectively known in Sanskrit as Suvarnabhumi, between the 1st and 6th centuries. This shows that South Indian ruling dynasties that followed the Mauryas, like the Satavahanas, the Pandyas, and the powerful and long-lasting Cholas, maintained active linkages with Southeast Asian colonies through seaborne traffic. From the 5th to the 10th century, the command of the eastern waters and Malacca Straits passed into the hands of a great Indian maritime power known as the Srivijaya Empire, which was based in Sumatra. The Srivijaya kings retained mastery over the surrounding waters to a powerful navy. But in 1007 CE, the Indian Emperor Rajendra Chola fitted out a powerful navy and challenged the Srivijayas. The ensuing 100-year war weakened both empires and heralded the end of Hindu sea-power. During the 12th and 13th centuries, as Turkic and Afghan hordes poured down the northwestern mountain passes to conquer the rich plains of North India, our maritime power gradually withered. Consequently, oceanic trade in the Indian Ocean passed into the hands of the Arabs. In May 1498, the Portuguese adventurer Vasco da Gama arrived off Calicut or Kozhikode, which is just 100 kilometers south of Mount Dilli. At this juncture, the Sultanate of Delhi was ruled by the Afghan Lodi dynasty, while southern India was divided between the Bahmani and the Vijayanagaram kingdoms. None of them were unfortunately blessed with a maritime vision, leave alone a navy. But soon after Vasco da Gama's arrival, his relations with the Samudri or Zamarin of Calicut deteriorated rapidly. An open naval conflict soon broke out between the European interloper and Zamarin's fleet. For the next 90 years, the small Malabar naval force kept up an unceasing struggle, harassing the Portuguese and finally forcing them to move north into Goa. The rout of the Spanish Armada in 1588 the decline of Iberian influence in India, and barely a century after Vasco da Gama, the British East India Company had won trading rights on the west coast. Apart from the Kunjali Marakars, who were the admirals of the Zamarin, there were other Indians who put up a determined resistance against the European interlopers. Notable amongst these was Rani Abakka Chauta, the Queen of Ulal in Karnataka, who stood firm against the Portuguese for 4 decades and repulsed repeated attempts to capture her capital. On the other side of the peninsula, on the Coromandel coast, in the late 18th century, Hyder Ali, the ruler of Mysore, established a large and well-armed fleet of native craft, which he used to harass ships of the East India Company. He, as well as his son and successor Tipu Sultan, sought alliances with the French to oppose the growing political influence of the British in the late 18th century. A series of proxy naval battles were fought between the French Admiral Pierre de Suffren and the British Admiral Edward Hughes off the Coromandel coast. This is between 1782 and 83. The outcome of these battles had a significant impact on the Anglo-French struggle for supremacy in India and are worth reading about for young ladies and gentlemen. By the beginning of the 18th century, the Mughal Empire was in terminal decline, and a number of protagonists emerged in the struggle for supremacy in India. They included the Marathas, the British and the French. The Marathas clearly foresaw that control of the seas would be critical in the forthcoming conflict. They were fortunate in having an outstanding sailor in Admiral or Sarkhel Kanoji Angre to head their navy. Angre created a force of lightly armed, shallow craft, galivats and gurrats propelled by sail as well as oar. Having established anchorages, fortresses, and dockyards all along the Konkan coast, Angre proceeded to levy attacks on all vessels lying in Maratha territorial waters, which brought him into conflict in succession with the British, the Dutch, and the Portuguese. Ships of all these three navies mounted repeated attacks on Maratha strongholds, individually as well as collectively. But to Angre's credit, he repulsed each of these attacks on each occasion. Although the Maratha Navy under Kanoji and his successors was able to dominate coastal Konkan, its authority was limited to territorial waters. These vessels had neither an ocean-going capability nor fielded heavy armament to survive European adversaries on the high seas. The decline of the Maratha Navy in the early 19th century saw the end of native Indian sea power. Now, having destroyed the French fleet at Trafalgar in 1805, Britain became the premier naval power, and Britannia was said to rule the world. In India, while Britain raised a large army to serve its worldwide imperial interests, they ensured that the naval forces that they created remained small and insignificant, and officered exclusively by British. Up to World War II, Britain, as a deliberate policy, outsourced the naval defense of India to the Royal Navy, at a huge annual cost of £100,000 sterling payable by the Indian taxpayer. When World War II broke out, World War I broke out, most Indians, it seems that the conflict had bypassed the Indian Ocean, since almost all action occurred in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And yet, there is a fascinating episode related to the German light cruiser Emden, which single-handedly sank 24 merchant ships and paralyzed Allied shipping in the Indian Ocean for months at a stretch. On the night of 22nd December 1914, the German raiders stealthily approached Madras and proceeded to subject this port to intense shelling. This bombardment took the British by surprise, set ablaze oil tanks, and threw the whole city of Madras into pandemonium and panic. If World War I barely touched our part of the world, the next global conflict was touch and go for the British in the Indian Ocean region. The Imperial Japanese Navy attack on Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December 1941 was followed by landings on the Malayan Peninsula on the very next day, 8th of December. 3 days later, the Japanese sank the British battleship Repulse and the Prince of Wales in the South China Sea. Singapore fell on the 15th February 1942, and the British Eastern Fleet hastily withdrew from Singapore to Trincomalee in Ceylon. As a matter of interest, the British Eastern Fleet in 1942 consisted of 3 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, 7 cruisers, 16 destroyers, 7 submarines, and 100 aircraft. Despite the existence of this formidable force, the British garrison in Port Blair surrendered on 23rd of March 1942, and the Andaman Islands became the first piece of Indian territory to fall to the Japanese. Within a week, Japanese aircraft carriers struck Allied shipping and naval bases in Ceylon, as well as the cities of Madras, Cuddalore, Vizag, and Calcutta on India's east coast. Heavy losses were inflicted on merchant shipping and on warships. The carrier HMS Hermes was sunk off Trincomalee, and the Eastern Fleet was driven out of Ceylon to the Maldivian island of Gan. As a matter of interest, the wreckage of HMS Hermes still lies off Trincomalee, the favorite site for scuba divers. The end of World War II and approaching independence demanded an urgent strategic review of India's geopolitical situation and vital interests. Again, it was the far-sighted K.M. Panikkar who made a prophetic observation. He said that China intends to embark on a policy of large-scale naval expansion is clear enough. With her bases extending as far south as Hainan, China will be in an advantageous position. Prophetic indeed, considering this was said in 1942. Moving fast forward, 50 years ago, the Indian Navy was flooded in action in the 1971 war for the liberation of Bangladesh. We launched every conceivable maritime operation, from carrier operations to submarine warfare to anti-submarine warfare to special operations and so on. I'm sure you'll hear more about this glorious chapter from speakers that follow. But coming back, today, 1,000 years after the zenith of Chola Sea Power and 300 years after Kanoji Angre sailed the west coast in triumph, the Indian Ocean region is witnessing an Indian renaissance at sea. India's central position in the IOR, astride major shipping lanes, affords it both advantages and responsibilities. Jutting 1,000 kilometers into the ocean, the Indian Peninsula has a long coastline studded with ports and a vast exclusive economic zone, which is a repository of rich mineral and food resources. India's island territories, the Bay of Bengal as well as the Arabian Sea, are ideally located to dominate shipping lanes that run from Persian Gulf to Malacca Strait. The waters of the Indian Ocean see over 120,000 merchantmen in transit annually, carrying cargo worth over $1 trillion. Included in this is 95% of India's vital trade and energy traffic, making its national growth and prosperity highly dependent on the safety and security of sea lanes. In addition, let's not forget that there are 1,400 vessels of about 20 million tons that fly the Indian flag. There are also about 200,000 Indian sailors who serve on board foreign ships that ply in these waters. While we as Indians may convince ourselves that we have special rights and privileges in the only ocean that's named after a country, but many of our neighbors don't share this thought. Way back in the 1960s, President Sukarno of Indonesia took exception to this nomenclature and decided to rename the Indian Ocean as the Indonesian Ocean. They even produced nautical charts bearing this label before the idea was dropped. More recently, Beijing has declared that China no longer accepts that the Indian Ocean is an ocean of the Indians. And we agree. Because history shows that the ocean was named by the Arabs as Bahar al-Hind, which translates into Indian Ocean. We didn't name it. While we do not imagine that it belongs to India, we cannot afford to forget India has vital interests in the Indian Ocean, which it must safeguard. The fact that it has taken a border confrontation in the Himalayas to bring focus on India's maritime domain is indicative of two things. Firstly, that the salience of maritime power has not yet been fully understood by India's citizenry and the strategic elite. Secondly, it is at sea in the Indian Ocean that India is well placed to play its maritime cards via its very capable Indian Navy. India's favorable maritime geography, which I've already mentioned, enables the peninsula to dominate both the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. This geographical disposition highlights the advantages of the interior lines of communication on which our Navy will operate. As against, compare this to the 8 to 10,000 kilometer long exterior lines that separate Chinese naval bases from Indian ocean locations. Given that China is the world's largest trading nation and energy consumer, seaborne trade and energy imports constitute a vulnerable jugular vein, and any disruption or delay of shipping traffic would upset China's economy with consequent impact on industry and morale of its population. Ladies and gentlemen, as the speakers in this seminar take you through the fascinating history of the Indian Ocean region, do note the consequences of European maritime superiority and of our own weakness at sea, which led to their conquest and colonialism. and colonialism. In conclusion, therefore, I urge you to bear in mind three major lessons of our maritime past to which I wish to draw your attention. Firstly, our failure to record and learn from history. Few Indian historians have undertaken the dedicated research required for collation, authentication, and compilation of our maritime past. Reading of history will not only reawaken our domestic maritime consciousness, but also help us to learn from past mistakes and to develop a strong strategic culture. Secondly, notwithstanding India's ancient maritime glory, we have remained technologically backward. In the 15th century, it was European superiority in ship design, in navigational instruments, and weaponry that enabled them to colonize and enslave the East. Today, we are no doubt a major economic and military power, as well as a nuclear weapon state. But let us also note with regret that we are the second largest importer of arms worldwide. Finally, we who live around the Indian Ocean are heirs to a common ancient maritime heritage. But we became victims of colonialism because we failed to unite as an Indian Ocean community and to safeguard our interests against foreign powers. Even today, the level of regional trade and political and security interaction remains low. And we have invariably gone beyond the Indian Ocean to seek partners. So, as the largest Indian Ocean nation and economy, India must do its best to bind the Indian Ocean once again into a cohesive community. I close here, ladies and gentlemen, with warm wishes for the 8th Dilli seminar. I have no doubt that the proceedings will be interesting, informative, and enlightening. So sit back and enjoy the seminar. Thank you for your attention. Jai Hind. I have finished.
Thank you, sir, for setting the perspectives for the session to follow over the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we will take a short break. Proceedings will resume after 40 minutes. All officers and professors are requested to proceed for tea at the
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence with the first session of the day, Early Maritime Interactions and Relevance Today. It is often said, and not without reason, that a soldier remains one, even having hung the uniform that he once so proudly adorned. And to that end, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan will be chairing the first session constituting 3 papers. During his career spanning over 40 years, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan commanded several of the Indian Navy's frontline surface combatants, including the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He enjoyed untrammeled success as the Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff for Foreign Cooperation and Intelligence, the Chief of Staff of the Western Naval Command, and the Commandant of our very own Indian Naval Academy, Ezhimala. Since his retirement, he has published over 70 professional articles and papers in a large variety of Indian and foreign journals and magazines. His upcoming book, titled India's Maritime Strategy, which has been commissioned by the National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi, is presently in its final stages. Apart from being on the visiting faculty of the higher command establishments of all 3 defense services, and also tri-service establishments such as the College of Defense Management, Hyderabad, and the National Defense College, New Delhi. He has also been advising the government through the National Security Council Secretariat and the Joint Intelligence Committee. He enjoys international fame as an incisive strategic analyst and is a respected advisor and fellow of several important think tanks, including the Ananta Aspen Center, the Forum for Strategic and Security Studies, and the Center for Advanced Strategic and Security Studies. Sir, may I now request you to start the proceedings of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank
Sir,
you
I
very much.
request you to confirm the audio connectivity.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Seems to be a reasonable amount of lag. So I will try to speak somewhat further than my usual want. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be back at the Naval Academy, where the Navy is short, even though this opportunity comes only.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I request you to kindly turn off your YouTube.
I don't have it. It's possible that the mics on, and that might reduce.
Thank you, sir.
So I fear that.
Sir, please switch off the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
All right, I'm not very sure what happened, but anyway, I'm glad that the echo has vanished. And as I was saying, it's a singular pleasure and a privilege to be back at the Indian Naval Academy, where the Indian Navy is born. Oops, we seem to be back with the echo. Perhaps we could get some support at the stage. All right. It is clear to me that we're not here to really. I am like you, Mitch, to be able in the company of three distinguished intellects of our country, and I said that I will reserve any I have and some issue views till they have finished because we need to bite in rich intellectual fare that they are placing before us. One. Sorry guys, I'm just tech team. All right, can you hear me? We still have the same amount of echo, I'm afraid. So let me give it one more try.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
There is no echo, sir.
I can't hear you because my speaker is now turned off. So let me turn it on, and then I will listen to what you. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, there is no echo. We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Oh, okay. Great. So, thank you very much. So, as I was for the third time, it's a singular pleasure and an honor to be back at the INA already. It is also a telling fact that we are about to enjoy some really intellectual fare from three of our most prominent intellectual luminaries in the field of archaeology, in the field of history, and in the field of marine archaeology and maritime history, which is, of course, the central theme of this entire conference. So I'm going to reserve any views, comments, or presentation slides that I might have for the end, so that we can, without any further ado, simply bite into, as I said, this rich fare that is on promise from my very distinguished panelists. But let me first kick off by making some short introductory remarks about each of them. And let me start with the first panelist, that is first speaker, that is Dr. Shana Nanji, who is a double postgrad, having completed her master's first in English literature from Pune University and in ancient Indian history, culture, and archaeology from the Deccan College, Pune. She is a university topper in both these degrees and was the first recipient of the prestigious H.D. Chankalia Gold Medal. Her doctoral thesis, in fact, was granted or awarded by the Deccan College Pune and was published under the title Merchants and Mariners, a study of early medieval ceramics in India, with special reference to the Sanjan excavation. And this was published by no lesser a publishing house than the BAR in Oxford. And she has also authored a book on Buddhist sites in Gujarat, along with Professor K. Krishnan and Dr. Atusha Irani. So Dr. Nanji actually has a reputation that precedes her by several miles. She has worked extensively as a field archaeologist and a ceramics specialist on several sites in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Karnataka. She's presented her work and been invited to speak at several prestigious institutions and conferences in India and abroad. And her academic papers have been published in national and international journals and a whole series of edited volumes. She's based in Pune and works as an independent researcher, and her present research is a continuation of her work on early medieval port sites in the western seaboard of India and interactions across the Indian Ocean, as reflected in the archaeological record. Now, ceramics constitute a really major segment of the manner in which preserved archaeological artifacts are studied and are capable of generating answers to really one fundamental question that should engage all of us here. And that question is, was India and is India truly a blue water seafaring nation? Was it so in ancient times? Because it's certainly not so in the more modern period. Or were we merely a trading entrepot where people came in from other countries, brought their goods, took our wares back to their goods and back to their countries, and the available archaeological evidence of both money and goods, sort of hides the fact that we weren't, or were we, or is there better archaeological evidence? And really speaking, I'm hoping that Dr. Nanji's presentation will touch upon these really major issues because they lie at the core of our attempt to revisit the historiography of India, which is so heavily colonized, even 70 years after India's independence, that we still have a mildly apologetic view of our own history. And I'm delighted that the Commandant of the Indian Naval Academy, Admiral Humphrey Holly, and the Academy's faculty has managed to put this particular Dilli series on seminar together, the COVID and many other challenges notwithstanding. So while I'm sure I express our collective gratitude to the Commandant and our delight at seeing quite so many of the INA faculty and the INA cadets and midshipmen and sub-lieutenants all present in this magnificent hall today. I also feel very proud to have played one small role in the development of the Academy and in its ability to now attract talent of this particular magnitude and nature. So, I've spoken enough for the time being, and I've kept you long enough away from Dr. Rukhsana Nanji. So, Dr. Nanji, the floor is now yours.
Well, let me start by thanking you for such wonderful words, such kind words about me. And I hope that the promise of my paper holds is actually delivered. But without much ado, I'd like to first express my thanks to Vice Admiral M.A. Humphrey Holly, Rear Admiral K.S. Noor, Rear Admiral A.N. Pramod, and of course to yourself for being the moderator of this session. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, if I could request you to please start with my presentation, then perhaps we can get on with what this morning has to offer. The theme of this session this morning is particularly close to my heart. Because when we talk of ancient maritime wisdom or linkages in the Indian Ocean, we have relied very heavily on the information we have received by historians outside of India. And I think it's time that we wrote our own history. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, of course, is the very famous poem by Coleridge. And while we may not always know who were the first sailors of the Indian Ocean, we certainly can try to understand our history. The Indian Ocean, spanning all the way from the East African coast all the way down to Southeast Asia, is one of those seas that has perhaps the longest history of all time. And it is a recorded history. This is a littoral region which is extremely rich, both in its natural resources as well as in its cultural resources. And I think it's time that we acknowledge that India jutting out into the Indian Ocean is perhaps one of the best locations to study this history. And yet, unfortunately, it has only received attention in the very recent past. The history of the Indian Ocean cannot start without really talking about connections through prehistory. But I will restrict myself to the Bronze Age and we will approach it up to the early medieval period. My interaction with this part of history started with my career in archaeology. The very first site that I went to as a rookie archaeologist was a site called Kuntasi in Gujarat, excavated by the eminent archaeologist Professor Dhavlikar, and I will be ever grateful to that. Kuntasi was an eye-opener. And Kuntasi was an eye-opener because not only was it a Harappan site, which belonged to the Indus Valley civilization, but it was much more than that. It was a trading port located, if I may point it out to you, in the Gulf, at the head of the Gulf of Kutch. This site suddenly opened up the possibilities that not only were the Harappans a great civilization because they stretched all the way from Afghanistan to Maharashtra, not only because they had wonderful cities and large urban settlements, but because they were able to sail the seas and they were able to trade abroad. Now, this part of history perhaps needs to be looked at with a little more clarity. The discovery of inscribed tablets in Mesopotamia mention three important regions of the Indian Ocean where trade was at its peak in the 3rd millennium BCE. And these three areas are mentioned as Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha. The Indus Valley civilization area is usually associated and identified with the Meluha region. Dilmun would perhaps be identifiable with this part of the Arabian Peninsula, and Magan with the Oman. Two types of sailing were possible, certainly one along the coastal routes and one which was transoceanic. And yet little is known about how the Harappans actually did sail the seas, if we are to believe Western historians who say that we had no idea about the monsoon winds until the coming of the Greeks. I think this is one notion that needs to be dispelled with right away, because the Harappans showed an immense knowledge of the sea. When we start talking about ancient maritime wisdom, perhaps we need to start at this point when we realize that the trade between both these regions would have only been possible if people knew about the winds, knew about the seasons, knew about the nature of the ocean itself, and they had seaworthy crafts, none of which can be acquired overnight. All of this wisdom is homegrown over years and years of experience sailing. What were the reasons why people from Meluha would sail all the way across the ocean to Dilmun and Magan? Well, one of the main reasons would be trade. And what were they trading? So the first thing is that we must remember the hinterland of India, which is rich with resources, provided ivory, carnelian, agate, and timber, most importantly, timber for construction of ships and construction of all kinds of buildings and structures, copper, shells, cotton, and various rich goods, much in demand in the Persian Gulf region. I have used three sites for briefly illustrating the fact that the Harappans not only knew all about sailing and all about the seas, but that they were well equipped to build fortified settlements along the coast both of Gujarat and Makran. And these fortified cities and settlements contained workshops, lapidary workshops, workshops for shell working, workshops for perhaps harvesting resources from the sea, and a collection and storage facility for all the material that was coming in from the hinterland. This material was then shipped out. Of course, the most celebrated of sites, and perhaps the best known, is Lothal, which is in the Gulf of Cambay. And while the jury is still out whether the dockyard was really a dockyard, it is known as the first known port of the ancient world. Most of these Harappan cities followed not the citadel and lower town pattern, but a two-structured pattern where you had the inner town or the core area, which was the manufacturing and the important area. And then you had the other peripheral areas where you had workshops and you had all kinds of manufacturing structures. The excavated site of Lothal provided lots and lots of information, structures, artifacts, and some little clay models of boats, depictions on seals, depictions on all kinds of little artifacts such as potsherds with scratchings of boats, and paintings on pottery as well. Unfortunately, not all of these have survived. Some of these tiny little artifacts have, in fact, now been lost. A couple of potsherds with etchings, a couple of very important seals from the Kutch area with ships on them have now gone missing. Dholavira is probably one of the largest settlements of the entire Harappan civilization. It lies in the run of Kutch and is staggering at its scale. It's flanked by two rivers and follows the same pattern of a square fortification. It has a huge a very large number of structures, some of the best drainage system, best town planning, and not surprisingly, Dr. Dhavlikar said that after the Harappans, India has never seen really planned cities, a sad truth that we who live in cities today have to testify to. Excavations at Dholavira have gone on for several years, and many wonderful aspects of how port cities functioned can actually be seen on the ground. The museum at Dholavira is perhaps one of the better facilities to learn about this. One of the highlights of the excavations at Harappan site of Dholavira was the signpost, which was found inlays that have still survived, although perhaps the wooden post on which, or the wooden board on which it was done, is now lost. the big deterrent to studying Harappan maritime history, just as it is in studying any Harappan history really, is the fact that Harappan script has never been deciphered, and so we really don't know what they are writing. Untasi, when we excavated the site, before we excavated the site, looked something like this. Again, it is at the head of the Gulf of Kutch, known locally as the Bibi no Timbo. It had a stone-built wharf, platforms for loading and unloading goods, gateways and ramps in the east leading from the river to the township. Today, of course, the sea is about 5 kilometers away. But at this site, we found thousands and thousands of beads, both agate and carnelian. And I may tell you that carnelian is perhaps one of the specialities of Khambat and of the Gujarat Harappan. The barrel-shaped beads, the etched carnelian beads were in great demand, not only all over the subcontinent, and certainly in the Harappan world, but also in Magan and Dilmun. They have been recorded from there. The question is, if people were sailing from here to all the way across the ocean, in what kinds of boats were they or ships were they actually traveling? The only information we have comes to us from these etchings and carvings, and sometimes from the Harappan seals. The Harappan seals show us details of ships and crafts. For a very long time, Mackay, Ratnakar, and other scholars thought of these as reed boats. Whereas scholars and underwater archaeologists and maritime archaeologists like Alok Tripathi disagree with this and believe that they were boats built of sturdy timber and timber planks, for the simple reason, as he argues, if we were exporting timber to Dilmun and Magan for constructing their ships, it does not seem logical that we would build boats out of reeds ourselves. Also, he interprets the markings on these seals as planks and frames, not as indicative of reeds. Harappan pottery, Harappan beads, seals, weights and measures are known very well. And these have been found in Magan and in the Dilmun regions, that is in excavations in Oman and in the Persian Gulf. And in fact, there are quarters which are supposed to have been occupied by Indians who had settled there. Anchor stones are another piece of evidence that tells us that these were port sites and that these sites were actually occupied by sailing communities. When we come to the early historical period, we are a little more clear about the sailing traditions that have been in play. While the sailing from Harappan times has been continuous, it is during the early Harappan time, it is during the early historical period, really, that trade picks up amazingly with the Romans and the Greeks. But other than the Romans and the Greeks, it would be prudent at this point to say that there were many, many events happening in India that were pushing maritime trade from our own coasts outwards. The first was the rich resources and the establishment of large imperial dynasties within the subcontinent. Dynasties like the Nandas and the Mauryas, and later with the Shungas and the Guptas. Here you have, at this time, a trade network that crisscrosses the entire subcontinent, bringing produce from the hinterland down to the ports, down to the seacoast. This is also the time when two of the major religions, Buddhism and Jainism, emerge. Hinduism, which for many, many years was believed to have been one of the reasons why Indians did not venture abroad across the seas, because it was supposed to be against their religious tenets. This is an idea that lies in shambles, because not only during this time do we find the Hindu traders and travelers moving to Southeast Asia, but we also have Buddhism traveling across the seas, both to Sri Lanka, to Southeast Asia, and putting down roots over there. So to the repertoire of all the riches from the subcontinent that were going out, we can now add religion as one of them. Some of the important ports, this is a rudimentary map which tells you some of the important ports which were functioning at the time. Certainly Bharuch on the west coast, Sopara, and several ports which are not marked quite over there, but which were functioning certainly at the time. You will see it in other maps. And on the east coast, we have ports like Arikamedu, or you had Nagapattanam, you had Tamralipti, and you had, of course, Masulipatnam and Shishupalgarh. All of these ports were connected both to the hinterland and looking outwards across the Indian Ocean. To the west, of course, it was with the Roman world, and a world that has not received as much attention, perhaps, the Persian world. On the east, of course, it was the Southeast Asian countries. And we have trade routes that are marked by the caves, the Buddhist caves, the Hindu caves, and depictions there. Paintings in the caves of ships and boats, all of these tell us about the sailing practices of the time. Here we see well-built boats, sometimes containing 700 to 800 people, sometimes more. And then in the first few centuries of the Christian era, you have the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, you have geography of Ptolemy, and other works like this, which give us far more details than we would have expected. At this time, we also find the arrival of Christianity to India on sailing ships that came from the West. And then, more importantly, we are told that that St. Thomas sailed to Southeast Asia to spread Christianity. Unfortunately, details of the ships on which he sailed are not quite known to us. But Cosmos then gives us more information about the ports that are functioning at the time. In the early medieval period, we see the arrival of Islam. We see a spread, an unprecedented spread of trade and travel across the length and breadth from Africa all the way to China. And India is a halfway house playing not only host, but also a stopgap for ships traveling the ocean. At this time, you find evidence, archaeological evidence, by way of Chinese porcelains or Indian glazed, the West Asian glazed wares, or Indian pottery, and some of the Kambat tombstones in the later centuries, which are spread across this entire region. A lot of these trade routes are old trade routes which were followed up and used subsequently. Traditional knowledge continued to be used for both navigation as well as sailing. The Chola naval expedition, of course, requires very little explanation or details. If we need to witness any living proof that we still have these traditions alive, I would suggest a visit down to Mandvi, where you can actually see dhows still being constructed in exactly the same way as they were perhaps for centuries. we still have records, as in the Malamni Pothis, which speak of navigation by the stars, observations of the sea, observations of the sky. And sometimes, even more interestingly, you find echoes in history. For example, you have mention of the Dishakaka, or the birds, the homing birds, which found land for sailors on Harappan seals. They are depicted on either side of the cabin in this particular seal. And when you read the texts of the Malamni Pothis and you read the texts of other sailors or the Jataka tales, you'll find these same birds mentioned there. With this kind of short voyage through the chronology of the Indian Ocean, and I hope that it has at least given you a glimpse of what the Indian Ocean holds, I end my talk and hope that we will have a more fruitful discussion at the end of this session. Thank you very much. I thank you for a very patient hearing.
No, thank you, ma'am. The presentation was simply riveting, and I rather think that we needed to provide you with many multiples of the time that we did, but we are unfortunately pressed for time simply by the surfeit of intellectual riches that we have, and your foray into ancient maritime wisdom and maritime linkages of India has only whetted our appetite for the next talk, which is by Professor Suchandra Ghosh, and she will talk to us about early maritime Silk Route socio-economic, cultural, and military, as well as religious dimensions. And I think that there are some particular prefaces that need to be made here. One of them is the fact that she is going to dwell upon the issue of very interesting social nearness rather than social distance being the driver for the establishment of Indian civilizational or Indian cultural linkages. As you, many of the audience members and the commandant I know personally is aware, Project Mosam, of which both our speakers will be, both our remaining speakers will be touching upon, is different from the regular construct in one's mind, because all the four major religions of West Asia and India traveled eastwards on these monsoon winds, and while the nomenclature of the maritime Silk Route may well seek to reverse that direction, but actually the rich cultural heritage of Hinduism and Buddhism and Christianity and Islam and the massive cultural impact that they had all moved west to east. And therefore, it is only fitting that Dr. Ghosh will try and focus her attention on the Bay of Bengal, either side of the Bay of Bengal, the littorals of Myanmar and Thailand to our east, and of course, Bangladesh, what is now Bangladesh, and India to the west. So, without any further ado, may I yield the floor with considerable anticipation of intellectual delight to Professor Suchandra Ghosh. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan. Thanking the organizers of this wonderful webinar, and to you for accepting to chair the session, my co-panelists, Professor Himanshu Prabhare and Dr. Rukshana Nanji. The theme which you mentioned was a broad theme which was suggested to me, but I have changed my focus, and I'm talking more on the convergence and of the tracing the areas of convergence in and around the maritime Silk Routes. I have a presentation, so let me directly go to that. Can you see the presentation? Hello? Can you all see the presentation? Are you able to see this presentation?
No, ma'am, the presentation is not visible yet.
I don't know why.
Ma'am, only your screen is visible.
Okay. Now?
Yes, ma'am, I request you to put the presentation in slide share mode.
Okay, sure. Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you very much. But I don't know why this echo is happening. So as you can see from the title of the presentation, there was this idea of maritime silk routes, and I have put a question mark on that because the notion of whether silk was the predominant commodity, it's a perception. And as Tanshin Shen rightly argued, that silk trade, that there was this perception that silk trade dominated this route too. But on the contrary, we do not have evidence of silk being a major item of trade. Ceramics, stones, beads, spices, resins, wood, etc. dominated the routes. It was an interconnected network of sea routes, riverine routes, and coastal routes. It was like when we look at the routes, we find that the routes definitely emerged as a channel of trade and exchange between regions of China, Southeast Asia, South Asia, West Asia, and Africa, as is evident from the map that you can see. The route also helped in the early spread of Brahmanical religion and Buddhism to the east. So in this presentation, I will focus on the interactions between the eastern seaboard of India with peninsular Thailand and regions of maritime Southeast Asia. Interactions with Southeast Asia have been viewed by scholars largely in the context of Indianization, localization, and convergence. Herman Kulke's thesis of looking at convergence on both sides of the Bay of Bengal seems to be more acceptable as he emphasizes that it was not social distance but social nearness that was the crucial factor in selecting and adopting certain Indian cultural elements in Southeast Asia. Kulke argues that Sanskrit inscriptions, Hindu temples, social stratification, and the spread of intensive wet rice agriculture appeared simultaneously in various regions of South and Southeast Asia at roughly the same time. These were largely to be the markers of Indianization. Similar processes of state formation could be seen on both sides of the bay. This nearness was obviously made possible by all kinds of connectivity between the regions. Moreover, as a significant case of concurrence and nearly simultaneous development on both sides of the bay, he draws our attention to the emergence of freestanding temples on both sides from around the 7th century CE, which had a regional orientation, albeit with a broad similarity in architectural style with India. So, largely speaking, Kulke's thesis rather implicitly argues in favor of the existence of a Bay of Bengal community which adhered to certain common traditions and cultural practices with more space for indigenous initiative and was part of the same historical development. I wish to explore further this premise of convergence in and around the maritime routes from a few aspects like circulation of ceramics, connected history of the ports across the bay, movement of a Buddhist ritual object like Care Tablet in regions across the Bay of Bengal, early Bengal, and southern Thailand and southern Myanmar, to be more specific, and to understand the space like the Isthmus of Kra, which was a transnational space coveted by powers both from the west and the east, and a region with complex interaction of human factors in the pre-modern world. The time frame that I shall focus on would be from the 7th century CE to 13th century CE for the rest of the things that I'm talking about, but for ceramics, of course, it goes much earlier. Pots and pans, which are integral to our everyday life, and a very important trading item can be a good example to start with. We are aware that a few shipwrecks occurred in the Java Sea in about 9th and 10th centuries. Among these, three are very famous: the Belitung shipwreck, the Intan shipwreck, and the Cirebon shipwreck. We'll come to that later on in our presentation. In the case of Belitung shipwreck, we have seen how the bulk of the cargo consisted of ceramics, Chinese ceramics made in the kilns at Changsha. Over 60,000 such bowls were acquired and carefully packed in large storage jars. So, presence of bulk ceramics in a trading ship plying across the maritime routes reinforces their importance as trade goods. These are also significant for exploring mobility of people and patterns of exchange that connected areas on both sides of the bay. Pots could be transshipped only for their own specific demand, and it would also be sent filled with trade goods to be sold, exchanged in a particular market, or it could come as personal object or ritual vessel of a traveler. With the explorations and excavations of new archaeological sites in both South and Southeast Asia, it can be said that some ceramic types, which include fine related ware and a few other forms in identical fabrics. In fact, related ware, the commonness of that related ware were found in the eastern coast has been talked about long time back, and it was Professor Ray who also drew our attention to this. Then we have the knobbed vessels, and which are the known Indian ceramics found in Southeast Asia. The carved paddle impressed pottery reported from the coastal sites of South India owes its origin to regions of Southeast Asia, and according to Selva Kumar, this technique reached India through or during more than one spatial and temporal context, and probably developed independently in certain regions. The presence of this kind of pottery in the coastal segments of South India indicates that they were part of the Bay of Bengal interaction sphere. Connected history of the ports can also be seen, be a good example to understand convergence. So here there are quite a number of ports in the east coast, as you can see from the map, but the focus here will be on the port of Samandar, located in Chittagong, Bangladesh, and which was known as Horikelo in the ancient times. We have reference to Horikelo in the coins, on the coins of the region, and also in the inscriptions. I've discussed elsewhere the vibrant economic network of this port. However, the cultural network was also momentous, which could be seen in adaptation of sculptural styles, paintings, etc. of Horikelo in eastern Java, Peninsular Thailand, and Myanmar. The port of Samandar in Horikelo, being the only port in the vicinity, had a vast hinterland in the Ganga Valley and the Brahmaputra Valley. People from Southeast Asia visited these areas or vice versa, had the only option to use the port for the journey across Bay of Bengal, as after 8th century we have no reference to the port of Tamralipta, which was once the premier port, much evidenced by the writings of Chinese Brahmin Buddhist monks from which one could embark on a journey to Southeast Asia. In the first half of the 9th century, Srivijaya sent a mission to the Pala court in Bengal in a move to expand the Srivijayan network. Western Bengal did not have any port at that time, so it must have been the port of Samandar through which the network was to connect. Here, to get some idea on the connected history of Horikelo, I will draw upon two verses from a text which is known as Arya Manjusri Mulakalpa. It is a Sanskrit tantric text datable to around the 8th century CE, which talks about Horikelo, which is identified, as I mentioned, Chittagong, Karmaranga with Arakan, and Kalasapura with Martaban, and together thereby indicating a kind of connection between the regions. There are two shlokas which I am referring to, and in these two shlokas we find that the regions of Vanga, Shamatata, Horikela, Karmaranga, Kalasa are spelled out in the same breath. Then again there is one sloka where we find that they're mentioning of Tara, and it is said that the goddess Tara is worshipped in Horikela, Karmaranga, Kamrupa, and the city called Kalasha. Now, a reading of these two shlokas bring home clearly that Kamarupa, which was, of course, ancient Assam, and the Horikelo Chittagong, and Karmaranga Arakan, and Kalasa Martaban are connected. Now, Kamarupa was an important hinterland of the port of Samandar and Harikela, while Arakan and Martaban were important forelands. Connected history of Arakan and Harikela could be studied from both coins and epigraphs too. But this locus also brings in the connection between Chittagong and the port of Martaban, presently Motamma on the west bank of the Thanluin River, which was once an entrepot of international repute. If you look at this map, actually, Cox's Bazar is a very important site in Bangladesh, in present Chittagong area. So here is the port of Samandar, and then we come to the Arakan coast, Sittwe, Rakhine, and then there is this coastal network which goes further down to the regions of Myanmar or Lower Myanmar. I was talking of Martaban, and the city of Martaban has been identified by P. Pellior and G. H. Lewis as Kalasapura, the city of ports, mentioned in the 11th century text Katha Sarita Sagara as a coastal town of Suvarnadipa. One may note that Martaban is famous for its ceramic tradition, particularly the jars known as Kalasha in Sanskrit. Martaban, as an important port in southern Myanmar, developed, and the nature of the ceramics produced in the area gave the Martaban jar its name. Martaban jars are, however, very difficult to date because they were made for around 1,000 years with minor variations. And even if you go now, you will find that in different areas, for example, regions near Shwebo in upper Myanmar, you have potters still making it. The interesting point is that these Martaban jars were very useful for storing condiments, water, alcohol, oil, opium, etc., while on a long and arduous journey. And we find that this name, Martaban, where the pots were finally made, came to denote the pots themselves. Thus, in 1315 CE, Ibn Battuta mentioned that a princess of Kailukari, it must be in Southeast Asia, but the place is not identified, gave him 4 martabans or huge jars filled with ginger, pepper, lemons, and mangoes, all of them salted, prepared for sea voyages, unquote. This is narrated in the section where Ibn Battuta describes his travels from India to Sumatra and Java. Thus, the geographical setting is Southeast Asia. This evidence clearly indicates the utility of these jars for long-distance trade network. Now, the textual references and travel tales of Ibn Battuta points towards a connected history of the ports in the Bay of Bengal. The 2 verses from the text are clear indicators of the socio-cultural nearness which was possible within a Buddhist ecumen where Tara was propitiated. Convergence could also be seen from the circulation of clay tablets which carried images of Buddha and Bodhisattvas at times. Among these ritual objects and at times used also as a talisman. Among the Bodhisattvas, the representation of Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara could be seen in large number on the clay tablets from both South and Southeast Asia. He was very popular across the bay, not only for his compassionate activities, but also for his role as a protector from oceanic voyages. Attention to the relation between Buddhism and maritime linkages was drawn by Professor Ray, Himanshu Ray, as early as 1994. Avalokiteshvara's compassionate and protective qualities emerge clearly in Buddhist texts such as the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra. Of the various categories of Avalokiteshvara images, one is the pensive Avalokiteshvara. Here, the Avalokiteshvara seems to be in the pensive. This is with Avalokiteshvara. I'm showing the image of Tara also because she also has that Ashtamaha Bodhisattva quality, and where you have she as the protector of from the sea shipwrecks. Now, when we look at these clay tablets, we find that the Avalokiteshvara here is represented in a pensive mode. And this is an oval-shaped tablet datable to 9th century from Nalanda and housed in the Ashutosh Museum, Kolkata, the one on the right. We find that it bears an iconographical composition which shows a figure of Avalokiteshvara seated in Maharaja Leela posture on a lotus with 6 arms. Now, a contemporary, if we look at another tablet, this is the contemporary tablet from Yala, Peninsula, Thailand, is almost similar to the one from Nalanda, except that it is 4-handed and its upper right hand holds a rosary. Now, another interesting feature of this tablet is the attempt to make a ream with the folds, and you can see this is from perhaps from Eastern India in general, but perhaps from Southeastern Bengal. So these kind of reams were tried to be emulated, though albeit it is very crude. And some of the molded, because we find them in some of the molded tablets from Nalanda or contemporary southwest eastern Bengal sites. Thus, this could be a case where different models were seen, but the craftsman was not an expert, and in this case could not emulate the original icon properly. But there are many such examples where ideas got translated as a result of network of exchanges across the Buddhist world. In case of maritime routes, another case could be to explore the strong connection between Javanese bronze and bronzes from southeastern Bangladesh during the 9th century CE. Now, bronzes from southeastern Bengal were imported to Java. Bengal was at first the source of inspiration, but Javanese bronze masters also copied them. But with a short space of time, icons with indigenous Javanese elements predominated. A contemporary pensive bronze Avalokiteshwara with two heads is housed in this is the Rango Varsito Museum from where this has been found, is housed there. So if this bronze deity seemingly has a strong Palo influence, if we look at the face, we find the feature is very prominent. So the other one is from the Radya Pustaka Museum, Surakarta, and this belongs to it's a very closely similar to the one that we find from Jewari. So
Ma'am,
this
ma'am,
sorry.
may I
Yes.
the presentation to a close in the next couple of minutes?
Yeah.
We are running out of time.
Okay, so I was given 20 minutes. How much time do I have?
You have about 3 or 4 minutes left, ma'am.
Okay, I'll be very fast. So now the next area where I would like to focus upon is the space called the Isthmus of Kra, which was a transnational space and where we have a lot of interaction, the evidences of interaction, and it became a very viable maritime trading zone. So this region actually saw interactions between different areas, and particularly with southeastern Bangladesh, because these areas are where we have the production of tin, and tin could have been exported to southeastern Bangladesh, which did not produce tin but had a very strong tradition of producing metal objects. So then finally, I will, since I don't have the time, let me come back to the shipwreck again. And so Tales of Shipwreck has, as I have mentioned earlier also, that Tales of Shipwreck had always caught the imagination of the people. And we have, apart from that shipwreck in Belitung, which I showed, was just not directly connected with this region, but it is Chiribon and Intan Shipwreck, which from where we have received a lot of objects which are related to the ritual objects associated with Mahayana Buddhism. And the excavator of the Intan shipwreck, Michael Flaker, he thinks that since Bengal, like Java, had no tin, seafarers could have previously transported tin to Bengal, where local artisans made the icons and then shipped this to Java. But I feel it is not Bengal in general, but we have to very specifically talk of the southeastern Bengal, because as I mentioned, the Chittagong area had a hoard of miniature bronze Buddhas and stupas which were found. So if you can see this, the connected history, you can see this was the Vajraga from the Chiribon shipwreck, and this is from Jivuri, which has a very strong similarity. Now, while concluding at the end, I would like to say that through the prism of this apparently dispersed and diverse set of sources, we can say that there were different avenues in which the theory of convergence, which includes social circulation, could work, and mutual processes linked both sides of the Bay of Bengal. The parallel historical processes encouraged the transference and assimilation of cultural elements along the maritime routes. Buddhist linkages through maritime networks endured for a longer time. I've already demonstrated that portable artifacts such as clay tablets and bronze icons were carriers of iconographic formula across South and Southeast Asia. Illustrated manuscripts were also carriers of art and architectural forms across long distances. There were many traveling narratives like the stories from the Jatakas, Avadanas, and the epics which touched the heart and imagination of the people of Southeast Asia. So now we find that these traditions and there were such crossings, and crossings have also shaped and the creation of different kinds of artifacts and the literature, for example, the Ramayanas. And so these crossings, in the literal sense of the term, were indeed facilitated by the maritime routes between India and Southeast Asia. And in the present scenario, we find that these past linkages has an enabling effect when the countries of Southeast Asia discuss issues among the different countries with South Asia. And so this might help us to act as a soft power when we discuss important contemporary issues. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think you're muted.
Thank you very much indeed for a fascinating presentation, and I apologize publicly for having to rush you a little bit, quite a little bit. My apologies.
Yeah.
But we, as I said, are unfortunately, faced with this surfeit of riches, and you can see, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, whether physical or virtual, the reason why the University of Hyderabad's Department of History is so envied because of the presence as a professor in that department of Professor Suchandra Ghosh. And she is, of course, a doyen of maritime issues, of historical facets of our country and its hoary past, and has been, her accolades are so many that if I were to try and go through them even by way of epilogue, I'm afraid I will eat completely into the time allotted to Professor Himanshu Ray. And that, for those of you who know Professor Ray, is a Rubicon that we dare not cross. So the comments made about shipwrecks by Professor Ghosh afford us almost a perfect segue into the comments to be made into the presentation to be made by Professor Himanshu Ray, because her presentation is going to dwell upon shipwrecks and underwater archaeology and the lessons from the past. And having attended one of the UNICEF presentations with her, I am fully aware of the depth and the passion with which she approaches the subject. And as you've seen from from both our preceding speakers, references have been made to Dr. Ray and her works over the years. So shipwrecks, underwater archaeology, the lacunae, the superficiality of much of our research, etc., are what you're in for. And I have great delight, therefore, in very briefly mentioning some of her very large number of achievements. So she's an author, she's a historian, she's affiliated to the Oxford Center for Hindu Studies at Oxford. She's a doctor of historical studies of great renown. She's addressed and embellished the many splendors of the Jawaharlal Nehru University. She's taught there. She was appointed as the first chairperson of the newly established National Monuments Authority in the Ministry of Culture between 2014 and 19. She was awarded the prestigious 5-year Annelies Meyer Fellowship at the Humboldt Foundation in Germany, and has in fact also been an honorary professor at the Distant Worlds Graduate School at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. So once again, like the other two luminaries whom we've heard, were I to go down her biodata, it would be simply too time consuming for the amount of time that I want us all to be able to listen to her. So Professor Ray, without any further ado, may I yield the floor to you?
Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Chauhan. I am very grateful to the Commandant of the Indian Naval Academy and also to the INA team who've worked very hard to make this possible. And I'm grateful to both my panelists who have done the work for me and have sort of really brought it up to shipwrecks, which is where I will take it up. And I would indeed be very delighted. I'm hoping that some of our cadets who are listening on to this, if I can get them interested in shipwrecks and shipwreck archaeology. So that is really my ultimate agenda and my goal. And as Vice Admiral Chauhan has already said, I normally don't approach the subject in a very celebratory mood. So please do forgive me if what I say is harsh and is very different from my two panelists who have spoken before me. So let me start by sharing my screen. And as has been pointed out, what I would like to do is to talk about shipwrecks, and I hope my screen sharing has happened. I'm not sure on this. So I'm going to, not yet.
But do go ahead and
Sorry
I'm
to
sure.
interrupt you, ma'am. I request you to please check the audio connectivity.
But do go.
Check the audio connectivity. Okay. Sorry. Is it any? I'm not sure.
We can hear you now, ma'am.
But can you see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am. Your presentation is
Not yet.
visible,
Okay,
ma'am.
not
I
yet.
request you
Okay.
to share it again.
No, I shall try again. Or can you project it from your side? Okay, while we get the screen sharing sorted out, let me say that my objectives today are twofold. One is that I would like to draw your attention to underwater archaeology and what are the challenges ahead of us. I'm not sure if the first slide is on, but my first slide is lessons from the past, shipwrecks and underwater archaeology. And the picture that you see on your right.
Yes, ma'am. Your slides are visible, ma'am. The presentation is online.
Okay, thanks. So the picture that you see on your right is cultural artifact from China's oldest shipwreck, which is Nanhai 1 and is dated to the 10th century. So the question that I'm asking is, where are we in terms of underwater archaeology with reference to Southeast Asia or with reference to China? And should it really matter to us? So these are my objectives. The development of underwater archaeology in India, the challenges that we face, and the strategic dimension of the underwater maritime archaeology in the present. So the point I'm raising is, and this is the point which Vice Admiral Chauhan started with, are we looking only at history and heritage? Or does it have a strategic dimension? And I would like to argue that it does have a strategic dimension. He mentioned Project Mossam, which I will not talk about, but I will go to other issues. I have a question for the coordinator. Do I need to do full screen or are you sharing it from your side? Okay, I'm not sure where we are going with this, but anyway. So
ma'am, we are sharing your PPT from our side.
Oh, you're showing it from your.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So do I need to say next slide, please? I think
Yes,
you need to.
Yes, ma'am. It would be good if you prompt us, ma'am.
Okay. So, if we are looking at the challenges of maritime archaeology and underwater archaeology, let me start by saying that we started on this in 1981 when a marine archaeology center was set up at the National Institute of Oceanography in Goa by Dr. S.R. Rao, who was an archaeologist, very well regarded, and many of the sites that the underwater structures and submerged structures that we know, both in Gujarat and on the Tamil coast, are really thanks to him and his setting up this institute in Goa. So what do we have now in terms of underwater archaeology as of now? I have said that in 1981, the National Institute of Oceanography was set up at Goa. But in terms of excavated wrecks, how many do we have? Unfortunately, we have only two. One was excavated in 1990 and the other in 2001. The next slide, please. And that is, I think, a big issue that we need to overcome. The 1990 wreck was discovered not very far from where you are, south of Cochin, at Kadakarapalli, which was a coastal boat. You see that on your screen. It's a 10th century wreck, and this was excavated not by the NIO, but by the Tamil University and also by foreign teams. The next slide, please. And this was really for coastal travel. The second wreck that I would like to talk about is the 2001 wreck, which was a collaboration between the Indian Navy and the Archaeological Survey of India. And this was a wreck which was discovered at Bangaram Island. It was a joint program, but this is an 18th century shipwreck. So if we are looking at shipwrecks, and if we are looking at how did people travel before, I mean, for all the trade and the riches that we've heard, where are the ships? Yes, we know it from illustrations, but do we actually know where these ships are? And is that the state of the field? And should we be doing something about it? So this shipwreck, the Bangaram shipwreck, like I said, is an East India Company ship, 18th century. And so it doesn't tell us very much about what was happening in the past. The 10th century shipwreck was in coastal waters, so was going along the coast, and doesn't tell us very much about the sailing across the ocean, as our chairperson talked about. Next slide, please. So now, if we are to compare ourselves with the rest of the world, let me not go to the rest of the world. Let me just talk about Southeast Asia and South China in the 20 minutes or less than that I have. So we have a near total absence of shipwreck sites in Indian waters. But Southeast Asia and China have developed underwater archaeology in a big way. And there are more than 100 wreck sites which have been discovered in Southeast Asian waters and South China Sea since 1970s. So certainly they have had a head start, fine, but not too bad. We started in 1980. So I think we need to do something about shipwreck sites. And I argue that this is very necessary if we are looking at the strategic dimension of maritime activity. And today, if you read the literature, and if you read the way in which, and I will come to that in a moment, the way in which current historiography talks about shipwrecks, it takes it up as an important marker of a country's dominance of the seas in the past. So I am saying that our absence of shipwrecks is detrimental to our future and the way in which we see our past, our maritime past, for future strategic development. And I know that in the audience, there are people far more competent than me, so do forgive me if I have said something wrong. Next slide, please. Now, the question arises, fine, so there's underwater cultural heritage, which talks about the way in which boats were built in the past, the way in which they traveled, and so on and so forth. does it really have a relevance, as I'm claiming, for strategic purposes? Or is this only for tourism? And the picture that you see on your screen is from the Indian coastline, from near Goa. And as a lot of you possibly know, scuba diving and underwater diving is becoming very fashionable and also is being promoted as a tourist activity. So the question then that we need to ask ourselves, is that adequate? And is that what we should be focusing on? Or have shipwrecks been used for answering other kinds of questions when it comes to the present? So really, how do we establish the strategic purposes for which we need more shipwrecks, not just the two that we already have? Next slide, please. So the next slide, please. Yeah. So let me go very briefly to a space which is beyond Southeast Asia, to the South China Sea. And this is a space which I'm sure all of you are familiar with. It is in the news almost every third day. And it has enormous strategic importance, but it is also a space dotted with islands. So the South China Sea, for example, has about 250 small islands, shoals, reefs, and sandbars. And what I would like to also highlight is that most of these are uninhabited. So we are not looking at communities on these islands. We are looking at uninhabited islands. And you see the Spratly group of islands in the middle, the largest square that you see on your screen. You also see that this is a very busy shipping lane. It is not a lane which we can deal with easily, because there are many partners, as all of you are more than me familiar with. And so the strategic importance of the South China Sea is indeed enormous. And the strategic importance of archaeology, of what is found on these islands, which are uninhabited, is really the crux of the matter. Next slide, please. So here you see a sort of more expanded version of the Spratly group of islands. This group of islands, no doubt, it was known to navigators and travelers long before the British mapped it. So indeed, what they did was they mapped it. They did not discover it. Though today, when we read secondary literature, we are told that it was really Captain Richard Spratly who discovered the islands in 1843. He did no such thing. He really mapped them. Today, these islands are claimed, and you can see the legend on the screen. These islands are claimed by 6 countries, right? So it's China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. All the countries in the region claim these islands. And we also know from archival sources and from archaeology that, as I have said before, these islands were uninhabited. They were certainly used. They were used by the fishing communities, but they were used for seasonal fishing. So there was no permanent settlement on these islands. So please bear that in mind, that there are 6 claimants, all very powerful countries. And of course, China leads them beyond, leads them in all respects, but also the fact that these were uninhabited. So where does archaeology come into this? Where does all of this lead me when I'm talking about underwater archaeology? Next slide, please. Archaeology certainly has been used as an aid to foster and to promote political interests, geopolitical strategies. And this has been done I'm not talking about today. I mean, this has been done from the time of the colonial period, from the 19th and 20th century, and that's another topic for discussion. But let's also be very clear that underwater archaeology becomes a big aid for geopolitics in the region. It has become, and it is increasingly becoming more complex. So I mentioned that China, they have an active underwater archaeology department, a unit, since the 1970s, when they first set up the underwater archaeology unit. And by 2012, they have expanded this enormously. And I'm not sure if any of you have heard recently the recent developments of the Chinese in doing underwater archaeology, where they have found huge ships. They have the ships that they have for underwater archaeology are both technically and technologically very advanced, are very sophisticated, and they are able to carry out large-scale underwater archaeology projects. So where does that lead us? So what? Okay, so they are doing underwater archaeology projects. But I think where China differs from us, I would say, and I'm not sure from any other countries, is the fact that Chinese state policy recognizes that underwater resources have important political, economic, that's understandable, and cultural value. But it's the political value, and especially the political value when China is dealing globally, that becomes very significant. Next slide, please. And this emphasis of China comes from a person no less than its president, President Xi Jinping. And as you know, Maritime Silk Route is a much touted, much acclaimed, much discussed strategy, often relating to culture and heritage, but also very closely linked to China's plans for infrastructure development, and as is evident from the Belt and Silk Road, which you know of. And the fact that if you actually look at this whole notion of a maritime silk route, this is a 19th century concept. It was discovered only in the 19th century, not so discovered, sorry for using the wrong word, but it was written about in the 19th century by a German geographer. And he talked about maritime silk route as something which connects Han China and Imperial Rome. And these are two major empires which flourished between the 1st century BCE to the 3rd, 4th century CE. And of course, the Romans talked about Chinese silk and so on and so forth. And we have a lot of literature on it, which I don't even want to go into. But what has been done very smartly and very, I should say, in a manner which has taken China to the global stage, is that China has appropriated the maritime silk route, to further its own interests. And in 2013, President Xi announced the creation of the Maritime Silk Roads project. And he announced this at a meeting that he had, or a visit to Indonesia, and used it as a UNESCO nomination for transnational World Heritage. So clearly, he has very cleverly used it, but China is not the only one. And Indonesia has its own project, which is the project of the spice route, where exactly Indonesia is doing maybe not exactly the same, but is going the same route. Anyway, next slide, please. Now, I have two slides, which I will show you how academics and how histories overlap present concerns, which was really my agenda. And so this is a map that I've taken from the National Geographic, very well-reputed journal, which all of us read. And you can see the map. It has a lot of lines going from China all the way to the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, Red Sea, Mediterranean, and to Rome. And what it talks about, and this is which I find very interesting, that it talks about the evidence from trade, which is Chinese ceramics. And believe me, Chinese ceramics occur in the Indian Ocean in the 6th century. So if China is to claim that Chinese ceramics is evidence of Chinese settlements, then I think history will have to be rewritten. But they are claiming the National Geographic talks not only about trade routes, it also talks about technology transfer. That, the Chinese, they brought the paper making, gunpowder, compass, don't forget, and silk. So next slide, please. And if you remember this map, and now see the other map, there's an enormous overlap between the lines that you saw on the maps drawn by historians and academics and archaeologists, and the map and the lines drawn by for current infrastructure projects that China is building. And I'm thankful to Tim Winter for this slide. And he argues, he's an Australian professor who argues for the fact that how effectively China is using history and archaeology to further its current political interests. Next slide, please. So let me bring in another player into this discussion. I've talked about the Maritime Silk Route, but that's not the only place where we are going. There's also Admiral Zheng He, and he's known as an admiral. There are many things which are not mentioned about him, but never mind. I will not go into that right now because of the time shortage. But he undertook several voyages, 7 voyages across the Indian Ocean, right? This was done in the 15th century. And he was sent by the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644. And these voyages were led by him and were really early part of the 15th century, 1405 to 1433. And 3 of these voyages were to Calicut, now Kozhikode, on the Malabar coast of India. And as per some accounts, he was also buried there. Nobody's been able to find that, but certainly he's buried there, or so some narratives say. And so the first 3 were to India, to Malabar. 4th was to Persian Gulf, to the port of Hormuz. And the last 3 were to Africa. So I hope you understand how cleverly Admiral Zheng He's account, I mean, he did not write his own account. The account is written by historians, and how a good narrative has been made up, which makes Admiral Zheng He the hero who takes Chinese civilization and culture to all parts of the world, including to Africa. Next slide, please. And I close. This is my final slide, and I hope I've kept to time. And this is my final slide. And I put this up with, how should one say, with a lot of frustration. I'm sorry about that, to end on a very sort of not very positive note. I should have been more positive about this. But this is a replica of the ship that Admiral Zheng He is supposed which he used. And this is based on underwater archaeology that was done by the Chinese. And this replica is exhibited very prominently at the Nanjing shipyard. And as you can see, there's a stone which marks it there. It is very stupendous and draws a lot of attention, not only of tourists, not only of local Chinese, but all across the world. And the reason why I said that I put it up with a sense of frustration, I'm hoping that someday we in India would be able to do the same and to present our ships and actual, not just replicas, but the remains of our ships which sail the seas. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Professor Ray. The gratitude is all the other way around. So you're being gracious in thanking us. I do agree that both of us need to thank the Commandant, Admiral Humphrey Holy. But beyond that, I think our gratitude is owed entirely to you. So thank you. And there are many, many areas that we should and would like to build upon. But now I'm going to seek some indulgence and see whether I can share my screen for a minute or two and see whether that will enable me to segue into the Q&A a bit more sensibly. So let me check and see whether that will work. for me. And while I'm struggling with all this, despite our many sessions on how to share screens, etc., etc.,
That's true.
let me once again place on record my very great gratitude to all our panelists who have been simply marvelous in their presentation. So I hope you can see my screen now, Professor Ray. If you could just sort of
Yes.
Yeah, we can see. We
so
can
Yeah,
see.
this is our salute to start with to the Indian Naval Academy, uh, and uh, and I think that if we could have changed the silhouette in some fancier fashion, I would have had one gentleman of dubious distinction, that is myself, and then three absolutely marvelous examples of why we need more women everywhere, including in our academies. Uh, uh, Follow that up. But there are some points that I want the cadets to think about, and also our virtual audience. And that's the fundamental question: why study history in the first place? Why are we doing all this? And I think that one type of approach is that articulated by John Kennedy as the President of the United States when he said that history is a relentless master. It has no present. It has only the past, and then as soon as the past is occurred, we are jumping into the future. So try and to hold fast onto a present that is not connected to history is simply to be swept aside. Perhaps more military is the quotation from Little Heart, who says that the practical value of history is to throw the film of the past through the material projector of the present onto the screen of the future. So therefore, I wanted to emphasize as we move into the Q&A that it is retrodiction that leads to sensible prediction in every respect. And it is, if you look at this diagram, it really shows you the past, and then there's a retrodiction wall which history allows us to overcome, examine, and then the past is effective history, and it leads to the future, which is again walled off from us by a prediction wall. So if you get your retrodiction correct, which means that you look at past events and establish the pattern of those past events, and then prove that that pattern was valid by looking at less distant past events. That means distant past, then verified by not so distant past, then establishing the present, and therefore establishing the foundations of moving on to prediction. So we need to use the telescope of the present to gaze at the future with some degree of expertise. But if we are to do so, we must remember to occasionally look through the object lens and gaze at the past, even if it seems distant and relatively insignificant. And I wanted to emphasize for those of you for whom this image resonates, there is no boring history. There are only boring historians. Just like there is no lousy mathematics, there are just crappy mathematics teachers. Or, and therefore, if we can make history come alive rather than having large scorings of our history textbooks, which themselves need some significant revision, and then make the the romance of history come to life, I think that we will be well on our way to establishing what I would like to emphasize is our maritime identity. And I would like to talk about this and stitch together some of the issues that have been raised by our eminent panelists, but a bit later. Right now, let me stop sharing and then turn to our audience, both virtual and live, and see whether we cannot then instigate them into a set of questions and answers. Some of them are probably able to put them onto chat, and some of them will ask them live. So if the MC of the INA is going to take the mic, may I request you to then make sure that one of us only has the mic on, because otherwise we have this somewhat dreadful echo. And all of us have suffered from that a little bit. But there you go. First of all, we've got Lolly Ramdas, who is Admiral Ramdas's wife, offering her congratulations. And he was indeed the first commandant of the Naval Academy. and she echoes all our views into telling all three of our eminent panelists that your presentations were simply delightful. Thank you very much. And the last bit, of course, is to Admiral Humpy Holi for organizing it all. Now, if there are any questions or comments that need to be addressed or sought, I'm happy to field them on your behalf.
Yes, sir. The house is open for questions. We will be taking questions from the auditorium first. Mike Party, can you please go to the officer rows?
Good morning, sir. Lieutenant Commander Sandeep Khuntia. I am Squadron Commander Eagle at Indian Naval Academy. I would like to ask Professor Ray. Ma'am, you had mentioned China has smartly extended her territorial claim by creating artificial islands and establishing claims over contested islands. But they have also faced critical opposition at the international forum. Their claims being baseless based on United Nations Conventions of Sea. You also mentioned that shipwrecks in future can also be used to claim lands or extend own territorial claims. Could you elaborate how exactly would one use the shipwrecks in future to establish or to extend own territorial claims in the context of United Nations Conventions of Laws at Sea?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, just a minute, Professor Ray. If you maybe we'll collect one or two questions and then we could distribute them better. So thank you, and if you would just turn your mic off and let's have somebody else. If there's any other question before I turn it across to our panelists. So INA team.
Mike bearer, second row, please. Next row, yes.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Commander Chaudhary from Indian Naval Academy. My question would be partly to...
I'm afraid you have to speak loud.
Sir, am I audible, sir? My question would be partly to Dr. Ray, partly to Dr. Ghosh. As Dr. Ghosh has brought out, the trade was existent between the Arabian nations and China, while also making a pit stop at various ports which was in the Harappan part. As from the map it's evident, and it's also been presented that Sri Lanka had certain ports. So was there, ma'am, any reasons, your take on that, that why Sri Lanka was not taken as a pit stop, which could have been more logical? And secondly, my question to Dr. Ray being, understandably, the shipwrecks are a great mark of a nation's dominance over seas. But shall we, ma'am, also not consider various other dynamics of the sea, like presence of rocky shoals, sandbars, the navigation skills of the sailors, understanding of the seas, and also the craftsmanship in making the boat, which decides on number of wrecks being found? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe we can take one more question and then we will hand it across. And if there are none for Dr. Nanji, then I have one as well.
Sorry to intervene. I think the question on Harappa was addressed to Dr. Nanji, wrongfully transcribed to me.
Well, I doubt it's wrongfully. It's just that you have they have great faith in your abilities to handle both coasts.
Thank you, but I think Rukshana would be the proper person to. I can talk a little bit about Sri Lanka's.
We will come to you in a minute. If there's any other question from the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question required. Is anyone else willing to ask a question?
Okay,
from our
so
side.
maybe we can launch with the first two, and then I wanted to talk to you also, ask a few questions of my own, but perhaps we will first wait for Himanshu, for Professor Ray first, sorry, and thereafter we will turn to Dr. Nanji and Dr. Ghosh. Please remain on the starting blocks. Because
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. And I'm glad the officer that brought in UNCLOS. UNCLOS has only, and I mean, I don't want to take all the time, but let me just very briefly say, UNCLOS has one clause only for cultural heritage. The 2001 convention, it talks a great deal about underwater heritage, which India has not signed, nor has China for that matter. So I think that when we are looking at laws and legislation, there is much to be done. And that's my first submission. That yes, I do know about UNCLOS, and I also know how China has brought in laws and legislations which we have not, in order to talk about ownership of the waters beyond whatever is accepted by UNCLOS. You know it very well that islands present an enormous problem for UNCLOS, because then where is the line that you draw? But never mind, let's move on. You talk about the fact that China's claims have been disregarded. I am not so sure. Yes, we like to think they have been disregarded. When I look at what is happening at UNESCO and World Heritage meetings, where China funds enormous projects to establish the Maritime Silk Route, I'm not so sure that they have been disregarded. When I also read, and I didn't have time to talk about this, but it's in my paper if any of you is interested. You said that how do shipwrecks establish claims? And I talk in my paper about this supposed Belitung shipwreck, which was found in Indonesian waters. And it was found, when it was discovered, it was regarded as an Indian ship, right? If you read the literature, I can give you the chronology. Today, if you go to Singapore, and if you go to the Asian Civilization Museum, that shipwreck, the Belitung shipwreck, is exhibited as Tang shipwreck. And how does a shipwreck found in Indonesian waters become a Chinese shipwreck named after the Chinese Tang dynasty? And how does this shipwreck, which is very prominently displayed in the Asian Civilizations Museum, how does it establish diplomatic relations between Oman and China? So there is, there's a lot that's happening there. I have not been able to present this, but it's in my paper if anybody is interested. The second question, and thank you, gentlemen, for asking that. The present of seafaring capabilities and navigation skills. What is our evidence for that? Let me ask you in return. Our evidence on all of this is the Mualim. I'm sorry, Rukshana, but that's a 16th century Pothi. How can we use a 16th century Pothi to talk about first century navigational skills? I mean, as a historian, there's something really, it's something really wrong. So my point is that unless we, okay, let me say that other countries, they have not just discovered shipwrecks, but they have used shipwrecks to build replicas, to also talk about what skills were used. Navigation, yes, is a sort of area where we don't know very much because we don't get access to navigational skills in the early period. But certainly, I think that while we in India, how should one say it without being very rude? We in India are very happy about our celebrated navigational skills. I'm very sorry, but there's very little proof for that. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to be pull any punches. We're into truth or dare. So, yeah, Dr. Nanerjee.
Yes. Well, Professor Ray, thank you for talking about the lacuna of shipwrecks. Personally, I think that that is one of the huge gaps in our study of Indian Ocean archaeology. And a lot of work needs to be done on that. Regarding the Malamni Pothis, I agree. They were composed and written in the 17th century. But I also believe that a lot of the information is, well, committed perhaps to a proper record in the 17th century, whereas a lot of the oral tradition probably existed earlier. I mean, you have resonance of it not in the entire form, but you have it in some form in the Jatakas or in earlier texts. As an archaeologist, I agree with you entirely that we have very, very little evidence for any of the material. And I must also add another thing. It's not just the shipwrecks. Maritime history in India has received focus only in the last perhaps 20 or 30 years. With the exception of people like yourself, there have been very few people who have actually tried to study the ocean. We've been very happy to say the Arabs arrived here and the Chinese arrived here. Another point that I would like to add to what you said, some of the wrecks that are found in the Indonesian waters or elsewhere are actually Arab dhows. So China claiming them are really a far reach. The second thing is that Chinese ceramics in the Indian Ocean archaeological record really feature as a very small percentage of the entire assemblage. They were in great demand in the Middle East, but it's not necessary that everywhere you find Chinese ceramics, the Chinese went. Very, very frequently, it was the Arabs and the Persian traders who used these as prestige goods, who brought them with them to other shores. So, for example, if we find them in West Asia, on the west coast of India, we are not always sure that the Chinese brought them there, or whether it was the traders from West Asia who were using them and just decided to bring them. There was a question now that I need to address the question on the Harappans. Well, there seems to be a small misunderstanding. The Harappans were trading with Dilmun and Magan in the Persian Gulf. And those ships probably also came to Meluha. Why did they not go down to Sri Lanka? Because in Harappan times, we don't think that there was any trade with Harappa or with that part of the Indian Ocean. It may well have been there, but the evidence is really scant. I don't think the Harappans ever reached Sri Lanka. The other question that was aimed was if they were trading all the way from West Asia to China, why were they not making a stop at Sri Lanka, which seems to be the more logical reason. But let's be specific. These trade networks were extremely complex. It was not a simple question of getting on a ship and heading straight for a direction. There would be stopgaps on the way, both for food, for refueling, and intertrade within the regions. You would have goods that would be offloaded at a certain place, reloaded with whatever was required from that particular region. Then it would go on to the next place, and so on and so forth. It wasn't always as simple that they would simply go down all the way down to Sri Lanka and then head towards the east, because it's not even necessary that they all needed to go all the way to China. That was not necessarily the final destination. The destinations could have been anywhere in between. And India particularly has served as both the halfway house as well as the final destination for a very large part of these trade networks. So I hope that explains why it is that we don't always find direct sailing from Africa or from all the way from West Asia down to China with just Sri Lanka as a stopgap.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nanji. That was indeed comprehensively answered. But of course, it begs the question of how well did the Harappan sailors know the monsoon? Because if you wanted to sail with the monsoon, then the question asked is absolutely right. That means that in order to sail with the monsoon, you couldn't go simply along a latitude.
No.
You had to actually come all the way down south and stop over, whether you stopped at the Lakshadweep, Minicoy, Maldives, Sri Lanka, somewhere, and then you could then have to wait. And similarly, on your way back, you had to wait for the monsoon to switch from southwest to northeast. So you're absolutely right that the route was complex. But there is, and finally, the correctness of both your views of the scantiness of evidence, thereby permitting other people to make equally wild, sort of hypotheses, is something that is in grave need of scholarship in our country. And scholarship in our country is mostly rhetorical rather than being applied. So, for fear of stepping onto a turf well established by Dr. Ray, I will desist from saying that any further. But I do want to ask Dr. Ghosh one question, and if nobody else has one in the audience.
Sorry, Vice Admiral Chauhan. Can I add a little bit to the Sri Lanka part of Rukshana, which she wonderfully explained that why Sri Lanka was not mentioned here, but for for the cadets. Actually, I would like to just mention that Sri Lanka was very much a part of this network in the early historic period. And that is evident from the different kinds of sources that we get, particularly the epigraphic. I, being a practitioner of early Indian history, I actually depend a lot on the epigraphic sources. And we have right from the early historic, like the 1st century BCE, we have inscriptions from areas where Rukshana belongs to, Nashik and others, where we have references to traders coming from Sri Lanka, traders Mala coming from Sri Lanka, inscribing there, and then of course going into the port of Barbaricon. So that was from the early historic period. In the early medieval period, we have very interesting references in the inscriptions from traders from Sri Lanka coming to the port of Vishakhapatnam and then going farther to Samudra Pesai. So you have, Sri Lanka was very much there in the network. And politically also we know. So, but we all have our constraint of time. And we had to focus on certain aspects. And therefore, I'm sorry that we did not bring in the importance of Sri Lanka so much in our presentation today. Thank you.
You are exceptionally gracious because the apology doesn't have to come from you. I'm the one who hustled each one of you in terms of time. Unfortunately, the subject of history is so fascinating, and it's so large and it's so neglected that we have such a vast area of fallow fields to be plowed. So I think that this sort of webinar is a particularly good start, but by no means is it going to be enough unless there is a strong follow-up. And just to plug my own institution a little bit, the National Maritime Foundation does do a great deal with studying history itself, and maritime history, of course, in particular, because that's what we do. And so we at the NMF, in conjunction with the Commandant at the INA, would be honored to be able to pursue these questions with you and hopefully involve younger people in more interesting fashions. As I said, we need to sell romance, the romance of history. We are done with this excessive focus upon science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We are in desperate need of the humanities. We are in desperate need of the social sciences to provide us with a more holistic approach to strategy. And I think there are some questions in the chat box as well. So we will allow one or two of those. So first of all, Mrs. Ramdas, Lolly has set up a series of large questions about how we need to utilize our maritime consciousness to build cooperative, collaborative structures and not merely competitive ones. And so, as she says, how can we create mindsets within our young minds? So the young minds need to be. We need to compete against other influences. And if we're not good enough, then we just won't win. It's as simple as that. There's no way of directing knowledge. You have to be able to provide wow moments on a minute by minute basis. So coming back to the INA coordinator, would you be keen to read this, or maybe I can read it? Harshit Yadav asks, why was there a decline in sea trade after the Harappan civilization? And we get, and it lasts pretty much until we get the coming of Europeans after about 1500 or 1492 or thereabouts. So what were the reasons for traders to take so long to come to Calicut? But I have an even more pointed question, and that is striking at the heart of what Dr. Ray also said. How many of our traders went elsewhere? Were we only a recipient nation? And they deposit their money with us, we deposited our goods with them, and 1,000 or 2,000 years later we find that historians are now working that as evidence. But so let's wade into that.
Can I take that question?
By all means.
Yes. Well, first and foremost, I don't think there was a decline until 1500, as the question says, because we do have records through the historical period. You have inscriptions, you have records by way of sculptures and paintings, all of which depict sailing. You have the presence of pepper, which has been found in the Red Sea ports elsewhere, and that is just to sum it up. You had an immense amount of traffic, certainly in the early historical period, and again later in the medieval period. But coming to the more pointed question of how many of our own people went out, this is a question that has troubled most archaeologists working in the early medieval period, especially in India. But it is heartening to know that in the recent past, excavations both in the Red Sea ports as well as in the Persian Gulf have thrown up at several sites. Sohar is one of them. You have lots and lots of small finds at a number of sites which have Indian pottery and evidence of Indian presence over there. Does this necessarily mean that they were sailors or mariners? No. But it tells you that there were settlements of Indians who went abroad, certainly to West Asia. Of course, there is a much closer cultural connect with Southeast Asia, where you have Buddhism or you have Hinduism, and you have pilgrim travels up and down. Similarly, after the coming of Islam to India, you have a two-way traffic of a certain amount of religious travel between India and West Asia. Did we put in settlements there? We don't know. But there are sections of settlements found even in East Africa, where such a large percentage of Indian pottery has been found that they actually refer to them as the Indian quarter. This may well tell us that at least some movement of Indian traders may have gone to other shores.
May I add a little bit to what Rukshana said?
Please. But after that, I need to ask all of the three of you, to whether you would be so kind as to allow me, and I need to ask the Commandant too, whether I could have a couple of minutes to the moderator's point of view as well. So yes, by all means, ma'am,
Yes.
please go right
I
ahead.
think Professor Ray will elucidate further, but I just want to add one evidence, and this is the Socotra inscriptions.
Yes.
The inscriptions that has been found, the 200, almost 200 Indic inscriptions found in Socotra, actually are very important headway to show that how the presence of Indian people were there. And we have, in fact, I found 7 inscriptions which talks about the people going from Barugaza. So this is very
Yes.
striking. The port of Barugaza has 7, and their father and son like Suraganja, and then they're talking of the Dharma entered, someone going out. So these inscriptions are very strongly actually suggest that there were presence of these people in the,
Yes.
because Socotra was a halting station if we go
Yes.
by Ingo Strauss's
Yes.
research had shown that how we have in the Hopkins. So these inscriptions are a glaring example. And
Yes.
moreover, when we look at the, as she said, Berenike excavations,
Yes.
feed bottoms,
Pepper.
there also we find so many things. Apart from paper also, there are other elements which shows that people were going. Now, how for traders and all that, I don't know. We cannot very much calculate. But as for Socotra, people going from Barugaza, and then we have Hastakabapra also, the Hatab.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of people traveling and from these port sites. So that's, and I remember Professor Ray talking about in a seminar on urbanization in Kolkata, Jadavpur. She also talked about the Sikotari Mata and that how it is
Yes.
referred to in the Socotra inscriptions. So there are a lot of evidences now which are coming up, which shows that it was not a one-way traffic. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I'm conscious of the fact that we're actually over the time limit that was allowed for the session as a whole, but I'm hoping that the Commandant will permit me a couple of minutes into the lunch break. So, Humpy, if you would raise your, there you go. So thank you so much. I'm going to try and do this in rapid staccato because I do not have the intellectual abilities of the panelists whom we've got. So you will forgive my somewhat practitioner's point of view. But let me address this business of maritime identity by drawing somewhat heavily from the writings of the historian and international relations analyst James R. Holmes, and of course Australia's Michael Evans, who is always a good read. You know, early Americans starting anew in the Western Hemisphere had gone about creating what I want to call a grand historical narrative of their own. They created a heroic past, deliberately stimulating American nationalism so as to be able to bind the new US or American Republic together. And in this manner, I think they did so with great dispatch and great elan. And in the words of another historian, I think it's Henry Steele Commager, who said that nothing is more impressive than the speed and lavishness with which Americans provided themselves with a viable or a usable past. Now, this is manifest in history, in legend, in ballads and heroes, not to mention cultural artifacts such as paintings and patriotic ballads. But, Professor Ray brilliantly spoke about and contextualized what I've just said to China. And so maybe I should touch that as well. Impelled by its real and growing dependence upon foreign supplies of oil, natural gas, and commodities, all of which you know much about. These are supplies which are transported predominantly by sea. China has turned its strategic gaze to the sea for the first time in centuries. It's after the Ming dynasty that this has happened. And as it does so, leaders in Beijing are they're also busy fashioning what I would call, many historians call a usable past, or what I like to call the grand historical narrative. This is designed to justify an increasingly maritime strategy to China's predominantly traditional land centricity and land orientation. And much like the early Americans, I think that China has turned its attention to the sea, of course, for contemporary national unity and energy security, and it has an interest in forging this maritime identity of its own. So I think that what is happening is that having seen particularly its ideological appeal of communism sag since the end of the Cold War, China's communist regime requires that it must sustain the country's impressive economic performance if it is to have regime survival. So in effect, Beijing hopes to substitute prosperity for ideological flavor or fervor. Now, what does that mean? Why and how does that connect with all this stuff that we're learning about early Indian Ocean, early Indo-Pacific, maritime voyages, shipbuilding, boat building, traditions? Why? Why is this important? It is important because analyses of Chinese identity and culture help us to foresee possible futures for China's grand strategy. They help us to identify variables that could influence these futures in one direction or another, which we as the Indian leadership must consider, whether it is competitive, whether it is collaborative, how much. What I'm trying to say is that major nation states have indeed distinctive identities, and they play certain specific roles in the international system. And the makeup of a nation state and its associated society, it draws and it derives not only from external factors, but from the traditions, from the attitudes, from the habits of mind that are fundamental to how that society conducts its affairs. In other words, ideas and the scholarship of ideas counts. And we are grossly lacking in this ability if we believe that rhetoric can simply substitute for scholarship. We need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that a nation state's identity is a complex thing. It's made up of a melange of ideas, of traditions, of intellectual and emotional factors that must coexist in some usually uneasy fashion. Ruling elites, they often put history, traditions, symbols to work, and they serve their own ends while inscribing their own ideas on the nation state's character and the role it is playing. So, what is India then? Traditions are constantly redefined, they are reinterpreted, and that is correct. We must be able to do that. But as ruling elites manipulate identity and culture, they generate expectations. So while we are busy saying that India has this glorious past, they raise expectations. Okay, great. So we have this glorious past. And what is our evidence for it? How do we contest or contend with people saying that you don't? And what is our fallback? And therefore, the importance of academia and the relationship between the military, the maritime, which is much bigger than the military, and academia. So finally, my question remains: what about India and its maritime identity? I rather think that contemporary India is an island nation which is inhabited by a people without a maritime identity. But is that really true? Or is that just Bidu Chauhan's fevered imagination at work? Or is it that contemporary India is stricken by sea blindness, even though we have much rhetoric indicating that this is changing? Was India ever a seafaring power, as we have said, even if it was not a geopolitical power? It's not only about trade. Of course, we went. How did we create the Sri Vijaya Empire? But did we go west? Were we really blue water? Was there a thing called blue water? And a genuine sense of maritime consciousness is concerned really with the culture of the sea. It is the conflation of the statement the sea and history. That means the sea is history. Such a historical outlook is evidenced in Portugal, in Spain, in Britain, in the US, even in the United States. It is a natural inclination. What happens in India? We say beach, and you think Pani Puri. If we say pirate, and you think Johnny Depp, then we are lacking in a maritime identity. How to create this maritime identity? We need to be able to build a maritime narrative if it isn't there. But is it that it is not there? Inscriptions, and is it that we just haven't got the, is it that we're just colonized to think in English and to rely upon English historiography for our own historiography? In Ezhimala itself, there are temples where Jain monks were slaughtered, and those inscriptions exist. There are in Madurai, where the Sangam literature flourished. There are inscriptions of which trader brought how much grain, what was the taxation. Where are the inscriptions of seafaring issues? Are they there? Is it that we're just too dumb to read Pali sufficiently, or Prakrit, or whichever was the language in use? Or how then ought we to build this? And I think that the way to build this is precisely what the Commandant INA is currently endeavoring to do. Create historical platforms in which historians, academicians, practitioners, strategists, analysts can create the Madurai based Sangam literature. Make Ezhimala the Sangam of many conflicting thoughts. Will that mean we'll all go away being madly in love with one another? Of course not. Many of us will hate what the other guy said, but we will have said it. We will confront our past. We will then be able to be done with it and look at manners in which we can stitch this region together. Let's say we are actually most keen to not allow China untrammeled geopolitical sway in the Indian Ocean. The way to do it is to knit the Indian Ocean together in so tight a fashion, with so many warp and weft weaves, that we will no longer permit China to make an entry. That can't be done by India asserting some superior culture compared to that of Sri Lanka, or compared to that of the Maldives or Myanmar or Bangladesh or anybody. It means that we need to stitch this together. And I couldn't have asked for a better panel to launch us in this process than the one we've just been listening to. So at the very end, let me ask all of you if you would not join your hands along with me. Now, these three ladies, these three luminaries, these three marvelous examples of Indian scholarship, they actually need many thousands of hands clapping like mad. But perhaps they will settle for a small number of tiny ones, but clapping like mad. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm now done, and I thank the Commandant. Thank you, Hampi, for the indulgence, and I'll hand over back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you so much, and I'm going to mute myself now so that I'm not tempted to say anything further.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can, indeed. Yes, I can, indeed.
Sir, yes, sir. We are back online, sir.
Oh, was I not online all this time?
A little bit, sir.
So let me hand over back to you.
I thank the chairperson and the participants for an intellectually invigorating session. I request the audience to rise and express our gratitude in our customary manner. With that, we have arrived at the conclusion of session 1 of our 2-day webinar. We will resume the proceedings of the webinar at 13:50 hours post-lunch break.
Thank you, Himanshu. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. And we'll stay in touch. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day one of the Dilli series webinar on the maritime history of the Indian Ocean region. It is not often that we find an opportunity to bear witness to an individual of such rare intellectual caliber as our invitational speaker. Dr. Shashi Tharoor requires no introduction, but justifiably awards, including the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, a Commonwealth Writers' Prize, and the Crosswell Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2019, Dr. Tharoor was also awarded the Sahitya Akademi Award in the category of English non-fiction for his book An Era of Darkness. He also chairs the Parliament Standing Committee on Information Technology. We now invite Dr. Shashi Tharoor to deliver his talk.
The officer trainees who will soon join the Navy and Coast Guard, I know, are getting a rigorous education here, undergoing the physical, intellectual, and socio-cultural development that is so essential to creating unified, well-educated, and strong armed forces for our country. So I'm delighted to be with you all today. I'm also very pleased to have been asked to speak on the theme of the maritime history of the Indian Ocean region. I do want to say that when I was minister in the External Affairs Ministry, all too briefly, I had lamented the lack of focus at that time. This is now, I'm sorry to say, 11 years ago, on the Indian Ocean region, and conducted the first ever closed-door consultation with ministry experts, not just from the MEA, but also from the Ministry of Defense, along with people like the then head of the Maritime Foundation, Admiral Arun Prakash, whom I'm delighted to be speaking today, and several others. So we had about 15 or 16 people from across disciplines, scholars, academics, experts, sitting around the table discussing what India's strategy should be in the Indian Ocean. And the result was whatever it was after I had, unfortunately, for political reasons, left the ministry. But I say this only to establish my own interest in the question of the Indian Ocean region as our natural, if somewhat watery, backyard. I think if we're going to think in any serious way about the ocean that bears our country's name, perhaps it's worth starting with a question that I have no doubt preoccupies many of the fine minds present here today. Are we still a maritime community? Plato once described the ancient Greeks scattered around the Mediterranean as frogs around the pond, referring to the diverse number of their states, which were nonetheless unified across the sea by common cultural bonds and the unity of having their shores, of course, watered by the waters of the Mediterranean. At the turn of the 20th century, a casual observer of any one of the myriad trading ports of the Western Indian Ocean could have said the same. However, with the arrival of the oil age, capitalism, and new nation-state institutions in the last century, Indian Ocean trading communities have completely transformed the ways in which they engage with each other. Their once vibrant communal interaction across the seas has been replaced by displacement and even extinction. Today, as global capitalism and reactionary nationalist impulses engage in a war to win the hearts and minds of national or nation-state consumers, what does this mean for transnational communities, especially those that predate the nation-states in which they live? Where do they fit in? Has the Western Indian Ocean ceased to qualify for Plato's term of being a pond? Now, there is, of course, a long and rich history of cultural interaction and assimilation across the entire Indian Ocean region. The two driving forces behind this phenomenon were migration and commerce, which for centuries have pushed people to look beyond the horizons of their own lands and gaze upon distant horizons, hoping to make journeys to faraway places that will bring wealth and knowledge to their own societies. The interactions that were made across hundreds of years in the IOR continue to occur today in a different iteration. We could consider these historic movements as being precursors to modern-day globalization, where the internet could be replaced by mercantile trade and commerce. And just as globalization today appears to be in a crisis driven by the increasing divide between the haves and the have-nots, within and between countries, those who profited from the benefits of globalization and those who have been left behind, historically, cultural exchanges in the Indian Ocean region also suffered when conquest and expansion of empires in an attempt to establish a hegemony over trade routes replaced the previous and largely peaceful method of commercial and cultural interactions. Today, new threats affect the Indian Ocean and communities around and within this area in two main ways. First, through geopolitical competition for sea lanes, resources, and maritime dominance in the region. And second, through the increasingly visible effects of climate change, which contribute to freak events, natural weather events, natural calamities, which frankly have increased in frequency and magnitude in the last few years. Now, to look into the dynamics at play here, let's delve a little more into the actual demographic and economic profiles of the Indian Ocean region. The ocean itself comprises 20% of the world's total ocean surface. It also accounts for 40% of the globe's coastlines, about 66,526 kilometers, connecting 36 countries and a full 2/3 of the world's population. It is absolutely key to the global energy trade, being responsible for 40% of the energy supply between the Gulf, Europe, and Asia. According to the Journal of the Indian Ocean Region, more than 80% of the world's seaborne trade in oil transits through Indian Ocean choke points, with 40% passing through the Strait of Hormuz, 35% through the Strait of Malacca, and 8% through the Bab al-Mandab Strait. For India, 70% of our oil is imported through the Indian Ocean region to our various ports, and in China's case, 84% of its energy imports pass through the Indian Ocean. Over 32.2 million barrels of crude oil is transported through the ocean daily, and nearly 70% of offshore oil deposits are located in this region. Now, since we're at the Indian Naval Academy, look at things from India's perspective. The Indian Ocean accounts for over 95% of India's trade by volume and 68% of our trade by value. It's the fourth largest importer of LNG, and for that, 45% comes through the Indian Ocean. India's fisheries and aquaculture is also significantly dependent on the Indian Ocean, and its maritime exports have grown 55 times in volume. 55 times in volume, I beg your pardon, between 1962 and 2012, and fisheries exports account for $2.5 billion. It is clearly no exaggeration to say that the Indian Ocean region is absolutely crucial for the Indian economy, and this has always been true. It's only become clearer with time. Regional integration, I would argue, has also become increasingly important. There's been steady growth in intra-Indian Ocean exports from just under 400,000 American dollars, 400,000 million, I beg your pardon, which is 400 billion in 2005. And finally, we've come up to something like 30% of the region's total exports to the world. The United Arab Emirates, which was the biggest trader in the region in 2014, directed almost 50% of its exports to other Indian Ocean countries. Similar, perhaps the percentages would be lower for Singapore, India, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia. And yet the World Bank calls the Indian Ocean region one of the world's least integrated regions. Integration is valuable because it boosts trade and the movement of people. It is important for increased Indian Ocean integration to be a focal point for Indian strategy in the years and decades to come. Now, the Indian Ocean region, as its strategic importance continues to grow, is home to a number of geopolitical groupings. I think right now we've all seen references to the Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, shot to prominence as a bulwark against Chinese aggression. And it includes 4 democratic countries, India, the US, Japan, and Australia, which of course India has the largest involvement in the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean does extend to Australia, and the US and Japan are both outside the Indian Ocean region. But this, you may recall, was originally formed to provide relief after the 2004 tsunami, and in fact began life as the Tsunami Core Group before becoming the Quad. After years of dormancy, this grouping has been ascendant in the last year or so, and has proved increasingly relevant as countries seek to increase influence in the region. But it's not the only example of international cooperation and alliance that involves the Indian Ocean. A number of counter-piracy operations have taken place, from the US-led Combined Maritime Forces to NATO's Operation Ocean Shield, the EU's Operation Atlanta, all being deployed in recent years. The threat of piracy, which costs industries some $5 to $6 billion annually, has also led individual countries, including India and China, to conduct their own independent naval deployments. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, which I knew under a slightly earlier incarnation, comprises of 22 littoral states with a focus on promoting regional economic ties in the region, in the Indian Ocean region, as well as maritime security and sustainable development. What unites these countries is, of course, the fact that their shores are all washed by the waters of the Indian Ocean. And when in 2017 IORA convened a leaders' summit for the first time with presidents and prime ministers, the importance of this organization grew. It has a security equivalent as well in the 33-member Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which was launched in 2008 under the leadership of the Indian Navy, but rotates its chair every 2 years, and which conducted its first ever joint naval exercises in 2017. And connectivity has been a key focus for many Indian Ocean countries, notably in the form of China's Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor between India and Japan, and the Security and Growth for All Regions grouping, which we, with our talent for acronyms, have dubbed SAGA. Now, one aspect of Indian Ocean region security and stability is perhaps more critical than any other. Despite hosting 2/3 of the world's population, the Indian Ocean region is also highly susceptible to the effects of climate change and extreme weather conditions. While rising sea levels is a well-known reflection of this crisis, the Indian Ocean is also responsible for severe events in other parts of the world. For instance, recent flooding and landslides in East Africa and bushfires in Australia have been linked to higher than usual temperature differences between the two sides of the Indian Ocean, in a phenomenon called the Indian Ocean Dipole. Dipoles are likely to get worse with increased greenhouse emissions. In a 2014 study published by the prestigious magazine Nature, scientists in Australia, India, China, and Japan modeled the effects of CO2 on extreme Indian Ocean dipoles, including, of course, going through history, and then 1961, 1994, 1997 in recent times, and found that if emissions were to go up further, the frequency of extreme dipole events would increase from 1 in 17.3 years to 1 in 6.3 years. But it's not only climate scientists, economists, and international relations scholars who find the Indian Ocean region a particularly interesting object of study. The region's long fascinating history has led scholars of the past to put forward their own ways of looking at the area and investigate the various dynamics and factors that made it what it is today. My friend Sanjeev Sanyal, who's not a professional historian, in fact, he's an economist, but he wrote a lovely book called The Ocean of Churn, How the Indian Ocean Shaped Human History, arguing that the existing literature on the Indian Ocean broadly fits into two categories. One written from a Western perspective filled with colonial arrogance, which assumes that the history of the Indian Ocean sort of begins with the arrival of the Portuguese, and they completely are ignorant of ancient Indian mariners, Arab merchants, Indonesian empires, who created a polyglot Indian Ocean region long before the West arrived.
This school, he says, sees the Indian Ocean as a conduit for spices rather than a way of life. The second group includes indigenous scholars who introduce a local and narrow perspective, focusing on a particular locality or region, which amputates the broader sense of interconnectedness. So today, it's important to understand this dichotomy that Sanjeev Sanyal criticizes, because both schools of literature do not adequately recognize the magnitude of cultural exchanges in the Indian Ocean region throughout history. In his essay, Cultural Exchanges in the Indian Ocean Region, the noted maritime historian Kenneth McPherson, who passed away in 2010, pointed out that cultural exchanges in the Indian Ocean region were driven by migration and commerce. The Indian Ocean provided the roots for the Austronesians, the Malays who settled in Madagascar, the Indo-Aryans and Dravidians who occupied Sri Lanka and the Maldives, the Aboriginals who occupied the Andamans, Nicobar Islands and Australia, and later groups such as Arabs, Indians, Africans, and Europeans. As for commerce, with the rise of empires in Egypt and Iran, there was also the parallel development of commercial activities. I may quote McPherson, who's quite a legend in the field. At its height in the 6th century BC, the Iranian Empire, which stretched from Anatolia in Turkey to the Indus Valley, linked the worlds of the Mediterranean and Indian Ocean. It attracted traders and goods from the Indian Ocean region, and within its boundaries, there were small but significant movements of peoples away from the Mediterranean towards the Indian Ocean littoral. Perhaps the most notable of these were the transplanted Greek communities, scattered along the overland route from central Iran through the mountains of Afghanistan to South Asia. The Iranian Empire facilitated cultural interchange, and its civilization was a blending of Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cultures. The resulting culture was regionally varied, but fused a host of cultural influences, many of which were dispersed eastwards and westwards with armies, traders, and migrating peoples. Clear signs of a new type of cultural interchange began to emerge. At the Mediterranean end of the empire, goods from the Indian Ocean region, silk, cotton textiles, rare timber, ivory, exotic spices, and, sorry to say, slaves, were in great demand. In the more esoteric realms, at least one major Greek school of philosophy, the skeptic school of Pyrrho, bore signs of Jain and Buddhist teachings. At the other end of Alexander's empire, on the borders of the Indian subcontinent, Greek ideas and culture merged with the pre-existing cultures of the region. A host of petty Greek states made a disproportionate contribution to the evolution of early Buddhist art, Buddhist philosophy, and Indian concepts of statecraft. The syncretism that in so many ways characterizes the richness of Indian society then is clearly visible in the development of the Indian Ocean region too. There is, for example, something that Sanjeev Sanyal observed, the presence of matrilineal societies along the Indian Ocean rim, such as the Nayars and the Bunts of Karnataka, not far from where you all are right now in southwestern India, the Garo, Khasi, and Jaintia tribes in the northeast, the Karen in Myanmar, the Minangkabau in western Sumatra, and the Cham in Vietnam were all matrilineal. Now, it's possible that why there are so many matrilineal societies in the region could be from their common roots. And in the southwest coast could have been a product of long-distance maritime trade, which meant that the male population was always churning while the women were more rooted. This is something that Sanjeev has argued, Sanjeev Sanyal. This is why the Muslim community of Kerala is still called Mapila, which means son-in-law, in memory of Arab traders who came here from pre-Islamic times and whose sons-in-law, as it were, are the forefathers of today's Mapilas, the Kerala Muslim community, Malabar Muslim community. Now, of course, such social and cultural exchanges could not have missed out that all-important factor that so often comes along with the movement of peoples, and that's religion. McPherson has famously highlighted that the Indian Ocean facilitated the spread of religions such as Islam, because it was diffused through mercantile communities. For instance, Arab and Iranian trading settlements in East Africa evolved through their booming commercial ventures. And what's fascinating with this is that they developed into Afro-Asian Muslim city-states. Think of Zanzibar, for example. In turn, the spread of Islam eastwards also encouraged non-Islamic mercantile groups in India and Sri Lanka to press towards Southeast Asia, which contributed to the spread of Buddhism and Hinduism and reinforce the impact of South Asian cultures upon local cultures. Buddhism was similarly diffused in the past. There was contact between India and Japan through the spread of Buddhism. And the earliest documented instance we can find goes back about to 700 AD, when the effort was made. Now, you could argue that, in fact, some water must have been crossed by the Emperor Ashoka way back in the 4th century BC to get the message of Buddhism to Sri Lanka as well. So, yes, one can certainly argue it goes back before what is documented for India and Japan. But in 750 AD, the Buddha statue at the Toraji temple in Nara was consecrated by an Indian monk from Madurai, Bodhisena, who sailed to Japan via Cambodia and Vietnam before arriving at Osaka. The story goes that Bodhisena, like many of his contemporaries, believed that Manjushri, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, lived on the Chinese mountain of Wutai, and therefore traveled there to pay obeisance to her. While in China, he met the Japanese ambassador to the Tang court, who persuaded him to carry on to Japan on the invitation of the then Emperor Shomu, 701 to 756, the first half of the 8th century, a devout Buddhist. Bodhisena would then go on to play an instrumental role in developing the Kegon school of Buddhism under the patronage of the Nara dynasty, in addition to teaching Sanskrit, and experts believe that the influence of Sanskrit on the Japanese script of katakana is clearly evident. He, of course, consecrated famously a 500-ton, 15-meter-high statue of the Buddha that is today the largest bronze statue in the world. Now, this largely peaceful process of cultural interaction, I know it wasn't all peaceful because we did have some maritime battles in the waters of Indonesia. It's a different conversation, but largely peaceful, ended unfortunately with the arrival of the Europeans. I mean, Vasco da Gama came via the Cape of Good Hope and then crossed over with the help of an experienced pilot provided by the Sultan of Malindi, who wanted to make allies with the Portuguese, to Calicut, to Koiko. They were initially met with a rather lukewarm reception by the Samudrin of Koiko, but allowed to trade, much to the dismay of the Arab traders who had a monopoly till then on international trade. Upon his return and buoyed by his success, King Manuel then sent Pedro Alvarez Cabral with an armed fleet, which proceeded to bombard Kozhikode when the Samudri refused to pay heed to the Portuguese ultimatum to expel all the Arabs. So this was subsequently followed by multiple armed armadas, and they had, frankly, superior technology to the Arab vessels, and the Portuguese then started establishing a network of fortifications in the Indian Ocean rim to bolster their supremacy, going back to the conquest and taking over the island of Diego Garcia, then coming across, of course, to Goa, and trying to move south along the southwestern Indian coast. And we know that the success of the Portuguese encouraged subsequent expeditions by the Dutch and the British. They also followed a similar model of trade followed by conquest, followed by expansion. That was the history of colonialism. So the Indian Ocean region then became a hotbed of multiple wars. And I think that will, of course, be of interest to many of our naval officers, with the relevance and influence that these wars have had in the evolution of culture in the region. Many of the wars were primarily fought in a bid to assume control over the trade routes which connected the resource-rich Indian subcontinent to the rest of the world. The medieval period saw the rise of the Cholas, originating from the present state of Tamil Nadu. A period of rule which lasted more than 700 years was possible due to a prominent naval presence to maintain a literal defense from foreign invading powers and the constant threat of pirates swarming the seas. The Cholas were famous in pursuing an aggressive naval policy, aiming to extend their influence to distant lands with a view to promoting their mercantile interests. Historian Nilakanta Sastry has posited that the ruler of present-day Malaysia and Indonesian islands, that is, the then ruler of today what we call Malaysia and Indonesia, this is the Srivijaya, began hostilities with the Chola kingdom, disrupting their trade relations with the kingdoms of the East under the Chinese Song dynasty, that's the period. And there was also Rajendra Chola, who had his own ambitions to be the Digvijay. He wanted to have worldwide domination and he mounted an invasion against Srivijaya in 1025. And if you look at the historian Aditya Iyengar's work, he says that the Chola Armada took the Srivijaya Empire by surprise, buoyed by the southwest monsoon winds, raided 14 cities in the Indonesian archipelago, and this is what is perhaps an Indian kingdom's first invasion and first successful invasion of overseas territory. That's why I said it wasn't entirely a peaceful history, but still we're talking 1,000 years ago. The late medieval period saw the growing influence of the European colonizers, British, French, Dutch, Portuguese, who are vying with each other for control in the Mughal-ruled Indian subcontinent. British influence under the East India Company had caused significant annoyance to Mughal commercial interests and trading practices. The British, led by Sir Josiah Child, declared war against the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb in 1688. So in 1614, there first been an ambassador, Sir Thomas Roe, going to present his credentials to Jahangir. But by 1688, the British were at war with Aurangzeb. This war, known as Child's War, because his name was Sir Josiah Child, was intended to force the Mughals to restore the trade monopoly that the British sought in their larger pursuit of colonizing the region. But they were still a century away from establishing the total control over the Indian subcontinent that we all know, and they actually were defeated in Aurangzeb's retaliation. The British attacked over a 4-year period from both the east and the west, but the strong littoral defense of the Mughal Empire could hold off all the attacks. It led to the eventual capture of Bombay after the British surrendered to Aurangzeb in 1690. And despite its victory, and despite the capture of this important port of Bombay, the Mughal Empire under Aurangzeb allowed the British to re-establish the East India Company in that city, in that island, as it was, that became such a major city. And that played a crucial part in the revival of the British and the eventual downfall of the Mughals. Now, the British were afforded yet another pardon by Aurangzeb after they surrendered in this sort of Child's War of 1690. A former British naval officer and rogue pirate, Captain Henry Avery, set his sights on a treasure ship, the Ganji Savai, which was emboldened which was full of treasures and gems, and returning from the Mecca pilgrimage to the western port of Surat. So emboldened by the news of all of this wealth on board the ship, Avery in August 1695 attacked and ransacked the Ganji Savai in a stealthy move in the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden off the Horn of Africa, looting the ship and torturing the pilgrims. According to a book called The Life and Adventures of Captain John Avery, Avery also took Aurangzeb's granddaughter as booty, and he later, quote-unquote, married her and settled with her in Madagascar before returning triumphantly to the Bahamas. So you can imagine that Aurangzeb wasn't exactly pleased with this. The attack jeopardized Britain's relationship with the infuriated Aurangzeb, who not only targeted East India Company officials inland, but again threatened to attack Bombay. The British, who were still at the mercy of the Mughals, promised to compensate for the loss, claimed to have initiated a manhunt against the rogue officer Avery, and did everything they could to save face with Aurangzeb. And yet again, Aurangzeb, despite all of this, pardoned the British and allowed them to continue their fledgling operations in the subcontinent. It seems for all the stories of intolerance and brutality when associated with Aurangzeb, who indeed was both a mighty and an arrogant emperor, he seems to have pardoned the British not once, but twice for their transgressions in the Indian Ocean. And what is somewhat ironic is that our history might have been very different. That if Aurangzeb had been as intolerant towards the British as he is known to be towards some others, he might have actually expelled them from the subcontinent and spared us the subsequent 2.5 centuries of British rule. That's neither here nor there, but since we're talking history, it seemed to me an interesting story to share with you. In the south, of course, almost a century later, towards the end of the 18th century, we have Hyder Ali and eventually son Tipu Sultan, who engaged with the now formidable British troops in 4 Anglo-Mysore wars. Hyder Ali and the British were involved in numerous naval skirmishes, And Hyder Ali, the ruler of Mysore, was aided by the French, who had their own ambitions in the Indian subcontinent. He built an impressive naval arsenal and a dockyard at Bhatkal in the northern part of present Karnataka, not very far from where all of you are at Ezhimala. In a reported letter by a purported Portuguese spy, a man called José Pedro de la Câmara, Hyder Ali had 8 three-masted ships which carried up to 34 pieces of artillery and a similar number of smaller ships, boats, which flanked the ships. Now, despite the acts of valor and planning demonstrated by the father-son duo, both Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan, we all know that not because of any naval battles, but because of defeats on land and the betrayal that led to the fall of Seringapatam, Mysore state was eventually annexed by the British. And after Tipu Sultan's death, the French and English continued to remain at war in the Indian Ocean. One of these wars was particularly pertinent, the Battle of Cuddalore in June 1783, the naval battle off the coast of Cuddalore. It's actually not pronounced Cuddalore anymore, thank God, Kudalur, but anyway, Cuddalore is what they called it, fought between a strong British fleet and a considerably smaller French fleet led by Admiral Suffren. Despite the poor shape of Suffren's ships, and though he was clearly outnumbered, he was an outstanding general, the outstanding admiral, Suffren. He cleverly maneuvered to draw the British out of Cuddalore, out of Kudalur, allowing the French to load some reinforcements from the French garrison. These reinforcements lent by the commander, Marquis de Bussy-Castelnau, enabled them to mount a belligerent attack on the British, and there was a 3-hour-long naval battle on the 20th of June, 1783, which left both the British and French somewhat lightly damaged and depleted in terms of casualties, but resulted in the British going back to the shore at Madras. Amongst other things, the Navy officers that the British had were suffering from scurvy because they didn't have enough water or enough vitamin C, all of that. I think you're familiar with the requirements. And at the end, the Treaty of Paris of November 1782 brought about the end of the American Revolution, and the news reached the shores of the Indian Ocean 7 months late. And so the result is that the British and the French had to stop, because the Battle of Cuddalore of June 1783 is actually the final battle in the American Revolution, which was fought 9,000 miles away, because it was the news of the peace in Paris of November 1782 that resulted in the end of this Battle of Cuddalore in June 1783. Now, Tamil speakers in this audience might recognize the word Emden from the Tamil lexicon. Emden is used to refer to any daring figure. And you know the reason that I'm sure the Tamils here know the story. That also comes from an Indian Ocean story, and not that far back in history. It is of course from the German light cruiser SMS Emden, which actually came to the shores of Madras on 22 September 1914, at the beginning of the First World War, eluding the British Navy and conducting a sneaky but damaging attack on the British and Indian merchant fleet in Madras Harbour, including destroying buildings of the port trust. Use of the name of the ship Emden as a synonym in Tamil for a daring, dashing figure conducting exploits like the original Emden did. Before that, of course, I should have mentioned one more historical battle, and that is the Battle of Kolachel. Kolachel actually was an extraordinary battle. It was fought in 1741, so even before the Battle of Cuddalore, between the Kingdom of Travancore and the Dutch East India Company. The Dutch were also, in fact, trying to expand through the Indian Ocean region. They'd already made considerable advances in Indonesia, conquered much of Java. They were establishing themselves very strongly there. They had a settlement in Malacca as well, in Malaysia, and they thought they would come in and conquer southern India. And you know that the Dutch suffered the very first defeat of a European power by an Asian power, which some people learn in the GK quizzes at school was supposed to be the Japanese defeat of Russia in 1905. That's wrong. If your general knowledge needs to be updated, the first battle in which an Asian power defeated a European power was actually the Battle of Kolachel, 10th August 1741, when the Dutch tried to come in by the sea, from the sea, to southern India, and the Marthanda Varma, the ruler of Travancore, was able to not just resist him and defeat him very, very successfully, but the defeat of the Dutch East India Company's forces, led by Admiral Eustachius de Lannoy, was so comprehensive that de Lannoy, then captured by Marthanda Varma, actually served the Kingdom of Travancore as a commander subsequently. And it's quite extraordinary that we have not done enough to memorialize this extraordinary victory in Kolachel. There is a rather pathetic little monument in the Tamil Nadu Kanyakumari district village of Kolachel, because that area is now part of Tamil Nadu, and Kanyakumari district merged into Tamil Nadu. It's no longer part of the rest of Travancore, which is, of course, in Kerala, and which I represent in Parliament. But I do want to say that the surrender of the Dutch is an extraordinarily important event in Indian Ocean history for us in India, and the pillar of victory in Kolachel that was built needs to be looked after better. And I would have been urging for many years, I've been writing to the government to create a much bigger, more magnificent monument to protect that extraordinary victory in our history. So let me now try and bring the story to a bit more of a conclusion. The Indian Ocean region, as I wanted to say, has over history witnessed several sub-theaters. We've had various powers playing prominent roles. Even World War II spilled over from Europe into the Indian Ocean with aircraft carriers, submarines, and so on. We've seen new technological advancements that have taken the Indian Ocean region right into play. We've seen, for example, the dominance by initially the British and then the American navies in much of the Indian Ocean waters. We've seen naval warfare becoming very significant in the Second World War. And there was a famous Indian Ocean raid, a naval sortie led by the Imperial Japanese Navy in April 1942 to attack the port facilities in present-day Sri Lanka. That was preempted, as it happens, by the British. And there's no question that Sri Lanka, or Ceylon as it was called then, their geographical position in the Indian Ocean was already understood to be of strategic importance by the British. The proximity to the Indian subcontinent, so important to the British Raj, the Africa to Southeast Asia trade routes, and so on. And the British, in retaliation for the Japanese, took over the island of Madagascar from the French. This is the Vichy French, the French who were neutral in the big battle at that time, in an attempt to deny the Japanese the opportunity of capturing an island of strategic importance in the Indian Ocean. So that's brought the narrative up to today. If you want, we can even mention 1971, when, in an effort to intimidate the government of India, the US 7th Fleet sailed into the Bay of Bengal. But of course, we had successfully captured Bangladesh before the ships of the 7th Fleet could get close enough to constitute a serious threat or menace to Indian military interests. But what's interesting about all of this is that it sort of confirms the fact that for hundreds of years, the Indian Ocean region has been the site of battles, movements, trade, cultural exchange, occasional violence, a great deal of syncretism in the exchanges of belief and goods and cultural ideas. All of this has been part of a great narrative of the Indian Ocean. And as countries are vying for regional influence, as we hear about issues like the formation of AUKUS or AUKUS dominating the headlines, playing into dynamics that have been seen repeated so often, I think that we must be conscious that little has really changed in this part of the world. The Indian Ocean remains key to any serious vision of India's global strategy and India's larger role in the world. Of course, the dynamics that have shaped the region continue to change their form. The actors that determine them will change, shift, and alter, and it's an everlasting challenge to understand them. But we must have a sense of the history of the Indian Ocean region, because we must always know as Indians how important it is in shaping our future, as well as limiting our options, as well as multiplying our opportunities. The vast expanse of ocean has been the subject of very much reflection, but not enough, I would argue, on our own parts. This must be safeguarded from military aggression, from environmental degradation, from the raising up of new barriers that would threaten perhaps our own interests. And I would say that great task falls to you, the cream of India's future naval commanders and thinkers, the task of learning from the past so that we may understand the present with a view to firmly grasping the future. I'm sure that the fine faculty at this remarkable institution will work with all of you in giving you the tools to take up this call, and that India undoubtedly will be all the better for your appreciation of the history of the Indian Ocean region. Thank you very much for inviting me to address you all, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your perspective on Indian Ocean strategy and history, and for your customary eloquence, and also for bringing out the criticality of the maritime domain from the turn of the 20th century to the emerging geopolitical strategy across the Indian Ocean region. Your take on the Battle of Coleshell was especially enlightening for all our trainees and audiences. It was one of the most decisive battles in maritime history of India. I would request the audience to kindly rise and thank Dr. Tharoor in our customary manner. We're now headed towards the second session of the Dilli series webinar. The theme for the second session is India's Maritime Journey from the 15th to the 19th century and Key Takeaways from the 21st Century. A total of 4 paper presenters will be participating in this session. The chairperson of this session holds a unique distinction of having served the longest period in seagoing billets, personifying the term Sailor of Sailors. Vice Admiral M.S. Pawar was a navigating officer of INS Magar during Operation Pavan in Sri Lanka and the Fleet Navigating Officer of Western Fleet during the Kargil crisis. He was a Fleet Operations Officer of the Western Fleet when the Indian Navy commenced anti-piracy patrols in the Gulf of Aden and also undertook the largest deployment to the Atlantic Ocean in 2009. He also headed the Mauritius National Coast Guard during 2003 as the Commandant of the force. His joint service tenures include being the Deputy Assistant Chief of Integrated Defence Staff Maritime at HQ IDS and an early staff appointment at the National Defence Academy. He has also served as a Flag Officer Sea Training, the Chief of Staff of the Southern Naval Command, Flag Officer Commanding Maharashtra and Gujarat Naval Area, and Chief of Staff, Eastern Naval Command. He was also the first to tenant the billet of Flag Officer Commanding Gujarat, Daman and Diu Naval Area. As a Director General of Project Seabird, he planned and kick-started the execution of the biggest infrastructure development initiative in the Indian Navy. As the Deputy Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Pawar oversaw a number of operations, including those undertaken following the terrorist attack in Pulwama, the Indian Navy's deployment in the Persian Gulf, Operation Sankalp, and operations undertaken post-Galwan during the LAC standoff with China. He planned and executed Operation Samudra Setu and coordinated multiple Mission Saga deployments in the aid of COVID diplomacy. An alumnus of the Royal Naval Staff College UK, College of Naval Warfare Mumbai, and the National Defence College New Delhi, he won the prestigious Herbert Lott Prize at the Royal Naval Staff College, Greenwich, UK. The Admiral holds a double MPhil in Defence and Strategic Studies. The flag officer superannuated from naval service after 51 years in uniform. Sir, may I request you to start the proceedings of this session? Over to you, sir. Excuse me, sir. Could you please switch on your mic? You're not audible to us. So I'm sorry, sir, you're not audible right now to the audience. Sir, we are having a technical issue at this time. We will currently clear the issue and come back to you in a couple of minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, cadets. It's indeed a proud privilege for me to be back at the Indian Naval Academy. Some of you who are old enough will recall that I spoke to you last, warning you about the cyber espionage activities of a neighboring country which indulges in cross-border terrorism. Those espionage activities continue to this day, and I'm sure you remember my words. But coming to the seminar per se, it is not a happy feeling to take the mic after an eloquent speaker such as Dr. Shashi Tharoor. But there's an advantage also, because for a speaker of that caliber, the audience is always held in rapt attention, and I am the beneficiary, despite having the post-lunch slot when most of the cadets would have better things to do, as I recall from my days at the academy. Secondly, the other advantage I have is the finest set of panelists who are going to speak to you, experts in their own fields, as you will see when you hear them. It is indeed very apt that this seminar should take place at the Indian Naval Academy, because the 15th to 18th century history of the Indian Ocean, maritime history of India actually started in the waters that wash the coast of the Indian Naval Academy. It is in these waters, not very far from the Naval Academy, in Calicut, in Cananore, that Kunjali Marakar of the Zamorin showed his chivalry, and further north, the Kanoji Angres of the Maratha fleet became icons in their times. And we are going to discuss in the very first paper about the maritime icons of India. But before that, I'm not sure whether it's by design or by accident that both the institutions that are feeder institutions to the Indian Navy for the officer cadre, the National Defence Academy, as well as the Indian Naval Academy, are situated at very apt locations. The National Defence Academy, of which I'm an alumnus, is situated in the valley overlooked by the Sinhagad Fort when the legendary Tanaji Malosre laid down his life in the Battle of Kondana. There's a Hindi film by that name, and I'll call upon all of you to have a look at that. So also, the Naval Academy is located very, very close to the playground of the Kunjali Marakas. And I'm sure both these icons who laid down their lives in battle will continue to inspire the cadets of the Indian Naval Academy as well as the National Defense Academy. Coming to the period of 15th to 18th century, it is indeed a very fascinating phase of not only India's maritime history, but in fact the world history. Because if we are to talk about any relevant, I'm not talking of the maritime history in the days of the galleys and the oars of the Romans and the Indus Valley civilization, which we saw in the forenoon. I'm talking of the contemporary maritime history of the recent times, the last 300-400 years. The maritime history of the world was shaped by these centuries. What are the characteristics of these of this period which shaped the history? Firstly, it was a pre-industrial society. What Elvin and Hedy Toffler called this period as the first wave civilizational period, when the muscle power of men, women, and animals decided victory on the battlefield. A country, a nation that had more able-bodied men and women, stronger animals like the elephants, were the ones which prevailed in battle. It was those countries which prospered. So we are talking about that period prior to industrialization. The 15th century, the early 15th century was also a period of exploration. And there was a rat race, literally, to explore the new worlds. And we find as the result of the foundations laid by Henry the Navigator of Portugal, who institutionally laid the foundations of modern day navigation in a way wherein he set up schools to train navigators, that various lands, various routes were discovered, not least the discovery of the New World in the Americas, as well as the sea route to India via the Cape of Good Hope. What were these people driven by? Primarily by profit. As you know, as you heard in the various lectures before, the Mediterranean, the Red Sea Mediterranean route over Egypt dominated the spice trade. The Silk Route was above land. And given the dominance of the Muslims in this part of the world, of course, the Venetians had good diplomatic relations with the Muslims, and they were the beneficiaries of this route through the Red Sea, as well as the Silk Route over land. But to the envy of Western European countries, they too wanted a share of profit. And that's what drove the period of discoveries to find routes to India via the Cape of Good Hope. So also, the period is dominated by acts of piracy, privateering, which was promoted as state policy, as Dr. Tharoor just mentioned, and he narrated to you the story of the Gunji Savai, the ship of Aurangzeb, which was ransacked by Avre, the British pirate. It is interesting to note that this very pirate had actually set sail to Brazil, and he was to operate there. He led a mutiny on his ship, and from off South America, he sailed that ship all the way around the Cape of Good Hope, came to Bab al-Mandeb, where this Gunji Savai was returning from the Yemeni port of Mocha. So privateering was state-sponsored. People wanted to make profits, and it was free for all. In fact, there's a Hindi saying which talks about "Jiske haath mein lathi uski bhains," or later on, in a more sophisticated manner, the British called it "He who rules the waves, waves the rules," or the Bollywood calls it, the Bollywood villains would say "manmani." This period was also characterized by the manmani, or whatever one liked, to do. If he had the power, he could bombard shores, he could take people hostage, he could engage in slave trade, he could build colonies, empires, and this is the period, 15th to 18th century, which characterized such empire building. We also have a number of battles which Dr. Tharoor mentioned, but I was surprised to see that he never mentioned a word about Kanoji Angre and his 2 generations later, which ruled the West Coast for a considerable period of time. And the Battle of Vasai, wherein Chimaji Appa, the brother of the Bajirao Peshwa, there's a Hindi film called Bajirao Mastani, the brother of that Bajirao, who took the fort of Basin or Vasai and defeated the Portuguese, and that was the end of the Portuguese so-called dominance, if at all there was, in the Indian waters there. We will look at this battle and several others as we go along as a part of this session of the seminar. Talking about icons, there are a number of them. They were mentioned by Admiral Arun Prakash in the morning. We have the Kunjali Maracas, we have the Kanoji Angre and later Angres. We have the King of Travancore, Martanda Varma, the Rani of Ullal, Rani Abbaka Chauta, after whom a Coast Guard ship is named. We have various others, smaller players like the Samants of Wadi, and we have icons on the East Coast, which we will talk about. But we'll go back to an even earlier period about which a mention was made, the period of the Cholas. They were talked about in the context of the Srivijaya Empire, the way the Cholas led an expedition to subjugate the Srivijaya Empire 1,000 years ago. And to talk about this period of our glorious history, we have a very eminent speaker today, Professor Sanu Kainikara, a renowned gentleman who lives in Australia, of an Indian origin. He is a former fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force who retired voluntarily after 21 years of service, a qualified flying instructor and a fighter combat leader. So he is an extremely passionate person, as you can see, an air warrior researching on matters maritime. After leaving active duty with the Indian Air Force, he worked for 4 years as a senior analyst at the United States training team in the Middle East, specializing in military strategy before migrating to Australia. He was a consultant to the Air Operations Division of the Defense Science and Technology Group of the Australian Defense Organization, and then a lecturer in aerospace engineering at the RMIT University, Melbourne, from 1998 to 2001, before joining the Australian Public Service. He served as the air power strategist for the Royal Australian Air Force from 2003 till November last year. He has authored 24 books, 13 of them on national security, military strategy, and air power, 3 collection of political essays, and 8 in a series on Indian history. In addition, he has authored 19 peer-reviewed independent working papers on military strategy and air power challenges. He has also published a large number of papers on air power, national security, and military strategy in internationally reputed professional magazines, as well as contributing chapters to a number of books on political and military analysis. Professor Sanu is currently an adjunct professor in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of New South Wales. He is the inaugural Distinguished Fellow at the Institute for Regional Security based in Canberra and a Distinguished Fellow of the CAPS, that is Center for Air Power Studies in New Delhi. Professor Kanaikara is a regular guest lecturer at the Military College of the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Finland, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, New Zealand, and of course India. He has presented papers on invitation at a large number of international conferences, such as this one too. Dr. Kanaikara is a graduate of the Indian National Defense Academy, like me, Defense Services Staff College, and the College of Air Warfare. He holds a Master of Science and in Defense and Strategic Studies from the University of Madras and an Executive Master in Public Administration from the Australia-New Zealand School of Governance. His PhD in International Politics was awarded by the University of Adelaide. Without further ado, may I now request Professor Sanu Kanaikara to take the mic.
Thank you very much, Admiral, Commandant of the Indian Naval Academy and the officer cadets of the Academy, as well as the public which is viewing this particular conference on YouTube. First and foremost, I really have to say that the topic of maritime icons of India and their legacies is such a vast subject that I have elected to talk purely about the Imperial Cholas. And why do I call them the Imperial Cholas? The first thing is the earliest datable reference to the Chola dynasty that ruled a Tamil Empire in South India is an inscription in the 3rd century BC of Ashoka the Maurya in his rock edict number 13 located near New Delhi. Before I go on to explaining about the Cholas, I would like to point out a little known fact. The Cholas are one of the longest serving dynasties in world history, ruling territorial holdings of varying sizes from around the 4th century BC to the end of the 13th century AD. That's a span of nearly 1800 years. Now, having said that, the Chola Empire had substantial maritime interests, and at the height of their powers, the Cholas were the predominant military, economic, and cultural power in the South and Southeast Asia. Chola history actually is normally divided into 4 distinct periods. One is the early Cholas of the Sangam period, and the interim period of relative obscurity of about 400 to 500 years, the Imperial Cholas, and then the later Cholas. We will confine ourselves to talking about the Imperial Cholas. Now, it was only around 850 AD that the Chola stars really began to rise by a gentleman called Vijayalaya Chola, who ruled between 848 and 871 AD, who was a founder of the Imperial Chola dynasty. He captured Tanjavur, established a firm Chola control over the surrounding region, and then he was followed on the throne by his son Aditya I, and subsequently the grandson Parantaka I, who ruled from 907 to 955. Now, he was victorious in all his battles, but at the end of his reign, once again, the Cholas went into a certain amount of turmoil because of internal dissensions. And for about 30 years, there was a span of time when about 3 emperors tried to rule the country. And then 2 of the greatest rulers of the Imperial Cholas came to power and established the zenith of Chola dominance in the region. They built a power base, these 2 kings built a power base so strong that the dynasty would continue for another 3 centuries without the kings really having to exert themselves. These 2 were Radharaja Chola I, who ruled from 985 to 1014, followed by his son Rajendra Chola, who ruled from 1014 to 1044. At the end of his reign, Radharaja Chola's empire spread from the island of Sri Lanka in the south to the basin of the rivers Godavari and Krishna in the north, covered the entire Konkan coast up to Bhatkal, the Malabar coast, and the islands of Lakshadweep and Maldives. You can see the size of the empire. And The capture of the islands of both Lakshadweep and Maldives, and also the attack on Sri Lanka, indicates the existence of an efficient navy in the military lineup of the Cholas. Rajendra Chola, after he took over, completed the conquest of Sri Lanka, and he also took the Sri Lankan king Mahinda V as prisoner. Thereafter, he went north. He conquered Odisha, defeated the Pala dynasty of Bengal, and marched victoriously to the river Ganga in North India. The kingdoms along the entire east coast of the peninsular India, from the southern tip to the mouth of the river Ganges in Bengal, acknowledged Chola suzerainty at this time. So Rajendra Chola's greatest achievement actually was not this particular conquest of the land. It was a naval expedition against the Srivijaya Empire of Southeast Asia, which was a resounding success. Can I have the first map, please? In the talking about the rise and decline of the Imperial Chola Navy, in the broader Indian context, Mesopotamian inscriptions indicate that by 2300 BC, Indian traders were carrying copper, hardwood, ivory, pearls, and gold actively to the region during the reign of the Sargon of Akkad. By the beginning of the Christian era, Indian maritime navigational charts were in common use. And the Periplus Maris Erythrae, or the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, the Greco-Roman Periplus, written between 52 and 62 AD, documenting the ports and coastal inlands and landmarks, mentions regular sea trade between India and Egypt. That India has a long and illustrious maritime tradition is not surprising, since its peninsula has a long coastline. And the Chola Navy, the earliest specific reference in a 1st century AD Roman report of Kaveri Pattinam, which is today called Pumpuhar, which is a natural harbor at the mouth of the river Kaveri. And the description is of trading vessels being escorted by the king's navy. In the interim period of relative obscurity that I talked about, the second part of a four-stage history, the maritime traditions of the Cholas is also a little shady. Now, after that comes the glorious epoch of 4 centuries after Vijayalaya Chola, the reign of the imperial Cholas, the golden period of Chola maritime activity. During the time of Rajaraja Chola, whom we mentioned earlier, Rajaraja was the youngest son of Sundara Chola, born around 947 AD, and he came to power on the 25th of June in 985. His first military action after taking over was a combined naval and army action against South Kerala, starting with the Battle of Kadalur Salai, which is actually the conquest of Vizhinjam, a port slightly to the south of what is today Thiruvananthapuram. And this particular action is corroborated by the Thiruvalangadu copper plate, which was excavated about 4 decades ago. In 993, the Chola navy under Rajaraja invaded Sri Lanka. He sacked the capital, Anuradhapura, captured northern parts of the island, and established an interim capital at a place called Polonnaruwa. The Chola navy captured the Laccadive and Minicoy Islands. And the records say that they captured 12,000 islands. Actually, there would be all these coral atolls allied with the Minicoy Island chain. The kingdom obviously was oriented to the eastern seaboard of the peninsula. And the Chola navy automatically controlled the area around the Bay of Bengal, which under Rajaraja Chola could be called a Chola lake. And the Chola navy also sailed regularly into Southeast Asia for trade. There's no indication at this stage of any military action against the Southeast Asian local kings. At this time, in Southeast Asia, the Srivijaya Empire was a dominant kingdom in the Indochina archipelago. It flourished between 7th and around 13th centuries AD, and it controlled the trade routes along with the Straits of Malacca and Sunda, which are the two choke points in that place, in that archipelago. Now, Rajaraja Chola's expeditions were meant basically to show the flag, strengthen trading ties, and safeguard the trading routes that the Cholas had already established with the countries towards the north, Vietnam, and then subsequently towards China. The Chola Navy, however, did not initiate any offensive action other than for a few ports in the Malay Peninsula, which had tried to give trouble to the Chola traders. And whenever these Malay traders tried to obstruct the smooth flow of trade, the classic gunboat diplomacy would be carried out. They would attack the port, show the flag, and clear up the area. In fact, the relationship between the Hindu Chola dynasty and the Buddhist Sailendra dynasty ruling Srivijaya Empire at that time was actually cordial and even friendly. Rajaraja Chola ensured that Sailendra rulers understood the fact that the Cholas, even with their constant transit with their powerful navy through Srivijaya waters, harbored no territorial ambitions on the archipelago. And steadfast adherence to this demonstrated neutrality made the Cholas a friendly trading kingdom for the Sailendras. However, the background was there that the Chola navy's exploits against Sri Lanka and the Konkan coast was kind of buttressing the fact that if necessary, we could do what we did in Sri Lanka to you also. And these exploits and their constant presence in Southeast Asian waters acted as a deterrent to any Srivijaya misadventure against the Cholas and their trading empire. Essentially, Rajaraja's vision was strategically long-term, and he was more keen to ensure that the trade routes through Srivijaya waters that led to the Chinese ports were kept secure, so that the Chola kingdom continued to prosper as the central linchpin in a lucrative east-west trade. So that was his fundamental aim. After his time, Rajendra Chola, his son, took over, coming to the throne in 1014 on his father's death. The Chola invasion of the Srivijaya kingdom, which followed in 1025, actually stands out in the narrative of the Chola naval history or the imperial Cholas as such, as something of an aberration. Normally, they had a tranquil relationship between the two kingdoms, and the Cholas benefited greatly from peaceful maritime trade and commerce. Although the Chola navy was not above resorting to piracy or to plunder when they thought it was necessary. Now, the Srivijaya Empire by itself at this time was a major maritime trading nation. It maintained a sizable and powerful navy to ensure the trade carried on in a trouble-free manner, and especially since they controlled the two major maritime choke points in the region, the Malacca and Sunda Straits. Can I have the second map, organizers? The effective control of these two straits, I'm sorry, the maps are not coming up. Srivijaya enforced maritime. Yeah, this is the map of the archipelago. And as we go along, you'll be able to see the places that I mentioned. It will make it much more clearer. So in the first 2 decades of the second millennia, the Cholas had become the most powerful kingdom in the Indian subcontinent. and the Srivijaya stranglehold on trade in the region, in the Southeast Asian region, had started to irritate the Chola rulers, particularly Rajendra Chola. Now, even so, the reasons as to why this great naval expedition was mounted is still kind of obscure. It cannot be determined fully even now, and it remains a, a bit of an aberration. Anyway, the immediate reason was that King Suryavarman of the Angkor Empire of Cambodia requested Rajendra Chola's assistance to resist an invasion by the Tambralinga kingdom, which existed between 9th and 12th AD in the Malay Peninsula. The Tambralingas were actually under the influence of Srivijaya and in turn asked for their assistance. So, from a religious point of view, the Cholas and the Angkor kingdom were Shaivite Hindus, and both Srivijaya and Tambralinga were Mahayana Buddhists, and it was easy to draw the religious battle lines. The invasion by itself took Srivijaya by surprise because the relationships between the Cholas and the Srivijayas had not really deteriorated to an extent of having to use use force. So Srivijaya was really taken by surprise. And the other thing that happened was, normally for trade, the Chola vessels followed a normal route from the Indian peninsula to the east coast of East Bengal, called on the port of Lamuri, which you can see up there in the on the Sumatra island in Aceh, and then entered the Malacca Straits. Now, this time in 1025, the Chola navy sailed directly to the west coast of Sumatra. Very briefly, the Armada berthed at a port of Barus in North Sumatra, which was under the control of the Tamil trading guilds that operated there. They replenished their ships, and then from Barus, the ships continued southwards along the west coast of Sumatra and sailed into the Sunda Straits. Now, Srivijaya Navy had expected the attack to come through the Malacca Straits, and they had been guarding the northwest opening of the strait. The Chola invasion had materialized from the Sunda Straits in the south, and the surprise was complete. The first Srivijayan city to be attacked was Palembang, the capital. Total surprise and an overwhelming superiority of arms enabled the Cholas to sack the city and plunder the palace and the monasteries. Thereafter, the navy launched successive attacks on the ports of Malayu, Tumasik, Panay, and Kedah, sacking and plundering each one of them with hardly any opposition. The invasion was extensive, but the Cholas did not stop to annex any territory. The objective seems to have been merely to plunder and destroy the power base of the Sailendra dynasty, since they had started to interrupt Chola trade. And the swift moving action that they did not provide any opportunity for the Srivijaya forces to either recoup or prepare any defenses, let alone retaliate. And the consequences of this raid or this expedition was, firstly, you can assess that the expedition was a resounding success based on analyzing the objectives that they went out to. They achieved its primary object of reducing the power of the Sailendra king, even more than what the Chola emperor had actually thought should have been done. Srivijaya had obviously attempted to rein in Chola activities, and they had been put in their place. By imprisoning the king and sacking most of the prominent cities of the kingdom, the Cholas unfortunately destabilized the Srivijaya kingdom and in turn the region. The strong control that the Sailendra king had exercised on the trade routes through Malacca and Sunda Straits now no longer existed. And the region entered a period of chaos trade and commerce that had flowed effortlessly from the Indian peninsula to China and back started to become a somewhat uncertain undertaking. It is clear that Rajendra Chola had embarked on the expedition to establish his supremacy over the Srivijaya kingdom and reduce it to vassal status, although he was not prepared to take on the administration of a faraway archipelago. This is a questionable strategic objective. As we go along, we will see that. And there were two main consequences of the invasion. One is the weakening of the Sailendra dynasty without providing a viable alternative permitted regional powers to declare semi-independence and for some smaller kingdoms to sprout declaring independence. And with the Chola ascendancy in the region, the second consequence was that the Tamil trade guilds started to quickly encroach on regions that were traditionally Sailendra strongholds, especially in the Malay Peninsula and the north coast of Sumatra. The presence of the Tamil guilds in traditional Srivijaya territory diluted Srivijaya power completely. The Sailendra dynasty had been informally reduced to a vassal status. And this decline of the Srivijaya power eventually led to the rise of the Hindu empire of Majapahit in Java. They ruled the place from 1293 to 1527. To end this presentation of mine, I want to bring this whole great naval expedition to the current situation in terms of an enduring lessons. So the expedition has to be considered a success, but it could also be thought of as an ill-conceived campaign born of the hubris of Rajendra Chola I, who had been victorious from the time of his ascension to the throne. He had never lost a battle. So there is no doubt that the Chola power was at its zenith when the expedition was mounted. But the Chola interference in the geostrategic, political, and even economic affairs of the several kingdoms of the region predates this naval invasion. And since the Cholas brought overarching long-term influence to bear on Southeast Asia, a study of this major military expedition will bring out some enduring lessons regarding national security, policies, and imperatives at the strategic level. The first lesson for all nations: prosperity and stability are two sides of the same coin and depend on two major factors: the ability to trade with other nations in an unhampered and equal manner, and the ability to create and maintain allies without diluting national security requirements, even when the geopolitical situation becomes difficult and challenging. And through the Cholas reacted to Srivijaya restricting their ability to trade freely by enforcing their writ on the two choke points in Southeast Asian waters, the Malacca and Sunda Straits, through concerted naval action. So that's one. The second one derives from the first in a conditional manner. If prosperity and stability are interconnected, the fundamental to the well-being of a nation as prosperity and stability, then the nation must be able to defend its sovereignty at all times. The concept of defending the sovereignty of the nation is nuanced, and I'll clarify it in two points. One is defending the sovereignty of the nation does not imply creating and implementing a defensive foreign policy or security strategy. In fact, a proactive and, if necessary, an offensive grand strategy should flow from the overarching, practical, and active policies to ensure the sovereignty of the nation remains unchallenged. So, through a major part of their centuries rule, the Chola emperors maintained a status quo relationship with their overseas trading partners. But it's a salutary lesson for us, modern nations, that they did not hesitate to mount a naval expedition to destroy the rising power of a trading partner who had overstepped the mark. This was realpolitik at its stellar best, is what I think. The Cholas calculated territorial
Can you
expansion.
expedite, sir?
Yep.
Can you expedite, sir? We're running over time.
All right. There are three more lessons that I wanted to talk about. I'll skip that.
Maybe we can take that in the lessons for the 21st century.
Yes, that's fine. The Chola naval expedition into the Srivijaya country remains a classic example of a powerful maritime nation bringing to bear the full might of its elements of national power to ensure that its national security interests were not threatened by an emerging power. It remains as the epitome of the optimized combination of national policy, security imperatives, and realpolitik in support of national security imperatives. Thank you very much.
Sir, for that lovely presentation. I'm aware you have got a lot of points remaining out there, on such a vast topic as that. But we have got the concluding session wherein we can discuss the takeaways for the 21st century, because that's what you intended to cover. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a short break now and a tea break. We're already running behind schedule, and we were supposed to start the post tea break session at 1535, and we are already at 1523. So may I request all of you to join back by 1540, and there's 17 minutes to go. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we will take a short tea break. The proceedings will resume in 20 minutes. I request all the attendees to kindly resume their seats by 1535. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now resume the proceedings of session 2 of the series Sea Power webinar. I request Vice Admiral M.S. Pawar to kindly take over the proceedings of the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I'm sure you are now charged up to hear the specialists and the experts speak on
There is a
topics.
slight disturbance. So there is a slight disturbance from your end, sir.
Just a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It's loud and clear now, sir.
Okay. Sorry for that. This is my fan actually. So, okay. It's welcome back, and it's very apt that the Naval Academy is conducting this seminar on a very historic occasion, where we have the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of our independence being celebrated all over the country, as also 50 years of the golden jubilee of the War of Liberation of Bangladesh. And as you all well know, sea power played an important part in both these things. Firstly, in the trailblazing role of the Indian Navy in setting literally to blaze the Kiamari oil tank farms of Karachi in 1971, which are the hallmarks of our Navy's action in 1971. And also, equally shamefully, I would say, the lack of sea power, which compelled us to lose Azadi. How we lost Azadi, why we lost it, what are the battles which shaped the history, we'll see and analyze in a while. But first, we'll look at the tactics employed by the victors or the vanquished, and what they could have done better. In the opening remarks, I had mentioned that the 15th to the 18th centuries were characterized by the first wave civilization, wherein muscle power dictated everything. A slight addition to that, of course, is the involvement of gunpowder and its use in cannons. Remember, dynamite had not yet been invented. Alfred Nobel was not yet on the scene, but gunnery and the use of cannon was very much there. This is the only dimension which are not dictated by muzzle, but by technology, howsoever nascent it was. And the Europeans had already taken a lead in use of cannons, superior use of gunpowder. The Indians did have gunpowder, and you will know that the Battle of Plassey, many years later in 1757, was lost not least because of a heavy thunderstorm had drenched the Siraj-ud-Dawla's gunpowder, and there were a large number of misfires. Of course, the role of Mir Zafar in not playing his role and siding with the English is a separate matter. But as far as technology and tactics go, the use of gunpowder and the cannons played a key role in the 15th to 18th centuries, despite being a first wave industrial, pre-industrial society. Let's talk about tactics now. And to address this topic, we have a very eminent person, a man who has practiced tactics all his life, Commodore B.R. Prakash, who is a gunnery and missiles warfare specialist, who was retired from the Navy recently. He served on board a number of frontline ships as a specialist, including on board the recently decommissioned Rajput, Ranveer, Prabal, and Charag. He commanded INS Ganga with great distinction, and INS Vidyut before that. He was also the executive officer and the principal warfare officer of Gomati and Kirpan. Commodore Prakash has also served as the joint director at Naval Headquarters and at the Indian Naval Tactical Evaluation Group in Mumbai. So no better person than him to talk about tactics, having been a part of the INTEG faculty. He was the commissioning commanding officer of INS Sardar Patel when I was the flag officer commanding Maharashtra and Gujarat naval area. He was deputed to Israel for joint development of the long-range surface-to-air missile system in collaboration with the Israeli aerospace industries, and later was involved in installation and successful uh, trials and testing of this system on board the Calcutta class destroyers. An alumnus of the training ship Rajendra, Indian Naval Academy, and the Defense Services Staff College, he has a high reputation as a missile and gunnery warfare specialist, apart from, of course, his experience at the INTEG and in command of various ships. He also holds an MSc degree in applied psychology as well as in defense studies. May I now request Commodore B.R. Prakash to take the mic and educate on his thoughts about the tactics used in this part of the world from the 15th to 18th centuries. Over to you, Prakash.
Thank you very much, sir. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to address this August gathering. Cadets, I would like to thank Admiral Hampioli for this opportunity. What I'm going to speak is about the evolution of naval tactics and weapons during this period. The last few sessions have actually I'm just going to share the screen. I hope you can see the slides now.
Yes, sir. I would request you to go into the slide share mode, sir.
Yeah, just going. Just a minute. Okay, the last few sessions have actually adequately covered the fact that the Indian Ocean has, from time immemorial, been an scene of intense commercial activity, and peninsular India had a long and influential maritime life, with ships sailing across the globe from east to west. However, one aspect which I would like to bring out is that from the 13th century, there was a slight wane in maritime activities. Kingdoms started looking inward and started getting into a continental mind shift. This was the time when Western nations like Portugal, Spain, Dutch were pushing seaward during the age of exploration, beginning from the 15th century. Now, the 16th century has actually been a period of transition. The age of sail ushered in a new dimension to naval warfare, and weaponizing of cargo ships, which hitherto were only carrying cargo with cannons, took this to the next level. Now, even as new methods of fighting at sea were evolving, galley tactics, that is, ramming, boarding, and fighting with swords on board the ships which had been boarded, continued to be exercised or used by all the navies. I shall cover this in the next 20 minutes. Now, some of the constraints which one faces when trying to analyze naval tactics is that while seaborne trade and maritime exploits have been well covered in and documented in inscriptions, travel accounts, pothis, there is very little documentation which is available on naval battles which can be used. Analysis of tactics or what kind of weapons were used one doesn't find very much in the Indian context. Therefore, we need, and whatever is available is basically glorifying or stories which have been written about, which actually don't give us any meaningful use. Therefore, while in comparison, the West have paid great attention to maritime tactics and maritime strategy, and there are a number of records which are available for analysis. The voyages of the Portuguese, including instructions which have been issued by da Gama to his captains, are well recorded in Gaspar Correra's The Three Voyages of Vasco da Gama. All the admirals' fighting instructions to fleet captains between 1530 and 1816 have been recorded by Sir Julian Corbett. Now, with this constraint, we need to analyze these battles, the places where they were fought, and to make some progress on the tactical thought and practices which were adopted by the Indian kingdoms. So let's look at the kind of before I talk about battles and tactics, it will be a good idea to define what exactly is tactics. Tactic comes from the Greek word tactica, which means matters pertaining to arrangement. Now, Captain Wayne Hughes, in his book Fleet Tactics and Naval Operations, explains that the traditional definition of tactics is the art or science of disposing of or maneuvering forces in relation to each other and the enemy, or the science of employing them in battle. In simple terms, it basically means handling of naval forces in battle. There are three things which are the cornerstones for maritime of naval tactics. One is leadership, doctrine, and technology. I shall come to this in a while. Basically, about the technology which was there. I should just briefly cover the landscape, the 16th century landscape, which will orient you to the kind of battles and where they were fought. On the screen, you see that Vijayanagara extended almost right through the South Indian Peninsula, with Bijapur to the north, and then the Kingdom of Gujarat. And the important ports are Diu, Chaul, Goa, Calicut, Kochi. These were the ports which were important during this period, where most of the battles were fought. Down south between Mangalore and Cochin, you had the Malabar, which was again further divided into small kingdoms, the Zamorins, the king of Venad, and the king of Cananur. These were the three major kings who were ruling the Malabars. Now, Malabar was a very important area because the spice trade took place from here. Now, I had earlier talked about technology, and that it was one of the foundation pillars of tactics. It's essential to understand the type of ships and the weapons which are available with the adversaries. On the screen, you see the ships. On the left are the European ships, and on the right you see the ships which were the native ships, which were built and used in by the local navies. You can easily see that though the Indian ships were large in size compared to the Portuguese ships, they were built differently. There was no use of nails. Most of the planking was covered or was sewn, so the strength was much lesser than the European ships. Also, heavy weapons could not be deployed on them because of the inability to take the shock. On the other hand, the Portuguese ships had ships which the smaller ship was the Caravel, which about 50 to 80 tons, again carried cannons. The carracks initially were between 100 to 120 tons. Later on, they were built up to about 400 tons, and the galleys were much larger ships. Now, the Portuguese extensively used the caravel along with the carracks during their expeditions to India. These were ships which were basically built for rough voyages and were very sturdy and could carry 6 to 8 to 10 cannons. Okay, let's have a look at the kind of weapons which were there. Until this period, until the 1410, 1420, the primary weapon which was there across was the crossbow or the longbow. Subsequently, when the gunpowder was discovered and cannons started to be built, these were immediately put on board ships for as a weapon which could be used with a devastating effect. Initially, they were bombards. That means they were rods which were basically wrought iron rods which were welded together and then stitched so that the cannonball could be put inside this and they could be fired. Subsequently, they started using bronze and the cannon started to grow larger. On the screen, you see this was perhaps the first type of cannon which was there, which slowly evolved. On the bottom right, you can see that you can see how it was deployed on a ship. This proved to be a game changer in the arbitration of sea power. There are again, on the right side, you can see a number of these cannons which slowly evolved over a period of time. The cannonball was about 3 inches. It weighed about 4 pounds. It was made generally of solid iron and would be capable of punching a hole in about 4 inches of solid oak timber. Now, with this as a background, let us go back and analyze the battles which were fought in this region. Now, basically, if we study history of that period, no naval engagements were there between the fleets of Indian rulers. None have been recorded. The only naval action during the period was against pirates. The battles between various kingdoms were largely fought on land between the armies. The early Indian rulers maintained navies only for protection of the coast, putting down piracy, enforcement of payment of taxes, and in case of war, carrying and escorting troops across the sea. No naval battles on any large scale were fought or known until the arrival of the Portuguese. This scene changed completely once the Portuguese arrived. There is one more common element in all these battles that were fought. They were fought very close to the coast and they were fought in the creeks and rivers which were adjoining. There were no major engagements on the sea. There were few major battles which were fought between the Portuguese and the Zamorins in 1501, 1503. I shall just highlight these battles as they will be covered subsequently and draw lessons from each of these battles. The first battle was the Battle of Cananore in 1501. This was the first major naval engagement between the Portuguese and the Zamorins. The Zamorins attempted to blockade the third armada. The Zamorins employed ancient galley tactics. Cannons were still not on board. Now, there are two things which one of the lessons which comes out from this was the attempted blockade, though the blockade came into force much later in the 7 Years' War. But this was perhaps one of the earliest recorded battles, attempts for blockade. The blockade failed basically because the Zamorins didn't assess the capability of the enemy. Danova shot his way through the blockading ships. The second thing is he used a column form. This form, as you can see in the slide down below, line of ships following each other, and the lead ship firing its cannons against the blockading ships. This subsequently became a form of battle which went on. The line of battle went on right up to the Second World War. The second battle that I would like to talk about is the Battle of Calicut in 1503. Now, the key tactical lessons from this battle. On the right, you see just to orient you, it was off the coast of Kozhikode, and you can see the disposition of the ships, Koja Qasim's flotilla and Dagama squadron, with Vincent Sorde leading the ship, the caravels in the ahead. This battle is important for two things. One is the issue of tactical instructions to the fleet captains by Vasco da Gama. He told them not to board. He told them to carry out firing and continuously engage the enemy. A fleet carry out a artillery engagement against the fleet ships. The second thing is that he also advised his captains that in case they were subject to some firing or something like that, to have adequate water to douse out fires. This has been recorded in Gaspar Correa's book, and subsequently most admirals start issuing instructions to the captains of how to fight the battle. So this is one takeaway. Now, if you look at the use of the concept of, again, the column formed by Vincent Sorde, you can see the strung out line of ships of Koja Qasim was sequentially engaged by broadsides by the caravels of da Gama. Now, what happens is you can concentrate your firepower, and the squadron, the Koja Ambar and Koja Qasim's flotilla were a mixture of ships. Speeds were different, some were rowed, some were sailed, and therefore were spread out, and they could be picked one by one and shot down. These are two lessons which stand out from this battle. The third battle which I would like to highlight is the second siege of Cochin, which was in 1504. This was actually basically a land battle with a certain sea element in it. It was a series of confrontations between the Portuguese garrison at Cochin and the Zamorans. The Zamorans attempted to take over Cochin. Portuguese garrison had just 5 ships, whereas the Zamorans had many ships, maybe around 160. But they were small boats, and the idea was to try to sneak into through the inland waterways and target Cochin. Two things which stand out in this. One is Duarte Pacho or Pereira, with just 5 ships, managed to defend Cochin. The second thing which stands out is he was the first person perhaps to use, to scientifically analyze the relationship between tides and lunar phases and apply them to a battle. He knew exactly which ford will be passable at what time, and redeployed or deployed his ships and men according to that, so that the Zamorans trying to sneak in would be thwarted. The second thing he did was, since the channels were slightly wide, he started to stockade these forts by putting sharpened stakes, reducing the frontage for the Zamorin ships. The Zamorans, on the other hand, what they did was they tied their ships together and started to attack the caravels. However, this failed, and each wave, there were about 5 waves which kept sequentially coming in, and with each wave, the fort started getting flooded with sunk ships. So this is one lesson which stands out from the second siege of Cochin. Now, The third battle which I would like to talk about very briefly is the Battle of Chaul, 1508. You can see, orient yourself, it is to south of Mumbai. What we call Chaul is actually today Revdanda. In this, the Portuguese fleet was under Lourenço Almeida, who was the son of the viceroy. He had with him three small caravels, and their task was to escort the ships which were loading at Chaul and take them back to Kochi. The Mamul fleet, along with the Gujarati fleet, was under Amir Hussain. Now, this was a battle which was fought over 3 days. It was the first major defeat of the Portuguese fleet. Both in this battle, Lourenço lost his life. The flagship of the Portuguese was sunk in Chaul. However, the battle has a few takeaways from the tactical point of view. Both ships predominantly employed galley tactics. Lourenço was obsessed with taking over a ship completely, and he did not. He wanted to take it as prize. So therefore, he did not employ his cannons, which he had in adequate number, judiciously. Tried to board, and in the bargain was hit, and of course, and his ship was sunk. The combined fleet also failed to take advantage of surprise. They were the Portuguese were caught in surprise because these ships actually resembled the Caracs, and they were expecting Alfonso's fleet to fetch up at Chaul during that period, which was actually the Mamluk fleet coming. They had an operational pause at the river mouth, which gave time for the for the Portuguese to organize themselves. Now, one more takeaway is Hussein adopted a tight defensive formation. He chained all his ships together, made them face inward, and lost the complete advantage which he had. The Portuguese, on their side, despite having superior weapons, failed to use them to their advantage. Now, to avenge this battle, Almeida sailed towards Goa in 1509. He had a large fleet against the combined fleet of Mamluk, the Gujarati Sultanate, and the Zamorins. Again, the Mamluk fleet, the combined fleet, were well equipped. They had good skilled gunners. They had good cannons, which were given by the Venetians, but they poorly deployed these. They did not take advantage of the protection provided by Diu during the engagement. They restricted the use of cannons which were available on the fort to target the fleet, which was actually a tactical blunder. Again, they made the mistake of lashing these caracs and caravels as shown on the viewfoil, and wait for the Portuguese to attack. They lost the initiative completely. Now, the Portuguese had learned their lesson in the Battle of Chaul. They carried out bombardment. They carried out cannon fire was extensively used, and the Mamluk fleet was completely defeated. They employed them in a much better manner. Now, during the ensuing period, for over the next 90 years, there were skirmishes. There were no great battles. The Kunjalis continued.
Prakash, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The Kunjalis continued to engage the Zamorin fleets. They were, but they knew that their ships were no match for the Portuguese caravels. They did not carry out any direct engagement. They shifted the battlefield to the lagoons, the narrow waterways, and deployed these things at strategic points, entrances to rivers. They converged on the Portuguese ship, set fire to their sails. Once the sails are on fire, they rendered them ineffective. Then swarmed on them and tried to take over these ships. The other tactics which they used was they sailed patently behind the ships, trying to get an opportunity when the winds fell, so that the Portuguese ships were limited in their speed and maneuverability. Okay, now the Dutch and the English arrived. There was a sea change. There is one battle which I would like to highlight, is the battle between the Portuguese and the English fleet in 1612. For the first time, they used a frigate as a fire ship and sailed it towards the English fleet at anchor to burn the English ships. This is all that this battle has tactically. This led to the establishment of the East India Navy by the East India Company to protect their interests. Now, between the breakdown of the Portuguese authority and establishment of British supremacy, the naval interests revived. Mughals, the Siddhis, the Marathas built navy to protect their commercial interests. Shivaji built a navy starting from 1657 at Kalyan, and a major part of his activities was against the island fort of Janjira, which was held by the Siddhis. And of course, we will talk about Kanoji Angre, the great Maratha admiral between 1698 and 1729, who fought a relentless battle against the Siddhis, the Portuguese, and the British. Let me talk about the kind of ships which they had. They had the Gurabs, which were between 150 and 300 tons, and the Galbats, which were about 70 tons. The major naval battles of the Marathas were capture of Khanderi Island, Suvarnadurg, and Vijayadurg. Again, they avoided open encounter with the Europeans. They engaged them close to the coast, in the creeks, in the rivers. When they were carrying out an offensive, they resorted to surprise attacks and night raids. And they always retreated into the creeks, which were guarded by forts. The Gurabs and Galwats, tactically, they employed them by keeping them astern of the target ships to avoid the broadsides which would be fired by the British ships. They closed to fire their prow guns. First, Gurab broke off attack to reload. The next one immediately attacked. The Galwats, between the time of the Gurabs, the Galwats would come in and fire their guns. So this is how they managed to attack the British fleet. They always fired at the masts. They maneuvered the ships so that all the three masts would be in line. So a shot which was fired would strike one or the other of the masts. And once the ship was demasted, then they attacked her from all sides. They sent in the Galwats with about 200 or 300 people to board and fight. One good thing about the Maratha ships was they were not dependent on the wind as the European ships. When the wind failed, the Galbat would tow the Garab towards within cannon shot of the chase, and they always looked for a calm day because they were sure that it would be a day of victory for them, because the heavy ships would be becalmed and forced into inaction. Tactically, they like to keep to the lee side so they could break off an engagement when they found themselves on the windward side, they would use their oars and sails to break off the engagement. Now, to conclude, the European ships were definitely armed with superior weapons. They were built for long sea voyages and across oceans. Native navies were much smaller, were initially not equipped with cannons, which always tipped the battles in favor of the Western nations. The naval battles continued to be fought with a combination of long-range artillery, galley tactics, and boarding was perhaps the favored method of fighting, because you captured a prize at the end of when you won. The Zamorans, the Gujaratis, and the Marathas knew their weaknesses and avoided direct engagements and fighting on the open sea. Relied on surprise, luring them into rivers, and swarming the defense tactics. In my opinion, this strategically, this was absolutely wrong. tactically hit and focus, hit and run tactics, fighting close to the coast, in the rivers, gave very limited short-term gains of capturing and harassing ships. The Europeans, when their ships were attacked and were harassed, they went into a system of convoys where they protected their cargo ships. So this was not getting us anywhere. It also led to building the wrong type of ships without any reach or sustenance, and fighting short battles rather than concentrating on the war for the Indian Ocean. Sea control could never be established by the navies as a grand strategy. And perhaps this was one of our biggest mistakes during this entire period. Thank you very much. I finished.
Thank you very much, Prakash. It was a lovely presentation. Sorry to have rushed you through, but the country specialist that you are, you can, and given your vast experience at sea, you could continue to talk for many hours on tactics and various battles. But I'm sure there'll be other forums for you to present your views. Going on to the next speaker, but before that, I must make a mention here of the chivalry and bravery of those who manned the gulbats and gallivats and the smaller ships of the Indian powers. Their weapons were the sword and the shield, the sling, the stones, the spear, the bow, and the arrow. And in terms of bravery, if there was a boarding, the conclusion or the result of that boarding was a foregone conclusion. The Marathas or the Kunjalis would definitely win, because they were battle-hardened people fighting a number of battles on the land. But it was the superior technology of the cannon and the gunpowder which kept them at bay. And that's one of the takeaways, as we will see in the last session for the 21st century. If you don't keep up with the technology, you will come to grief. Coming to the next speaker, here's Commodore G. Prakash. He is going to speak to us on the various naval battles. Though Commodore B.R. Prakash has covered many of them, we'll have a unique perspective, devoid of tactics, from Commodore G. Prakash. And for paucity of time, without dwelling much on the topic and without stealing his thunder, I would just like to introduce him. Commodore G. Prakash is from Sainik School Kalakutam in God's own country, and an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Khadakwasla, where he joined in 1981 when I passed out, and he was commissioned in July 1985. He is an observer or an operations officer in the air of the Seeking 42 Bravo stream, and I've had the privilege of controlling him from many a deck where I was a navigating officer or a hello controller, and one was always reassured to hear his voice from the air. As part of the Indian Navy's Air Squadron 330, which he joined in 1990, he flew from both the aircraft carriers, apart from, of course, there's Virat and Vikrant, and from a number of smaller decks of the frigates and destroyers. In 1993, he specialized in anti-submarine warfare, and as an ASW officer, he served on board the Gomati, and he was also an instructor at the ASW school, wherein he set up the Indian Navy's LOFAR Center. He also pioneered the towed array sonar training at the ASW school. In afloat aviation, he has been the flight crew on board the Gomati, the flight commander of INS Godavari. His command appointments include the executive officers of Godavari once again, commanding officer of iron ships Ajay, Taragiri, wherein I had the privilege of working up his ship, and what a taut ship he ran, and on board the Tir as the senior officer #1 training squadron. He was also the commanding officer of INS Dega and INS Mandovi. As the commanding officer of Taragiri, he pioneered the afloat unmanned aerial vehicle operations at that time in the nascent stage, and also did tremendous work for the tsunami relief operations at Galle in Sri Lanka in 2004. And this Galle, I might as well mention here, is a very famous place in our maritime history. I might just tell you the Robert Kaplan's book, The Monsoon, narrates an incident of Galle wherein the famous Chinese Admiral Zheng He, when he entered the Indian Ocean and called at Galle, he installed a plaque in 3 languages, in Tamil, in Mandarin, and in Persian. And inscribed on that plaque is the Chinese fleet praying to the Indian gods and seeking the blessings of the Hindu deities. It is for no reason that they did that. The Hindu empire and the Indian reputation as mariners was spread far in the east, as we have seen, as far as the Angkor Wats or the Champas in Vietnam, or the Srivijaya Empire, and of course the Majapahids. So after his tremendous work in post-tsunami at Galle, he served twice at Naval Headquarters as the Joint Director at Naval Air Staff, and Joint Director at the Strategy, Concepts and Transformation, which was just an nascent directorate at that time. He was also the Command Aviation Officer of the Eastern Naval Command and Staff Officer to the Commander-in-Chief at the Headquarters Southern Naval Command and also the Western Naval Command. An alumnus of the Defense Services Staff College, Naval College. He's an MSc in Defense Studies from the Madras University and MPhil in Strategic Studies from the Mumbai University. He lectures at the National Defense College, Naval War College, Defense Services Staff College, and at various national seminars. Apart from, of course, his very, very scintillating and interesting and mind-catching talks at the Commanders' Conference of the Indian Navy. He has also been a regular speaker at the Maritime History Society's seminar. Before taking over as the commanding officer of Venduruthi Base Depot ship at the Southern Naval Command in May 16, he was the director, Maritime Warfare Center Kochi, wherein he steered the Indian Navy's prestigious strategic war games for close to 3 years. Walking in his shoes is a son who has joined the Indian Navy, and the tradition in his family continues. The white uniform continues. I leave the floor to Commodore Prakash. Well, calling him an admiral is not no insult. He's no less than one. Go ahead, Prakash.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you hear me? Hello?
So we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to share my screen and I'll start after sharing the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you see my screen?
No, sir, your screen is not visible yet, sir.
Okay, 1 second.
There is slight disturbance also from your side, sir.
It's raining outside.
Sir. Sir, I would share your screen. Yes, sir.
Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, sir, I can see your screen, so you can share your PPT now, sir.
Okay. Are you seeing the PPT now?
Yes, sir, we are seeing the PPT,
sir. Thank you, Admiral Pawar. It's a great honor to be back with you, sir. We have had a long association. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be back at the Dilli series lecture. I also want to thank Commandant Admiral Pioli, my postmate, for giving me this opportunity. Now, having been a keen student of history since my school days from 2004, I started getting interested in how India got gobbled up by the Europeans, despite having had such a wonderful past and such great strengths. Now, because of that, since as a military man, when I looked at this thing, I had only that much of value for, say, the beads of Arikamed or speculation about the status of what you have in Lothal. So I realized that there was a lot of amount of literature on trade, but nothing much on strategic affairs or from the military angle. Now, this led me to actually signing up for a PhD in 2012 on the topic Portuguese activities on the west coast of India and its impact on the advent of geostrategic thought in India. Now, in that capacity, I actually got in touch with Dr. M.G.S. Narayanan and Professor K.S. Matthew, two of the best people in the world of that period, 15th and 16th centuries, and they helped me a lot. And thereafter, I also had some interactions with Professor K.K. Kurup and some others. Now, they all agreed with me that there was much more to be done in this field. Though I paused my PhD for personal reasons, the reading continues and the lecturing continues. And let me tell you that to all those budding officers sitting there, that there is plenty of scope for studying beautiful, brilliant things that are as yet unstudied from the world of maritime warfare. Okay, so my lecture is going to be based on, albeit my efforts in this direction as an amateur, and I hope to take forward my studies much more. I have listened to everything that the previous speakers have spoken from the beginning, from Admiral Arun Prakash, and I'm very glad that especially the three ladies who spoke in the first session, who are pure academics, shared a lot of the views that I normally share. I also want to thank Commodore V.R. Prakash, with whom I coordinated, and for having covered a few battles, because in 25 minutes you cannot cover every battle which is of importance. And my talk now is going to be entirely meant for the cadets who are going to sit there, the future officers of the Indian Navy. Well, by cadets, you must learn military history from a specific angle, because, as George Bernard Shaw says, we are made wise not by the recollection of our past, but by the responsibility for our future. Now, you are the people who are responsible for managing conflict for India, some part of the conflict for the next 30 years or so. So you might as well look at it from a specific angle. Now, conflicts, there are some salients. Now, there will always be conflict as long as human beings rule this world. And battles happen when conflicts get out of hand. The rulers try their best to keep conflicts under control, but it does get out of hand. And countries can get sucked into wars even if they're not directly involved. The period from 15th to 19th centuries is a period of great conflict and a period that formed today's world, as many speakers have told us before. And this world is going to remain like this for a couple of hundreds more years. Now, this is the time when the old world and the new world combined. I mean, till 5 centuries ago, before this period, only the old world was known. That was Eurasia and Africa. And it is only 500 years ago that the world discovered a new world, which I put in the color there, the Americas and Australia. Before the 15th century, there was extensive trade that linked Asia, Europe, and Africa. And India was prominent in this trade, and Arabs were the main carriers of this trade. Now, there was freedom of navigation in the Indian Ocean, but unfortunately, as William Bernstein says, trade is always associated with raid. You carry something valuable somewhere, someone will try to snatch it. So local stakeholders, that is rulers, rich traders, would employ their own forces to keep pirates away, but they were all close to the coast. So the route I'm going to take today is, I will tell you how that Indian Ocean peace was shattered. That is the essential story that you must understand. And how we became victims of someone else's conflict, and how we reacted, and what lessons endure for today and for tomorrow. And it is extremely important because we were greatly harmed in those 450 years of European subjugation. As the economic historians will tell you, around 1700, in the year 1700, that is about 300 years ago, India accounted for about 25% of the world's wealth, GDP. And today, and at independence, we hardly made about 4% of it. And today, I suppose, we still have not gone beyond 6% of the world's economic produce. So the root cause of our trouble was the luxury goods which had been going from Asia to further west for thousands of years. Western Europe, by the 14th century, are the main clients for this, and Christianity and Islam, which had been born during the period before that, were now locked in a bitter conflict. Christianity is born 2000 years ago, Islam is born about 600 years after that, 600 odd years after that, and they get immediately into bitter combat. And the Arabs who have been carrying these Eastern goods, luxury goods from east to west, which were coveted by the Christian West Europeans, they came to be completely cut off by an impenetrable arc of Islam by the year 1450, when Turkey falls to Islam and the Ottoman Empire is born. So here we have a classic conflict setup. There are the goods coming from the east, there's a client in the west, and there's an enemy who carries these goods but are in between. So Western Europe was desperate to find a direct route to Asian trade, and the Portuguese and the Spanish led this effort. Now, in 1494, the Pope, who was their nominal head, divided the world into two parts. He drew a line, a northwest line in the Atlantic, and said that the Portuguese can keep whatever they find to the east of it, and the Spanish can keep whatever they find to the west of it. Of course, the Pope at that time didn't know that the earth is round, and it took another 25 years when the Portuguese and the Spanish finally met in Southeast Asia and started killing each other, that the Pope realized that the earth was round and yet another meridian had to be drawn. Now, in the 15th century, Europe had great strife and suffering. You know, the kind of people who came here to us are nicely described by William Bernstein in his book, Splendid Exchange. He says that Lisbon would attract the hungry, talented, and brutal young men of all nations. Younger sons, unemployed officers, bastards of the nobles, fugitives from justice, one and all wanted to go to the new world. So let's see it very clearly. The ones who came here were bloodless, cruel, cutthroats. The four major players that came during that period, starting from the Portuguese in 1498 to 1947, independence were the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the English, of course. Though there were other Europeans also here, but these were the main characters. And they were in power roughly in this order in which I have put it. Now, there were all kinds of battles. When you speak about battles, there are all kinds of battles. There are battles for the mind, for control, for dominion, for trade. No, there are all kinds of battles. And it's quite impossible in a small, in a very short presentation like this to talk about all the important battles that happened. So what I'm going to cover are what I consider as key. Well, where is the beginning? The beginning is Da Gama's first route. Can you imagine about 500 years ago, without any knowledge of where he was going, what he was going to meet, look at the perseverance, look at the risk taken to come all the way from Portugal to Calicut and thereon. Now, Vasco da Gama lands up in front of the Zamorin in 1498, presents his credentials and requests for trade about spices for Portugal. Zamorin, trusting fellow, says, "You're welcome, you got enough, you can take it." But Vasco has got other problems. He says, "No, you will give me trade, you will give me spices, but you will not give it to the Muslims." Because he had come all the way from there with two aims given by the Pope. One was to disrupt the Islamic trade and corner Asian trade for themselves. And the second was to find more Christian allies to fight the Muslims. Now, the geopolitics of those times in Europe was unknown to the Zamorin. So he agreed to sell spices to Vasco, but he refused to abandon his Muslim traders. He said, "Look, if there is enough for everybody to go by, and we've been dealing with them for so long." But Vasco was not in the mood for that, so they split on a bad note. And soon, kings of Kochi, Kannur, and the Queen of Kollam offer their goods to Vasco, and in exchange of military help against Zamorin. This is the essence, this is the beginning of the colonial subjugation of India for the next 450 years. Kings of Kochi, Kannur, and Queen of Kollam are the ones who ask for military help for goods to be given to Vasco. From 1498 to 1503, there are regular skirmishes all over the Malabar coast. The Zamorin's forces come on small, fast, old vessels they had some rudimentary sails too. And they swarm around enemy ships and use spears and bows and arrows, as Admiral Pawar said. And they tried to get close and set fire to the sails or make holes in the ships. But they stood no chance against the big Portuguese guns. During the same period, the Portuguese very clearly understood the great asymmetry in military strength that they enjoyed. And they also understood the fractured local politics which they could exploit. They employed extreme terror and cruelty because they were short in numbers, very short in numbers. There were a few hundreds in a land of billions. And they used extreme terror and cruelty. They used a lot of misinformation too. Like, for example, initially when Vasco da Gama lands up with 3 ships of Kapad, the initial fishermen who go to him, he tells them that, look, we are only the advanced armada. There's a huge fleet coming behind, because he had no clue what he is going to meet on this land. Soon, the Portuguese during this period introduced the carta system. That was they would issue passes, letters in ports of departure. If anybody other than the Portuguese wanted to carry trade at sea, they had to carry their permit, and that was the end of freedom of navigation in our waters. And there were fantastic profits to be had. Vasco da Gama, who set out with 4 ships, returned to Portugal with 2 ships and half his crew dead, sunk, gone. But there were some 600 times the profits they had made on the investment made. And this now became, that steeled their resolve to consolidate their position in India despite the relentless local attacks. So where does the Portuguese go from 1498 when Sri Vasco comes to 1509? As they come up the African coast, Mozambique, they get a foothold. They get a foothold at Kilwa. They do come to Malindi and of course go to Calicut. In Kochi, they have a foothold in 1498, and soon they have it in Kannur, they have it in Kollam. And in 1507, they take over Socotra, so that now they can control the trade going from Indian Ocean into the Red Sea. And by 1508, the next year, they take Hormuz to look after the trade, to control the trade that goes from Indian Ocean through the Persian Gulf. Now, between 1503 and 1504, 5 years had gone past after Sri Vasco had come, and Zamorin realizes the great asymmetry he has at sea. And now he tries a new stunt. He tries to now scare off the local rulers and other people who are supplying spices to Kochi, Kollam, and all that, and to hoping that the Portuguese would go away if they don't get any more spices. Now, between March and August 1503, he attacks Kochi and surrounding areas when Portuguese are absent. The Portuguese had a very fixed schedule of coming to India, going from India based on the monsoons. So initially it was a bit haphazard. As years went past, they fine-tuned it. So in 1503, between March and August, he attacked Kochi and surrounding areas with 10,000s of people as his forces. And unfortunately, the Portuguese were completely absent from there. The king of Kochi at the last minute managed to escape to an island called Waipin, which is, people in the Navy are familiar with Waipin. As you enter Kochi, you have it on the left side. And the monsoons, like the monsoon which is raging outside my window now, they have prevented the Zamorin from getting into Waipin and getting the king. Next year, they knew that the king is going to, Zamorin is again going to try. But this time the Portuguese were careful. They left 3 ships, 1 big ship and 2 small caravels, and about 150 troops, armed troops under Pacheco, the famous, the man who became famous with this particular battle. Again, from February to June 2004, in 1504, Zamorin tries with more than 60,000 troops, and he has 6 different desperate tries. And the small Portuguese force actually helps a lot. There was a mention by Commodore B.R. Prakash that Pacheco had actually linked he studied mathematics and linked the moon's phase and moon's position and the tide position, and he could actually predict as to which part of the fords around water bodies around Cochin would be fordable at what time, and he would move his forces at the right place at the right time and stop the Zamorin's forces from coming in. At the same time, in absolutely sharp contract, the Zamorin was actually conducting, he was consulting astrologers to check what time he should launch battles, and they were doing pujas to ensure that the troops have a good time. Naturally, in the world of real battle, it was the science that won. The result was that Zamorin lost his face and his authority reduced and actively started seeking foreign help. Now, thus comes 1508, the Battle of Chaul. as B.R. Prakash said, that is rated today. And that is actually the Quad 1 in the Indian Ocean. Today, Quad is under a lot of discussion. This is Quad 1 in Indian Ocean. It's going to have 2 acts. This is Act 1. Now, when the Portuguese had disrupted the Islamic trade on the west coast of India, they had actually disrupted the income of the Zamorin, the king of the Sultan of Gujarat, anybody else in between, Egypt, Turkey, and Venice, which was actually the leading distributor of Eastern goods before the Portuguese and Spanish snatched it from them. So this was Act 1 in 1508. The Egyptian fleet had come to India to find the Portuguese and wage battle. Now it was the Egyptian and Gujarati forces. They came to know that there was a small force in Portuguese force in Chal, and that was under the son of the Viceroy Francisco de Almeida, and they come there and attack them. And this particular battle, in this battle, the planning and the execution, they were also supported by Venice and Kozhikode, hence the code. Egypt, Gujarat, Venice, and Kozhikode. Now, in this, the son of the Portuguese Viceroy dies, and the Portuguese have a loss. Now, but that is not actually a classic battle. This is the first ever Asian victory over Europeans, even much before Colachal. Now, when Francisco Almeida, a very cruel man who was in Kochi at that time, he is the first viceroy of the Portuguese in India. When he gets to know that his young son is dead, he withdraws into solitude for 3 days, comes out, and then he says that I'm going to finish these people. At the same time, Alfonso Albuquerque, the second viceroy, also lands up there with the transfer orders of Almeida. But Almeida refuses, has a bitter fight with Albuquerque and says, I'm staying back. And he actually hands over only 1.5 years after this battle is over. So next year, 1509, is the Battle of Diu, when Quad 1 in Indian Ocean has its Act 2. That is the same. Egypt, Turkey, Sultan of Gujarat, Zamorin, and Venice, Venetian support. So there, these forces meet, and the result is a complete Portuguese victory, and this establishes European naval superiority in the ocean, or Indian Ocean, for a couple of centuries to come. So where does the Portuguese go after this? Because there are people rate the Battle of Diu among one of the highest world-changing battles of the world, maritime battles of the world, because thereafter now the Portuguese spread even faster. They had already taken those places, but after the victory of 1509, they take Goa, make it their permanent base. That is done by Albuquerque, and in 1511 they take Malacca. Now they have got both the entries into the Indian Ocean from the ocean side, and they got all the exit points where trade would go. Nothing happens except skirmishes for a long time, and then the next one I would like to point out is the Quad 2, but this time it's Quad 2 plus. Like we've been already having calls of Quad 1, Quad plus. So we have already had a Quad 2 plus in our history. Now this was a plan for attacks all over the Indian Ocean region, because everyone who was a stakeholder realized that the Portuguese, who had very little forces, what would happen is that when anywhere they faced an attack, forces from all other places would come in and reinforce them. So they decided that they will attack the Portuguese simultaneously all across the Indian Ocean region. And this was planned by Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Zamorin, Gujarat, Turkey, the Sultan of Aceh in Indonesia, King of Sitawaka in Sri Lanka, and the Sultan of Johor, Malacca. Unfortunately, Gujarat and Turkey, for internal reasons, could not join this. But actually, attacks happened at Chal, at Goa, Honavar, Bangalore, Chalyam in Kerala, near Kozhikode, and at Malacca. Result, yet again, failed to achieve any significant objective. Not only that, the Zamorin and the Sultans of Bijapur and Ahmednagar were also forced to negotiate a peace with the Portuguese. And from here, in my view, it was a losing battle. Yes, there were plenty of actions from the Marathas, from even the Marathas, lot of actions, but nothing changed. There were individual battles, there were lots of bravery, lot of lovely action, military action, but nothing much changed. And thereafter, as European control moved to land, it was now the Europeans battling each other on the seas. There were the French fighting the English, the Dutch fighting the English, the Dutch and the Portuguese, all that happened. But the Indian story went out from there. So where are the takeaways? What are the takeaways for us? Now, guarding the Indian Ocean, I'm very deliberately using military words. Guarding the Indian Ocean is important. We must remember that 500 years ago, foreign powers had flocked to the Indian Ocean, as control of the Indian Ocean was important for their wealth and power. Nothing has changed. We all know the statistics as to how the Indian Ocean still lies at the center of world trade. Now, what the Portuguese had ignored was Madagascar, Mauritius, and Reunion. Now, in the strategic field, you ignore something important like this, someone else will definitely take it. The Dutch were the next to come, as I told you earlier. But the Dutch could not come near India because the Portuguese were so well ensconced. So they approached from the east. And in 1602, 1603, they get a small foothold on in Java, on Western Java. And then after another 8 years or so, they move into Jakarta. They have a foothold in Jakarta. Then slowly, after a couple of decades, they take Cape of Good Hope. They have some influence in Ceylon, and then they take over Kochi, and then Mauritius, which the Portuguese had ignored. But it is actually, and the Navy had only was based centrally at Surabaya. But it was the fall of Malacca, when they ejected the Portuguese from Malacca in 1641, that they really had a strong foothold in the Indian Ocean. And you can notice that it is after that that they took Mauritius, Cape of Good Hope, Ceylon, Kochi, etc. So this is what happens when you ignore things in the Indian Ocean. So the lesson is that the Indian Ocean region's choke points will always remain important. Now, importance of bases, nothing can underscore, overstate this in the importance of that. It is required for operational freedom. It's required for surveillance. The oceans are so huge, especially the Indian Ocean is so big, that it is impossible to have widespread permanent deployment in every part of the ocean. That's very expensive. The best method is to have surveillance. For surveillance, you need presence you need to have allies. You need to have some bases here and there. And the Portuguese in this situation seems to have got it absolutely right. Intelligence is important, especially when you are operating in groups. The Portuguese had no one to consult. They were their own consultants, and hence nothing leaked out of the Portuguese. However, the enemy had needed widespread consultation and coordination. In fact, intercontinental coordination and consultation, which you can imagine how tough it would have been 500 years ago. It's tough even today. The Portuguese were almost always forewarned of what was going to come their way. A blue water navy is absolutely essential. The Indian response at sea remained close to coast, and guerrilla methods is what ruled at the time. But that is not going to work. Blue water capabilities of Europeans gave them complete operational flexibility. And a comprehensive blue water capability is a must, is what the takeaway from this 450 years. Politico-military confluence is an absolute must for a country. The political leadership and militaries must not work at cross purposes. Now, there are plenty of examples from this period. Especially, let's take the Zamorins and the Kunjalis. The Kunjalis, throughout their 75 years or so, for the information of the audience, for the cadets, during this 100-year period of the Portuguese, from say 1498 to 1600 is the real, yes, in 1600 the last Kunjali 4 is captured and killed by the Portuguese. There are 3 Zamorins and 4 Kunjalis during this 100-year period and 75-year period for Kunjalis, because they come into the scene only from 1523. Now, peace treaties are signed by the Zamorins with the Portuguese without consulting the Kunjalis, who are all the time concentrating on fighting the Portuguese. There are even strategic blunders from the Zamorins. They allow the Portuguese to build forts at Ponnani and Chaliam. I've gone and stood at these places. In Chaliam, where the fort once stood, nothing is there today. It was reduced to nothing. Now, that's a especially important place, very interesting place. The nature of the blunder. That's the southern mouth of the Chalia River near Kozhikode is Chaliam, and the northern the northern part of the same entrance is Jaipur, where ships are being built for the Zamorin by the Marakkars. And the Marakkars asked the Zamorin, why would you let the Portuguese build a fort right next to us? But those were geopolitics of those times. And the Zamorin did it for his own sake. Now, self-interest rules. That's a thing that we must remember. While conflict between Christianity and Islam was the reason, it was a reason, but the root of the problem was profit, and profit goes above everything else. Subsequent groupings in conflicts will show that religion was not the primary factor; it was just profit. Religion most times is just a political tool, but it is profits that and self-interest that dictates events. Studying the enemy is very important. The Portuguese identified what we call in modern strategic planning as center of gravity. Center of gravity of someone is that thing which if you get, you finish that flow. The Portuguese identified Kozhikode's center of gravity as the cooperation between the Hindu Zamorin and Muslim Punjabis. They beautifully exploited the possibilities in this mix, and they exploited this to such an extent that they defeated the fourth Kunjali in 1600. There's a sage of the fourth Kunjali who became the Marakar in 1495. He was a very successful man, and in 1600 he has a long siege, and finally he sends a word across to the Zamorin that I will come out and surrender to you with a promise that you will not give me to the Portuguese. The Zamorin agrees. He comes out with his followers, and the Zamorin does exactly the opposite and hands him over to the Portuguese. In contrast, Portugal's accession to Spain for 60 years was not even known in India. For 60 years, because of a certain marriage-related issue, there was no Portugal. Portugal was given as dowry to Spain. We didn't even know about it. And I remember one of the lady professors who spoke in the academics who spoke in the session 1 spoke about the way we handle knowledge. There are 29 living accounts of Kerala written by Arabs, Europeans, and Chinese from the time of Megasthenes till 1497 for 1,800 years. But there is not a single book written by any, in this case I would say Malayali, who went out to the world and found out about them and wrote a book. So there are things that we must think about how we handle knowledge. Politics and sea power are deeply linked. You know, Captain John Moore, who wrote the famous book Sea Power and Politics in 1979, says that very few politicians have understood the importance of sea power, and very few sailors have understood politics. Now, sea power is governed by four basics: national aims and determination, geographic advantages, which we have plenty of, how lessons from history are used, and we have plenty of lessons to learn from, and our economic strength. Now, land-centric politics will harm maritime consciousness, and navies are expensive and time-taking things to build. But once built, history shows that if you have no political focus, it's very easy to wither away. One bright spot, as Admiral Pawar also said, is that average Indians' capability for sacrifice, fighting, great leadership, bravery, that was proven very well by this entire period, because against an absolutely superior enemy, they continued to fight. So we can rest assured that combatants will continue to fight with what they have in hand. To be a great maritime power, you need three elements. One is a strong fighting navy. Second is a capable merchant marine. And the third is excellent ports, infrastructure, and laws. 500 years ago, we lacked a fighting navy. The rest we had. It is for us to introspect today and see what we lack today and what we need to do. Because there will always be a fighting navy in our waters. Unfortunately, if it is not ours, it will be somebody else's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prakash. You're like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, taking the cadets on a storytelling spree. I'm sure they have enjoyed, and there'll be many questions to be asked during the subsequent session. Before I come to the final speaker, Dr. Ruby Maloney, I just wanted to say a small observation from the moderator that there seems to be a sea blindness to the Marathas and the battles they fought. Not just because the moderator himself is a Maratha, but the chapter of the Angres and the Maratha battles do not seem to have registered in this forum. But I would call upon the cadets to dwell upon those battles at leisure, because all battles obviously cannot be covered in a small span of time. But just as Commodore Prakash said, that the Zamorins, the third Zamorin, handed over that brave man, Kunjali Marakkar, his own fleet commander, to the Portuguese. And this morning, Admiral Arun Prakash talked about the rhyme of history, or history repeating itself. This happened in 1600, about 102 years after Vasco da Gama landed in Calicut. And the same Portuguese actually butchered him and killed him, and made an example of Kunjali Marakkar. A similar thing must have happened 150 years, no, not 150, about 150 years later, when the Maratha admiral, Tulaji rather, the son of Kanuji Angre, was not handed over, but was defeated in the Battle of Vijayadurg. Now, Vijayadurg was called by the British as the Gibraltar of the East. And it was the Peshwa, that rather infamous episode, much like the Portuguese and Zamorin alliance, the alliance of the Maratha Peshwa and the cunning British. In unison, they marched against the Angria fleet, firstly in 1755 at Suvarnadurg, and later in 1756 at Vijayadurg. Now, while I was doing my course in Greenwich 25 years ago, I lived in a place called Woolwich, and there is a place called the Woolwich Common, small greens, wherein there is a castle of Suvarnadurg, erected there in memory of the Battle of Suvarnadurg by the widow of Commodore James, who was the British commander leading that fleet action. Subsequently, the very next year, when the Maratha army marched on land, sealing the escape routes of the Angrias on land, because there's a small stretch of water between Vijayadurg, or the Gheria as it was called, and the mainland of Konkan. And the British fleet, which pounded the fort from the seawards, a couple of shots fell right on board the Maratha ships, and there was fire, and that was the destruction of the Maratha navy. So this infamous episode, your internal conflicts, the egos, the political compulsions. It is said, in Mahabharata, Vayam Panchadhika Shatam. That is when the outsider comes you require to forget your differences. That is when the Kauravas were captured by the Kuberas and were being taken as captives. The Pandavas, under the leadership of Yudhishthira, never hesitated to fight on behalf of their brethren. And Yudhishthira is famously known to have said, Vayam Panchadhika Shatam, that is we, Vayam, we, are 5 plus 100, that is 100 Kauravas and 5 Pandavas. We fight, forgetting our differences internal to the family, side by side against a common enemy. That didn't happen, unfortunately, both against the Kunjali Marakkar or against the Maratha fleet. Commodore Prakash talked about profits to be made. Let me assure you, in the initial stages, in the first 100 years, it was not the trade alone which gave profits. The infamous Carthage system, and the Portuguese would see no reason or no logic from anyone, would brook no interference from anyone to their Carthage system. Carthage system was the passes they gave for others to trade, and the fees were so high that the Portuguese earned as much money by issue of Carthage to all and sundry as they earned from the spice trade. We will. I briefly mentioned about the Battle of Suvarnadurg, but there is the Battle of Kolaba, there is the Battle of Khanderi, particularly the Battle of Kolaba, wherein defended by merely 300 people. The Marathas, including the women in that fort, participated in that battle, and the fort never fell. it's a very interesting battle, much like the Battle of Saragadi, wherein a group of Sikhs held the fort to the last man, to the last bullet. Herein, of course, the Battle of Colabar did not have to shed much blood, but much against all the odds, they held on to the fort against the a very powerful adversity from Mumbai. We come to the last session of last speaker of today's session, Dr. Ruby Maloney, who is a retired professor from the University of Mumbai, who has been the head of the department of that university. She needs actually no introduction in the academic circles, a well-known figure. In 1988, while I was still doing my specialization in navigation and direction, she was already conferred the PhD for her thesis titled The Critical Study of Surat Factory Records, Letters and Diary by the University of Mumbai, the same university where she had completed her post-graduation in history way back in 1976 while I was still a school kid. On similar lines, she also published books titled European Merchant Capital and the Indian Economy, Surat Factory Records in the year 1992, Surat, Port of Mughal Empire in the year 2003. Incidentally, she is also a student of Mumbai University, but so therefore she has got a long connect with Mumbai. The only difference being that it was not known as Mumbai then; it was called Bombay, and that was what the city was called ever since the Catherine of Braganza wedded an English king, and the city was given in dowry from the Portuguese to the British in 1661. Her other works include State Intervention and Popular Response, Western India in the 19th Century, Crafting History, Method and Content, and The Route to European Hegemony, India's intra-Asian trade in the early modern period from the 16th to the 18th century. Dr. Ruby Maloney has been a visiting fellow at the University of North Bengal and Vishwa Bharati universities. She received postdoctoral research fellowship by Harris Institute of Indian History and Culture and served Dorabji Tata Trust during 2015-2016.
Sir, I would request you to check your audio and video connectivity. Sir, you're offline, sir.
Good to see you, Dr. Maloney. Can you hear me? It's a very vast period that she's going to cover. No small measure, no mean task to cover a couple of centuries in just 20-25 minutes. But then the distinguished speaker that we have is, I'm sure, she will keep us engaged in the next 25 minutes at a very fast pace. Over to you, ma'am.
To be invited to speak at the 8th edition of the Dilli Sea Power Seminar. In fact, I've had the privilege of visiting the Indian Naval Academy at Kannur twice, and I've really enjoyed it. And I wish we could have again.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a slight disturbance at your end.
There's a disturbance?
Yes, ma'am. Either it's a background fan or something, ma'am. There's a disturbance at your end.
All right. Is it okay now? Is it better?
Yes, ma'am. It's better, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll start all over again. That I'm very thankful to the Indian Naval Academy for having invited me to speak at the 8th edition of the Sea Power webinar, which is being held now. And I was just saying that I've had the privilege of visiting the Indian Naval Academy at Kannur twice, and I've really enjoyed it. And I hope that once the COVID situation is finally diminished, we are able to visit the academy again and have a actual seminar there. Thank you, Admiral Pawar, for giving me an introduction. And now I will start my PowerPoint because I don't have much time.
Ma'am, there is still a slight disturbance at your
All
end.
right. Can I be, am I heard?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and the PPT is running, ma'am. But there is still a slight disturbance at your end.
Oh, there's still a disturbance? Okay. I think maybe it's a fan. Maybe I put it off now. Yes. So I can be heard. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
All right. So my topic, as Admiral Pawar said, it covers a very vast period, which is from the 15th to the 19th centuries. And having just 25 minutes at my disposal, it's quite a challenging task to cover certain aspects of this period. But I would like to say that the topic, Europe's India, is quite interesting, I'm sure, to the listeners, because today we are having a webinar which is in English. We are not talking in Hindi or in Bengali or in Telugu or in Malayalam. So this is the presence of the Europeans which is making us speak in English. So there's very much a contemporary relevance to this topic, though it's limited to the 15th to the 19th centuries. Secondly, the Indian Ocean region, as it is very well known to the Indian Navy and people connected with the Indian Navy, is very, very important now from the geopolitical point of view. And the entire Indo-Pacific situation right now is very, very volatile, again, which everybody knows. I would just like to mention that when we talk about the Indian Ocean, we talk about colonialism, which I'm going to refer to. It's now also very much cogent in the field of literature. Most of you must be knowing that the Nobel Prize for Literature has been won this time by Professor Abdul Razak Gurna, and he has talked about Zanzibar and colonialism and its effect on the east coast of Africa. And then we have another new book by Amitav Ghosh, which is called The Nutmeg Curse, The Curse of the Nutmeg, which deals with the Dutch presence in India and how Amitav Ghosh is able to connect climate crisis and European colonialism. Now, what are we looking at in this presentation? We are looking at what was the objective of the Europeans. I'm not talking about the objective of my paper. I'm talking about the objective of the Europeans. I'll have to rush through this very fast. Those who are watching can just read it for themselves. We know, and the previous two speakers have already spoken at length about this subject, but more specifically on a micro area of battles and so on. I'm talking more on a theoretical aspect. What are we looking at? Why were they coming here? The Europeans were coming here to maximize profits and offset the adverse balance of trade. And as we all know, this process was done by means of coercion and monopolistic systems, which were imposed over already existing trade routes and flourishing commercial practices. Previous speakers have talked about the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, and the French, who all uniformly exercised systematic exploitation. There were others too, smaller companies. And ultimately, what is the result? The result is that Britannia rules the waves and Britain becomes a global hegemonic power through their shipping prowess. And India, we become the jewel in the crown. And India's resources are used to build up the British Empire. Here we are discussing the first global age, that is from 1500 to 1800. This period is known historically as the first global age, where we are talking about the formation of early modern colonial empires and the competition among these different colonial empires of Europe, the dominance of one group over another, the emergence also at the same time of one commercially integrated world system. There are three sectors which are formed at this time: the New World, that is the Americas, Europe, and Asia. The first global age, which I'm giving the reference of some very well-known authors and scholars, which may be of some use to the listeners. We have the work of Fernand Braudel, who's talked about this, who's sort of given shape to the concept of the first global age, which was a world of exchange based on the wheels of commerce. And because of this, India gets integrated into this system and becomes part of a larger global network. And here is a point which is new, that the history of modern commerce began not only in Europe, but also in India. All right. So if you see the last date, 1757 to 1857, you know this, that by 1857, you have the Battle of Plassey, and we have 1757, the Battle of Plassey. 1857, India is now very much in a different situation. You have the Indian uprising, and the whole situation changes. So here you have the classical dates. Recent studies have been done by a lot of scholars, which I've mentioned here. And now the entire Indian Ocean, the entire story is now recognized as a wide and intricate commercial network. India, of course, was the central hub of the Indian Ocean region. Indian ports are integral to this littoral. And in my new book, this has been discussed in detail. I'm looking at the 15th century. What was happening there? In India, the Indian ports as well as other Indian Ocean ports had very robust mercantile communities and practices. But by the 19th century, what happens? Many Asian regions have become victims of colonialism and imperialism. Here, we don't have much time and we have too many points here, but I've discussed the theory of mercantilism and why did this happen? Why did the Europeans come to India? We always look at things from the Indian perspective, but we must also understand the motivation of European countries to come to India. And there was a system of mercantilism which came up at this time, which has been discussed by scholars such as Andre Gundafry, Heckscher, Omrod, John Mulcaster, and others. So this is what happens at this particular time, where trade is connected to the state. Mercantilism and the state are connected together. Especially this lead is taken in England and also in Holland, and it's the English East India Company which plays a very important role. We have some more points on mercantilism here. I'm sorry, this is a very dense PowerPoint picture, but we are, if you can get something in this very short period, we have discussed this, how to change the balance of trade, which was not in the favor of Europe, and to create a more positive balance of trade. The theory of mercantilism came about. It came about in many parts of Europe from the late Renaissance period, from the 15th century onwards, and how we have the Portuguese and the Spanish explorers coming here. John Kenneth Galbraith, you're all familiar with, he has discussed this himself in his writings, and how he talks about mercantilism as a period when the Industrial Revolution began, and it ends with Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. The focus is more on Britain, where mercantilism became a very, very important idea and practice right from the Elizabethan age. As you know, Queen Elizabeth I granted a charter to the English East India Company, and you have thinkers like Thomas Mann who've written books about it, and they've talked about monopoly of trade. And we know the name of Josiah Child, who was part of the East India Company, and how built up the East India Company. So these are some of the references we have here, and how by the 19th century, mercantilism was, though not there anymore, but the theory had taken another shape, and the importance of colonial plunder for the development of capitalism in Britain was further strengthened. Here we have an illustration of the book by this England's Treasure of Foreign Trade by Thomas Mann. Then it was not only England, it was also France and the Netherlands. French mercantilism, we had other thinkers, we have Colbert, we have Necker, we have Dutch understanding of mercantilism, and we have a wonderful book by Simon Schama, which deals with Dutch mercantilism, the Dutch in India, and it's called The Embarrassment of Riches. This title is very easy to remember, very interesting. And we have the work of Emanuel Wallerstein, The Modern World System. The imperialism of free trade, here we have a discussion by Adam Smith, most important landmark, The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, where he sort of does a rebuttal of mercantilism and he castigates the East India Company. Laissez-faire economics come into play, but at the same time, we must not forget that though there was a principle of free trade, at the same time, there was a policy of aggressive colonialism. So we have some very important names here. We have David Ricardo's work on colonial trade, published in 1817, which talks about free trade, colonial trade. Jeremy Bentham and the Utilitarians. They discussed the free trade principles, yet we must not forget behind it there was a policy of aggressive colonialism. We had James Mill, very well known to all of us, and I have referred to two sources, John Gallagher and Robinson, and Peter Kane and Anthony Hopkins. So we can see, I am only stressing in my thesis and my theory that the financial sector played a very crucial role in the expansion of empire. Then I have given some further details about the balance of trade and the bullionist, the influx of bullion into India. India was getting a vast amount of gold and silver. So again, I mentioned some authors which maybe can be taken note of later. The bullion, which is gold and silver, was coming from the Americas via Spain to Amsterdam and London. And quite a large part of my work is based on Surat. So we find that 17th century Mughals at Surat port had very large mints which were dealing with this influx of coins. But it is later on, by 19th century, since my period is moving from the 15th century to the 19th century, it is quite clear that technological balance was in favor of the West because of the Industrial Revolution, and then they did not have this apprehension anymore. We come to the European ops, which has been discussed already by the previous two esteemed speakers. I've talked about the Portuguese Estado da India. So these are, I think, things which are known, factors which are known to the audience, and how Vasco da Gama at Calicut and so on and so forth. And I just want to say, again, it was coercion, it was monopoly, and this is what was continued by the other European powers who took over from the Portuguese. The other European powers, that is the Dutch and the English, and later on the French after 50 years, they established a new format of the joint stock company, but they continued with many of the systems of the Portuguese, such as the Cartaz, the Paz, the Fortaleza, Vitoria, and so on. This is where you are at, the cadets, and many of the organizational base is at Kannur. So this is Cananor, where is a Portuguese port of St. Angelo, which I think you have visited. This is an old illustration of that. Then we are talking about the Dutch and the French. As you know, the VOC and the French company also came in. But the Dutch focus was not so much on India, but on the Indonesian archipelago for spices and the Coromandel Coast, which Amitav Ghosh's new book talks about, the Dutch and the Spice Islands. The French has been over at Pondicherry, and there was a great conflict to gain power, as we know from our history books read by school children onwards, of Dupleix and Robert Clive, and the French were defeated, and the French ambition was gone. This is the Dutch factory at Surat, which is one of my favorite illustrations. So this is also in my first book, and I think I've used it in almost every book of mine. Then we come to the British Empire, and we have talked about how India becomes a jewel in the crown. And this is the very cliched but very famous words, how from petty traders, the English East India Company became empire builders. How did they do this? By means of naval strength and political wiles, and also private trade. There's a lot of operations, ops done by the English, particularly in private trade, which helped to bring up the ports Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. And the China trade now comes in, which is the British opium trade in the 18th and 19th centuries, which adds a completely new dimension to Europe's exploitation of Asia. And here we have a picture of Clive. We have a picture of the English East India, the India House in London. So they play a role in our lives. This is actually the last slide. I've rushed through them quite fast. I hope that makes the organizers pleased. So I'm going to look at this. We are looking at the 18th century, when the East India Company's settlements in India had become semi-sovereign enclaves, and the flag of St. George was being flown as a symbol of national representation even before power was taken over by them. We find that after 1709, the East India Company's total trading capital was permanently lent to the crown, giving them a strong voice in the home government. I'm trying to make a point here that the East India Company and the English merchants played a very important role in the British Parliament and in forming state policies. So this is very important to understand. 1757, the Battle of Plassey, and how the Diwani of Bengal, that is, here you have the point here, the acquisition of the Diwani or the Subeh of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa, was what happened. This was engineered by Robert Clive, and by means of this, they were able to dominate India politically. There's a very wonderful book by Sekhar Bandyopadhyay, From Plassey to Partition. This is a book which tells us all about this. And this last concluding slide, perhaps, is important because it tells us the main gist of what I'm trying to present is that Europeans in India came via trade, came via the economy, and this is what happened then. And the last point is that economic imperialism was a system in which the use of political power and armed force was inseparable, both in doctrine and practice. This is what is discussed in my latest book, which is published this year itself. But I would like to end by connecting it to contemporary events of what is happening in the Indian Ocean now. And I don't have to discuss that here. That is beyond my purview. But I would like to say that it is economic imperialism which is happening now, where political power, armed force go together. And it is for India to protect its ports and to protect its economy from any kind of economic imperialism from outside. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. What an outstanding presentation. I mean, and I've read your paper. It's wonderful. Just for the benefit of cadets, one point I want to clarify. When Dr. Ruby Maloney and others have talked about factories, and she showed the picture of the factory, I do not want you to get confused as being an industry. This factories were not industries, but actually warehouses which doubled up as custom houses, which gave advice on navigation, which were the strong points, I would say, much in the same manner as the Chinese have got in Djibouti today, or at many places where they intend to have as a part of the One Belt, One Road initiative, Gwadar, which is coming up, which would be a strong point. The factors were like that. I mean, the factories were like that, and the people who lived there were called the factors. So do not get confused between the modern day factory, which is a manufacturing place, and the factories of the colonial era. She talked about a number of terms: mercantilism, colonialism, imperialism, and they are slightly different. I'm sure you'll do research to find out what it is. But all these things are a subset of imperialism, which is empire building. And you could do the empire building by colonies, by having spheres of influence, and of course by the trade, by the way of mercantilism. Baksar, one thing we tend to underestimate is the influence of land battles. Remember that these land battles were not, the sea battles were not happening in isolation, and much was happening in mainland India itself. There was a considerable amount of fighting which was going on amongst the land forces themselves. For example, the Marathas fighting the Portuguese or the British. Portuguese or the British were not their principal enemies. The Mughals were their principal enemies. It was they were fighting a battle of survival, a war of survival against the Mughals. When Aurangzeb camped in the Deccan from 1680 to 1707 for 27 years, he never went back, and it was a matter of survival for them. So it is in the early periods, by the time say at the end of the 17th century, the population of Bombay was about, say, 70 to 80,000 people, and it is not that this population could be supported from the sea, just as the fort at Vasai was supported by the Portuguese fleet at Goa. The forts in isolation could be supported, but not a population of a large metropolis like Mumbai. So the Marathas just had to blockade Mumbai from the landwards, and the English would be starved. English and their enclave at Mumbai would be starved. It's not easy to feed 70 to 80,000 people by sea. But then the Marathas were engaged in battle against the Mughals, and similar was the case all over in the hinterland. One of the points which, when Commodore Prakash talked about various players, he mentioned primarily the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the English. There are also the Danes, and the fort at Trankebar next to Nagapatnam is a proof of their presence here. There is also a daring action by the Dutch from the Batavia in Bengal in about at the time of in the 1750s, wherein a Dutch fleet of seven ships came in and bombarded Chandranagore, which was the French. But of course, nothing much came out of it, and they had to hastily withdraw. Another factor we require to bear in mind is the primacy of the European theatre. There were wars going on within Europe or in the Atlantic amongst the French, the British, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and many a time, if peace was reached in Europe, automatically it had repercussions in the Indian Ocean region also. One thing which comes about very clearly in this period is that there are no permanent friends or enemies. At different times, the Portuguese have fought the Dutch have fought the British have fought the English. I mean, the British have fought the Portuguese, the French, and everybody was fighting everybody else. Not least, the Mughals were fighting the Marathas, and Marathas were fighting the Adil Shahis, and it was a melee, so to say, in the geopolitical arena at that time. Professor Malonis talked about quoting a written source that India was a perennial sink for precious metals. It is not for no reason that India attracted gold, because the gold and silver were precious. The superior craftsmanship of the Indian artisans before the Industrial Revolution was the reason, be it in polishing gems, be it in cloth. There is a story about the Dhaka ki Malmal, the muslin of Dhaka, a sari of 6 meters long could be fitted into a small, tiny box of the matchbox size. I mean, that's the story. That was the kind of craftsmanship, and it is these fabrics and the brocades which were in great demand by the aristocrats and the royal families in Europe, and that is why they wanted these at any cost. As much as they wanted spices, they wanted Indian manufactured goods, and therefore they were willing to pay for them in gold or silver. In fact, when the New World was discovered, when the new routes were discovered, you got the Gold Coast, which is Ghana, and which was a perennial source of gold for the European, for the Portuguese, and from South America, South American mines were a source of silver. Many a time, as Dr. Ruby Malone in her paper says, the silver from South America came to Europe, and even without being opened to see and muster as to what is there, without opening the boxes, they were all diverted to India. This was a perennial problem for the European powers, how to pay for the finished goods from the Orient. And that's where the opium wars came in. She mentioned about the opium wars in the 1830s and 40s. For the import of various goods from China, particularly the Chinese tea. And by then, Chinese tea had become a national drink of the British. They didn't have any way to pay for that. And the British very, very shrewdly embarked on a opium plantation drive in Bengal and Bihar. And this opium is to be sold to the Chinese, much against the wishes of the emperor. And I will confine myself to these remarks before summing up the takeaways for the 21st century. I would like to leave the house open for any question answers to our distinguished panelists. Can we have the questions?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the house is open for questions. Mike Party, Midshipman Rose.
What a pleasure to see so many, the sea of whites. You know, once you retired, you have the nostalgia of the white, glorious uniform. Good to see so many heads.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Midshipman Ariman Mishra. My question is to Commodore G. Prakash. Which section of the Indian Navy should we be focused on developing in order to maintain the state of uncommand at sea, as is the situation today? And is subsurface the answer?
So would you like to take all the questions first and then the answers, or do we take it one by?
I think we'll have three questions. Can you just repeat, because I think Commodore Prakash didn't hear your question. Young man, can you just repeat your question
Yes, sir.
to Commodore G.
My
Prakash?
question is, which section of the Indian Navy should we be focused on developing in order to maintain the state of uncommand at sea, as is the situation today? And is subsurface the answer?
Okay, next one. I'm sure Commodore Prakash will take that on, but get another one.
Yes, sir. Next question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Midshipman Anshuman Sinha, and my question is to Commodore B.R. Prakash. And my question is, what could have been the possible reasons that naval battles in India was not well documented by historians, while at the same time, seaborne trade was well documented?
Okay, one more.
Next question. We have one more question. Can anyone?
I think we can have one each for each of the speaker, Dr. Maloney and Dr. Professor Sanu. If any questions for
Yes,
them.
sir. We are open for the questions. Any question for Dr. Maloney and the other speakers? So,
Sir, my question is to Commodore B.R. Prakash. I'm Captain Khan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. You talked about in your presentation the swarming of the enemy defenses and the surprise element as part of the naval tactics. Now, considering that the technology is advancing, we have autonomous vehicles and UAVs, and with the US going towards the hunter class of ships, how do you foresee the naval tactics in next 2 decades, sir? Indian naval tactics. Thank you.
Okay, I think while the audience is contemplating on the questions for the other two speakers, may I request Commodore G. Prakash to answer the first question? No, you're not audible, Prakash. You're muted. Yeah. Commodore G. Prakash.
Okay, can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. The simple answer to the question asked about which part of the Indian Navy we must concentrate on is like the question was something like, I'm going for a boxing match. Should I work on my hands or should I work on my legs? You got to get your entire body in shape. If you have to do a boxing match. So it's an all-round navy that you got to develop. You got to have surveillance, you got to have subsurface, aerial, surface forces. You have to have administration. You got to have infrastructure. You got to have allies. You got bases. It's an entire lot of stuff. It is so one cannot really make any choice about one particular arm or a section of the service. That's the answer.
I might as well mention that the strength of a cable or a chain is as strong as the weakest link, and as Commodore G. Prakash said, you cannot have any weak links in the entire gamut of your capability, including cyber and space. Apart from technology, shipbuilding, tactics, weapons, sensors, autonomous systems, artificial intelligences, communications, what have you. Not to forget your human resource element, physical fitness, mental fitness, and things like that. And that's what the Naval Academy, under the leadership of Admiral Hampi Ole, is engaged in presently. BR, can you take on the next ones? Next
Yes, sir.
question to address to you.
The first question pertaining to why there were no records which are available. This is something which I brought out. It is our complete lack of interest in affairs maritime. Most of the time, we didn't invest in trying to record or in trying to understand maritime concepts. Very few people, unlike the Europeans who had record keepers on board ships wherever they sailed, and they maintained a meticulous record of activities on board, the places where they visited, what about the trade, about the kind of weapons and the kind of fights which took place. Unfortunately, we never did any of these. Our merchant ships or cargo ships would sail. The only thing, the record which was maintained were the pothies, which was particularly limited to the navigation and about the land. So this is one aspect we never paid attention. Basically, we never paid attention to affairs maritime and didn't invest in recording these things. As to the second question, the nature of warfare is changing, and autonomous vehicles, drones, and surveillance techniques are have changed and changing continuously. Drones are slowly going to become a part of mainstream warfighting capabilities. As Admiral Pawar mentioned, there is cyber warfare, there is space-based warfare, there's going to be any number of new technologies which would influence both tactics and the way we are going to fight in the future. If one were to basically look, we will be mostly autonomous in the near future. You're going to build capabilities for larger underwater autonomous vehicles. You're going to have larger autonomous ships, which are already on the research under research in various industries. I think this is where warfare is headed in the near future.
Yes, go ahead for the next question.
Sir, both the questions I've answered, sir.
No,
I think Admiral. Yeah, sorry.
I'm asking the audience.
Okay.
Sir, I've got a question by chat. Okay, the question is, someone has asked me about the background of the conflict between the Kunjari Marikas and the Zamorin. Now, that's a very good question, because in the answer of that lies a malaise that can affect a large part of India. Now, let's go back to Kerala society of the 15th century. Once, actually, Dr. G.S. Narayanan told me this joke. He said that if we take out all the vestiges of modernity from Kerala today, it's very easy to imagine the 15th century, because we still talk, walk, behave the same way as in the 15th century. So I can easily relate to that. The Kerala never had those big kings the way you had those Shahenshahs in, say, Mughal kings, or say Bijapur or something like that. No big kings. We had very small kings with very limited areas under their control, with overlapping privileges, especially religious and cultural, in other rulers' areas. The kings didn't have great resources, and most of their revenue came from taxes paid by the traders. And trade was entirely, almost entirely, in the hands of Muslims, both Arabs as well as those who were settled here. Then the Nayars kept the discipline in the society. That's one section of Kerala, and there is enough academic literature on how that the strict enforcement of following of rules by Nayars actually did not allow progress to take place. There were kings, very few kings who had the right to even wear a crown, and most kings didn't have a right to wear a crown. I mean, that is why the 1.8 kilo gold crown given to the king of Cochin by the king of Portugal for his loyalty was not allowed to be kept on his head. So the Nayars told him that you can't keep it on your head, you have to keep it on your lap. And that is still there in the Tripunithura Museum. That was never worn on the head. So it is a very, there's a little Christian community which, as academic literature reveals, people did understand they didn't want the strategic tie-up of this incoming Christians with the local Christians, so they kept them apart and they moved them into the hills to produce cash crops. And the intermediaries were the Nayars in between. It is a very fractured society. Now, going back to, it's not like the major kingdoms and anything like that. Now, going back to the Markers were rice traders, as they say. I mean, the opinion is divided almost on everything in history, but there is a fair amount of acceptance of the fact that the Markers were rice traders in Cochin, who were there when the Portuguese came. They tried their best to take their business forward, which businessmen would like to uproot and move at the slightest push. So they tried their best to run their business. But when the king of Cochin was now becoming too pro-Portuguese, and hence detrimental to the interests of the Muslim traders, the Markers finally, in 1523, as they say, that means 25 years after Sri Vasco da Gama landed, they approached the Zamorin and asked for place, and he let them set up base in Penani. And in exchange, they said that we will protect your trade. So the Kunjali Markers were there in this job to look after the safety of their own business, and as an add-on, they provided their support to the Zamorins trade also, others trade, for the protection that they were getting and the status they were getting. Now, so as businessmen, the focus of the Kunjali Markers remained. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, but keep it short, Prakash. You're audible.
Okay. So as the focus of them, their focus was on looking after their trade. They continued fighting because the Portuguese are fighting. But the Zamorins, they had to look after other things, and they often negotiated beyond what the Kunjali's interests were. And that was the conflict. And finally, it is India. In the strict caste system or the society's divisions, it was the Zamorins would rather side with the Portuguese and ensure that a Muslim trader won't take, however strong and successful, would not take up power. So that is it is a very structural thing of the society which the Portuguese exploited. That's it, sir. Hello.
Okay. Next question from the audience. Though I see a question for Dr. Ruby Maloney from Sachin Sawant, but I'll keep it. I'll wait for some more questions first from the cadets and the midshipmen, subordinate officers. Naval Academy, any questions? Okay, I have got I just paraphrase Mr. Sachin Sawant's question, which has come on the chat for Dr. Ruby Maloney. And he says, what are the salient or important influence of Iowa history on formation of the New World? I would tweak it and I would make it more contemporary and say, given the salience of mercantilism, imperialism, empire building in the 400 years that you covered, we have a similar thing which is going on in terms of the Maritime Silk Road or the One Belt, One Road initiative, wherein nations are being drawn into debt diplomacy, superficially convincing the powers that be that this is good for you. But as heinous as perhaps the Opium Wars which the British waged, how do you see the current trend of providing loans, building infrastructure, building strong points by, for example, China, to possible colonization in the 21st century in a reverse manner. And you saw it in the time of the COVID pandemic, wherein Italians, notwithstanding the warnings, were hugging the Chinese to no end at the airport, saying that no, there's nothing wrong. And only later on they realized that after all, it's not Italy, Chini, bhai. There's a virus there out there. So how do you see the mercantilism or the imperialism of the 21st century, say 50 years down the line? Because we seem to be going on similar lines. And my other question is to Professor Sanu, once again a contemporary one, in the light of the recent AUKUS agreement. What is the viewpoint of these alliances from the Australian continent? Since he's right there, Dr. Ruby Maloney.
I think Admiral Pawar himself has given a very competent answer to Sachin Sawant's question. I would like to add some different points. I would like to first say that those who have been reading up on geopolitics lately and articles on it and learned scholars writing on it, some time ago, the emphasis was on the Atlantic Ocean. As far as the history of the Atlantic Ocean is concerned, as far as imperialism, history, trade, etc. is concerned, now very clearly the emphasis is on the Indian Ocean region. And as Admiral Pawar explained very well, it's due to what is happening in the Indian Ocean region right now. It's been happening for a long time. And I mean, all of us have been attending seminars for the last 20 years maybe, and Indian Ocean region has been discussed. But now it seems it's much more volatile than before. It is much more urgent than before. And I would say in the new situation of globalization, again, it's the same story. I mean, history teaches us how to deal with the present and how to prepare for the future. And India and Indian ports and the Indian Navy plays a very, very intrinsic role in this situation, where we have to learn from history and make sure that we do not unknowingly become the victims of exploitation, the victims. And here we're talking about maritime events. Admiral Pawar did talk about how in this entire period there were land battles, land skirmishes, land conflicts, etc. For example, the Marathas. But also we must remember that it was Shivaji Maharaj and the Angres who were able to develop on the west coast of India a maritime navy, a very, very strong force. The Garabs and the Galbats, one of the esteemed scholars spoke before me about, and there's a very good book which the cadets could refer to, I'm sure it's in the library, which is by B.R. Apte, which discusses the Maratha Navy. So I'm trying to say that what are we doing to deal with this situation of a very, and I think when I was preparing this paper, I ended up by talking about China being the victim of exploitation, right? How the opium trade and how the British were canny enough and smart enough, because Europe wanted tea from China. And how were they going to pay for it? They were going to pay for it by means of opium. Now the situation has changed certainly radically, but China is now on the other side of the game, where who is the exploiter and who is the exploited. So India, we are in the Indian geopolitical situation. What should be our situation in the new globalization? We should be able to learn from the past, from the history of the Indian Ocean region, and apply it to the new situation of globalization. Globalization is changing every year now. There are very, very eminent historians who've written lots of books on globalization and so on. First, it was vilified, it was criticized, it was praised. But now I think all of you will agree that globalization is taking new formations. It's like an embryonic changes taking place all the time. And I think India, the Indian military, particularly as far as sea power is concerned, we have to be very alert regarding our ports. There has been discussion about China, the Silk Route, and how ports have been sort of taken over in so many ways. And Admiral Pawar talked about the factories. I'm sorry I didn't make it very clear because I thought I was running out of time. But the factories were actually commercial outposts. And due to the vast distances, these are the places which were actually the base from which the Europeans set up their power. So are we now Look at Sri Lanka. None of us have discussed Sri Lanka at the moment. We know what is happening in Sri Lanka right now, how it is coming under a tremendous debt crisis from China. And there's so many other places too. But Sri Lanka is our very, very closest neighbor. And if this is happening in Sri Lanka vis-a-vis ports and their domination, their commercial domination, and therefore military domination, political domination. So yes, I think it's very, very closely connected, Indian Ocean region history with what is happening today and the new format of globalization. Thank you.
Professor Sanu. Thank you, ma'am. Outstanding intervention there. Yeah, Professor.
Thank you, Admiral.
Yes, sir.
The question that you asked, I would like to divide that into two, although it's a very different thing. One of the lessons that I missed out because of lack of time is the need to affirm alliances regularly and also to bolster them with very visible actions on an as required basis. So alliances, irrespective of the formality or otherwise, or the group that the alliance is in, thrive on only one thing, on trust. And in an alliance, whether it's a bipartisan, whether it's a alliance of two people or five people, the major partner in an alliance has the primary responsibility to ensure that this inherent trust upon which this alliance is built is never in question. So, from a very, very broad point of view, we have to say that a strong alliance built on trust, bolstered by the senior partner in the alliance, should correctly enhance the power and prestige of all the members of the alliance. And the cohesion of an alliance can decline very, very rapidly if it's not carefully nurtured. And going back to my presentation, that's what the Cholas did, actually. When, the people whom they were allied with asked them for help, they came and helped. And that is what, at the cost of probably losing out on the certainty of their trade with China, on their safety, they still went out to go and help. So, transforming that to the other part of your question about AUKUS and what the Australians think about it, I believe, this is my personal opinion, I believe that AUKUS is a done deal. The French, however much they will jump up and down, will have to accept the fact that the $90 billion deal is not going to go through. Whatever penalty clauses are there will be paid, definitely. And to make sure that the French-Australian relationship doesn't go south, all the penalties will be paid. That much is certain. The question that is being debated within Australia in the public forums at the moment is about the nuclear power issue that Australia has kept aside for a long period of time. This is a giant leap that has taken place in the sense that till now, Australia has said that we will not use nuclear power for anything. Now we are saying that we will use nuclear power for our national security purposes, which actually has been debated within the national security groups for some time, and the groups are equally divided. Some say that we should not go nuclear, but most of the people who are pragmatic enough say that that's the only way to go, which means that the next step Australia will have to take is to go nuclear in terms of civil power generation capabilities. Otherwise, how are you going to maintain your nuclear subs? I'm not talking about manning the nuclear subs, but how are you going to maintain your nuclear subs? Completely reliant on the US and UK is not going to be a practical solution in the long term. So the jury is still out. Next year is an election year here, and then we will know whether there is popular support for going nuclear. But irrespective of the result of the elections next year, the nuclear submarine deal and the AUKUS alliance that has taken place is going to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we are already overstepping the time limit. But I'll just cover a few points on the takeaways for the 21st century. Commodore Prakash has already dwelt on a large number of points. There can be many more. But firstly, as was mentioned by both the Commodores, keeping abreast of the technology. The Indians did not keep abreast of the cannon and gunpowder on board their vessels of war, and they came to grief. So they were battling cannons with swords and spears, and be it for the Army, Navy, or the Air Force, unless there are no runners-up in war, ladies and gentlemen. We require to be at the cutting edge, and that's where our Atmanirbharta, the Defense Research Development Organization, the Ordnance Factories Boards, and the private sector requires to come together and give us the best, be it for the Air Force, the Army, or the Navy. Shipbuilding, we saw typically the length by beam ratio of the ships was of the order of 3 or 4. The ships were not very long; they were almost circular. If the ship was, say, 25 meters long, the beam was 8 meters or 9 meters. Therefore, these ships could not gather much speed. And shipbuilding is one requires to keep abreast of the shipbuilding. Though Dr. Maloney did not cover this up, but systematically the British ensured that the Indian shipbuilding was there was sort of apartheid against Indian ships. A ship flying the Indian flag had to pay more taxes. And unless we get our shipbuilding industry in order, we are going to continue to be dependent on others. There's another takeaway is the need to keep the waters around you safe, secure, stable, and the scourge of piracy, gun running. We just saw this 3,000 kilos of narcotics being caught at Mundra port. We see the gun running which goes on in the Indian Ocean region, the piracy in Somalia. These are all destabilizing factors, and much like the present situation was prevailing piracy in the period that we saw, 15th to 18th century. So another takeaway is that, be it unilaterally or by a multinational effort, we require to keep the waters around us stable, free, open, and inclusive. Taking the help of friends and allies, forging friendships for whatever reason, be it for climate change, be it for intelligence sharing, be it for maritime domain awareness, be it for transfer of technology, not necessarily directed against any one particular country. Though there's a fashion for a particular country to say that the Quad is against me, despite lamenting from the rooftops that it is not so. One should not hesitate in forging friendships. Ultimately, what does matter is your self-interest, and the utopian ideals of common good need not necessarily guide with whom you forge friendships. We've seen this in the period of from 15th to 18th centuries. People forged friendships. They fought together. They fought against each other continuously, and perhaps in a morally speaking, in a shameless manner. There was treachery. Treachery was the name of the game. The way Marakkars were handed over to the Portuguese, the way the Maratha was defeated, the way Mir Jafar went and refused to fight against Robert Clive's forces in Plassey. Treachery. People looked at their self-interest. There are no permanent friends or enemies. it is also important not to pit one organ of the state against another. Many times, in case there is no strong direction, as it happened, the Peshwa marching against the Kanojis, the Hairs, and which led to the sinking of the Maratha Navy. And that's wherein the National Maritime Security Coordinator comes into force, wherein in our country, for example, there are a dozen ministries which deal with matters maritime. And many times, these agencies are working in silos. There's a requirement to break the silos and have a coordinated approach to various aspects of maritime capability development.
Sir, you're offline. Request if you can check your audio sources, sir. Sir, am I audible to you, sir? Sir, they're calling, sir.
Am I audible? I think we're cut off. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
Can
sir,
you hear
you're
me?
audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I was talking about the National Maritime Security Coordinator, which is very, very important, so that one organ of the state does not work at cross purposes with others. There is a requirement of developing a maritime culture. We have traditionally have a continental mindset, and it's important to give boost to maritime tourism, maritime shipbuilding, capability development, not only for yourself but also for other people in the region, so that they are equal stakeholders. And that's wherein the present concept of security and growth for all in the region, which the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, called as Sagar, comes into this is a key takeaway, because there was no cohesive capability development of the entire region. Everyone worked for his own self. One is not to neglect the less glamorous fields such as hydrography, mapping the oceans, and today you see similar thing happening in the Arctic. Unless we are engaged in the Arctic, we will lose the race once again, because you would say, oh, it's so far away, it's so distant. The Portuguese never thought that India was too distant. I mean, Magellan, come to think of it, he went all around the South American continent to the Magellan Straits and came all the way to Philippines, where he met his Waterloo. I mean, of course, he did that way before Waterloo. But the spirit of exploration, inquiry should be actually praised, and we cannot be runners-up and say that the space or the Arctic or the ocean exploration for nodules or deep seabed mining are distant fields which do not concern us. We should not miss the bus. That's a key takeaway. The concept of maintaining a blue water navy, a strong navy, has already been stressed upon. I will not labor on that. One must not get totally disoriented, I would say, to the maritime dimension by the threats on land. And we see the Battle of Panipat, 1761. The entire Maratha army was in the north. I mean, the blockade of Mumbai would not have taken much of the Maratha effort, actually. So there is one analyst I would like to quote who says the present crisis in the line of actual control is not necessarily about the line of actual control. I mean, it is to wean away your maritime resources, the funding of your navy, the capability building, because this is where the maritime dimension is where the action lies. And therefore, we cannot be neglecting the maritime dimension for only continental threats. They are, of course, very important, but we require to give weightage to the maritime dimensions. One also requires to be careful about the multinational corporations, the tax. I mean, the East India Company was something like the Walmart or the Amazon.
So, am I audible to you, sir?
Sorry, I think this is an indication for me to stop because I think perhaps the control at Naval Academy or some mischievous cadet is perhaps interrupting this link. And I think it is an indication for us that we are far overstepped the hospitality of the Commandant Naval Academy. On behalf of all the panelists, which you all will agree have done an outstanding job in the limited time frame. I mean, these are people who have devoted their lifetimes to these subjects, and for them to condense into 20-25 minutes period the fruits of all their labor is not a easy task. It remains for me to thank Admiral Makarand Hampiholi, and actually talking of tactics and battles, there's no better person than the former Director General of Naval Operations, who is the commander of the National Indian Naval Academy, to talk about this. And I'm sure Admiral Hampi Holi would have ample opportunities to educate his cadets on these subjects. It's a privilege for all of us, me and my panelists, to be addressing the future leadership of the Indian Navy. And I can see at least 2 chiefs of the naval staff, a dozen or more commanders-in-chief, theater commanders, the admiral superintendents, the fleet commanders, the chief hydrographers, the chiefs of materials, and what have you, in this very audience. If somebody would have, some old hag like me would have told me this when I was in the National Defense Academy, I would have laughed at him. But now looking back, that's what will happen. Many of you will go on to command, of course, ships, fleets, and commands, theater commands in the Navy. And it is indeed a rare privilege for all of us to have this captive audience. Thank you very much. And may I request the audience to give our traditional token of appreciation to the distinguished panelists by putting their hands together in full spirit. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's an intoxicating feeling to have such thunderous applause. I'm sure the panelists are going to carry this memory a long way ahead. Thank you very much, Commandant. And I must thank your extremely efficient team led by Commodore Abhinav Barve and the Deputy Commandant and the Principal of the Naval Academy. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Shanno Varuna.
Thank you,
Over
sir.
and out.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of our day 1. I would like to thank the chairperson, Vice Admiral M.S. Pawar, and our distinguished speakers, Dr. Sanu, Commodore B.R. Prakash, Commodore G. Prakash, and Professor Ruby Maloney for sharing their insights on various naval battles and warfare. It was definitely an illuminating session for our trainees and audience. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the audience for staying with us through the day's proceedings and invite you to join us tomorrow at 0930 hours.
Thank you. Thank you. Over and out.